Well, hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the 2025 JDay season finale here on Racer TV. Now, I know what you're thinking. GNCC ended last weekend. We still have a few weeks before Minios. What is going on, Racer TV? Well, this is the start of an incredible relationship between Racer TV and the JDay Offroad Series. I could not be more excited about it. I've been lucky enough to see these races in person. It's a ton of fun. It's chaotic, as you can see here through the FMF Extreme section. Tons of great opportunities for these riders to hone in on their craft, on their skills, and turn into some of the best off-road racers in the world. My name is Zach Herron, going to be covering the action with you all day long, but I'm not going to be doing it by myself. To give you a little more history on the background of JDay is kind of a historic figure in JDay himself, one of the original announcers of the JDay series. They call him JJ McGrath, or as we like to call him, JJ from JDay. Let's send things down trackside.
Thank you very much, Zach. Appreciate your introduction and working with you today. JDay is a great series, been around about 13 years now. Started by John Day and taken over by Ethan Broach now. We produced a lot of national champions out of this stable. And, of course, Josh Toth, Ben Kelly, and Johnny Gerard to be three of them. And a bunch of amateur champions as well. It's a hybrid series where we race motocross, off-road out in the woods, and of course this extreme section you can see on the TV right now brought to you by FMF, the great people out there at FMF doing the best in exhaust. And it's a 2 30-minute moto format, so one in the morning, one in the afternoon, many different classes in each of these motos, and it's a heck of a lot of fun. Back to you, Zach. Out on the track right now, we've got the Super Mini, Mini Senior, and the Mini Junior. Mini Senior class is 12 to 15 years old, and the Mini Junior class is 6 to 12 years old. And we've got a girls class out there as well. New England has really pushed hard in the female end of racing, and we've got girls classes and women's amateur and women's pro as well. A couple of the real fast girls out here today we'll see in a little bit. Kayla McNeil has won the championship already over Addie Harris, and it'll be some
you guys hear me?
Interesting racing. As I said, we got the Super Mini out here. We got a real battle going on in the championship in that, and that of course is between Grant Meacham and DJ LeBlanc, who will have a interview with both of those riders later today. We've got a championship battle ensuing in the Mini Juniors, which is between Destry Tucker and Sawyer Langenbach. They're tied right now in points, so today we'll decide that championship. Sebastian Tucker and Tucker Aldridge battle it out for the championship right down to the wire in that Mini Senior class. Only 7 points between them. A lot of tight battles in the championships this year. As a matter of fact, the pro title this year will go down to today. It will be the deciding factor sometimes with throwouts or throwaways and things like that. It is decided before the last round, but again this year, which has happened 1 or 2 times already in the history of the sport here at JDay, it will go down right to the last day. There's only 2 points between Brandon Gregoire and Justin Coquinos, both Yamaha riders, and from what I understand, Yamaha is the bike to be on this year for sure. So a lot of contingency from that company, a proud sponsor of this series, JDay Offroad, and just a great company to work with. It's funny, there's a old men that used to race Facebook thing in the last week or so. They've been talking about Yamahas and Yamaha Week, and that is not the first motorcycle that I raced, but one of the first ones for sure when the Monoshock first came out in 1976. And a lot of fun to see all those pictures of all the old guys on the Yamahas. Right now, we are in the middle of the first lap, and we've got Bryce Dumere in the lead of the Mini Senior class. Crew Hopkins leads the mini junior class, and I think that he is in a bit of a championship battle as well in that class. I'll have to take a look at some of that information that Ethan Broach has given me, and I'll thumb through it as we go. Anello leads the girls class, and it is DJ LeBlanc doing his level best, the Massachusetts rider, trying to get that super mini title. And Grant Meacham, I believe, has a slight advantage coming into today. I was talking with him yesterday, and he was explaining it to me, but the points are always a big toss-up and a big question as it comes to racing, and especially in this final round here at the Wick. Southwick, Massachusetts, of course, has a lot of history here as well. Long time ago, Gary Yellen, who is a local hero, was racing motocross, and his dad, Bernie, decided that the Legion Post should have a track. So they started in a location a little further down the way here, but this became the location very quickly here where we are. And the racing started fast and furious. They even had a national, I believe, by the early 70s. I think it might have been 76 is the first national here. I might be wrong about that. As I get older, I start to forget more. But I was here for it for sure, and that was in the height of my career as well, and rode a few nationals here at Southwick, and we produced a lot of great motocross riders out of New England here. And of course, one of the best is the guy who runs this track now. That's Keith Johnson, and he has a lot of help from a lot of other legends here in our sport in New England. Of course, Mike Treadwell and John Dowd and a number of other guys, Doug Henry included. His dad, Rick Johnson, a big part of this organization as well. And we sure do appreciate the Johnson family for doing all that they can for motocross in New England, the United States, and right here at home in Southwick, Massachusetts. Tucker Aldridge leading in his class. Tucker's on a Kawasaki this year. Crew Hopkins leads the mini junior class over Ford.
Now, JJ, one of the things that I love about this JDay series is the fact that we have a little bit of the moto side, which is where I grew up racing. Obviously, Southwick, one of the most infamous courses on the pro motocross circuit. But then you have things like that FMF Extreme section. You have the woods that change from day one to day two, or honestly from Moto 1 to Moto 2. It really tests the athletes on multiple different levels. Coming from the GNCC world, riders like Tucker Aldridge, Addie Harris, we're familiar with, and they say going to the JDay series is a little different because we have to incorporate some of that motocross intensity as well. So this getting a little bit of best of both worlds on the moto side of things and the off-road side.
Guys over there.
I can call him. Why? What do you need?
Well, I can't hear anything out of this. I'm barely hearing something.
So right now, watching a battle on your screen here with the Yamaha Racing live drone. This is the Factory Connection Southwick 2, or the Wick 2, here to close out the 2025 season. JDay Off-Road, and look at this, battles on hand right now, up the inside, trying to get a number on that KTM right there. Like we said, points battles coming down in multiple of these classes. DJ LeBlanc and Grant Meacham only 15 points apart in our super mini class, and then tied points on our mini junior class between Destry Tucker and Sawyer Langenbach. So these riders, a lot to race for, a lot on the line. Still here for the last round of the day, or of the year, I should say. So up high in the sky here, got our drone operators following along here on the motocross side of things. And then, like we said, they'll duck back into the woods, do a little bit of off-road racing as well. So excited to bring the world of JDay to the fans across the world here on RacerTV.com. Live coverage, going to be covering all the races all day long. We can celebrate some championships here at the end of the day. Looking like that's the 98 we've got on screen right there. Like Jay was saying, Tucker Aldridge switching over to the Kawasaki in 2025. Had some success over in the GNCC series and looks to continue that success here in JDay. Now taking a peek in the woods. One of the beautiful things about the way Ethan Broach sets up these JDay courses is there's a lot of different race lines, and they only seem to continue to grow throughout the day and throughout the weekend as well. Seems like what looks to be 1 or 2 race lines turns into 5 or 6 race lines by the time the day is over. So excited to see how everything shapes up and excited to see what line's going to come out on top between Moto 1 and Moto 2. Wouldn't be surprised to see our top leaders switching those lines up, changing things around. And just like JJ was saying, we have got quite the battle on our hands as far as that pro class goes. 2 points separating 2 of, I think, the biggest names in JDay currently, Brandon Gregoire and Justin Coquinos, names I'm familiar with. And I feel like most race fans across the country, especially in the Northeast, are familiar with as well. I've seen these guys at, like we said, GNCCs. I've seen them on the moto sides of things at places like MX207 for the main event, and now competing here in the full JDay series. And man, it just goes to show when the riders continue to get better and better, the level of competition gets deeper and deeper. 2 points after a full year's battle doesn't get much closer than that. Talk about being close. Look at riders on screen right now making their way through this Dunlop rhythm section. It looks like. Looks like it is still DJ LeBlanc out front leading the way in your super mini class. Tucker Aldridge will lead the way in your mini senior 12 to 15. And LeBlanc doing exactly what he needs to do to try to secure this super mini win. Meanwhile, looks like Destry Tucker, leading the way for that mini junior class. That is the class with the tied points coming into this final round. Now, don't forget 2 motos here in JDay, so this is not the final race. 30-minute race on screen right now for your first race of the day, and we are taking a look at the FMF Extreme section, a section that I have personal history with. If you want a really funny video, you can go back and watch Unadilla from last year. Track preview went wrong. I showed you how not to go through the FMF Extreme section, but these kids, a lot more skill on a motorcycle than I have. That's the reason I'm on the microphone. They got through it clean, and they're back off and ripping. So excited to continue this coverage, not only through the rest of the day today, but headed into 2026 as well. Tons of exciting news coming as far as just the JDay series as a whole, and of course bringing that live coverage worldwide here on Racer TV, a huge part of that. Back out onto Southwick motocross track, MX338. I mean, you want to talk about a famous racetrack. It doesn't get more famous than right here at Southwick. But like we said, gonna get some interviews with some of our points battles. Let's talk to our leader in your super mini points, DJ LeBlanc.
All right, and we're here with DJ LeBlanc, who is in serious contention for that super mini class, along with the rider we just interviewed, Grant Meacham. DJ, where are you from?
I'm from Cheshire, Mass.
Cheshire, Massachusetts. That's right out there in the heart of the Mohawk area, am I right?
Yep.
A lot of history out there, for sure. A lot of great racing, of course, the ISDT back in the day and things like that, and a lot of great riders, and you're definitely one of them. Tell us about your history in motorcycle racing. Is it just off-road racing that you've done all your time, or into a little bit of motocross, and does it come from family?
Actually, it does not come from family. My dad, he had a couple buddies that used to ride, but he's never rode. And then one of his friends, actually, I was watching him, and I wanted to race. And my first race was at Mohawk. And ever since I've been doing just really moto, or JDay, I've just done like 2 or 3 moto races this year, and that's it.
How's that shaping up for you?
It's good. I like the difference because like JDay and like woods racing, you gotta pace yourself. Moto, you're kind of just all out.
You've been riding a bigger bike since you were a smaller guy, and you've adapted well. As I said earlier, you definitely look like you've grown some. And how about this year as far as this battle with Grant goes? I know you guys have been racing against each other for a long time, so tell me about your season.
It's going good, you know. I haven't really been the top dog, but I've been really consistent, which I think that's really keeping me in there. And, you know, me and Grant been going back from 2023 on 65s to the end of the race this year. And it's just been fun with him.
That's great, buddy. Who's helping you out this year?
My mom, my dad, KTM, FXR, Twin Air, and everyone else. Thank you.
Let's hear it for him. Number 4, DJ LeBlanc, going for that title in the Super Mini tomorrow.
All right, great stuff there from DJ LeBlanc. And yeah, that's a perfect example. These riders coming from many different facets of racing, some of them coming from a strict off-road background and having to adjust to the moto side of things. Some riders coming from the complete opposite. They've never been in the woods before on a motorcycle. They are motocross kids, and then saying, you know what, wait a second, this JDay looks pretty cool. I'm going to check this thing out. And then we've got some riders, especially based out of the Northeast, that have grown up like Jay was talking about at the beginning of the show, of just about 13 years of this JDay Off-Road series, and it has a very serious following. A ton of racers have grown up throughout most of their childhood racing this, and like I said, the competition has only grown throughout the years. I've been lucky enough to see several of these events in person, and man, it is a really cool event to go and see. A ton of work goes into this. Ethan and the entire JDay crew puts so much into every one of these rounds, and you guys are lucky to have a part of it. Now, this is another thing I have been very excited for this Racer TV coverage, our Fox Racing FPV drone. You guys are basically hopping on board and hanging on for dear life with our racers. Look at that. We're having to adjust. Did you guys just try to move out of the way? I did, sitting in my chair. We are basically hanging on to the back of, I believe this might be one of our KTM riders. This might be DJ LeBlanc we're flying behind right now. And this gives you a little bit better idea as to the momentum that these riders are able to carry through the woods, how quick these adjustments they're making are, dodging trees little by little. Ooh, expert precision right there. FPV drone slicing through the trees. But it just goes to show these guys, we talk about the camera not always doing things justice, just quite how deep that rut is or how steep that hill is. It also doesn't quite capture just how intense and fast these racers are. I mean, this is your super mini class, and these kids are absolutely on rails, kind of the next generation that we talk about, getting ready to step up into the big bikes. And this is basically the next group of JDay racers that are going to step up, and it won't be long before we see riders like DJ LeBlanc and Grant Meacham battling it out in our pro classes. That was really cool hearing from DJ talking about how long he has been battling Grant Meacham. These kids grow up together, and we talk about having class rivals or a rival that you think of when you go to the races. But as you get older, you're going to look back and be like, he might have been my rival, but he was also a friend, somebody that I grew up with, and we've known each other since we were 8, 9 years old, and now we're growing into full young adults and still doing battle. So really cool to see the way JDay has turned into a generational series. And so we got to hear from DJ, who is your current points leader. Let's talk about the man trying to chase him down. Got 15 points he needs to make up. Let's hear from the number 42 of Grant Meacham.
And I am here with Grant Meacham, who is the top contender for the Super Mini Class title. Grant, where are you from?
I'm from Wales, Massachusetts.
Wales, Massachusetts. That's nearby here?
Yeah, it's like a 50-minute drive. I've raced here a ton. I really like this track. The sand is always fun. It's really flowy, and I just like it a lot.
How many years have you been racing now?
So I did my first race when I think I was 4 or 5 years old. So I've been racing about 10 years now. And yeah, I'm going to be racing next year too. It's going to be fun on the big bike, and I'm going to see what I can do next year.
And is this a family thing? Do you have family that races motorcycles?
Yeah, my dad races motorcycles. He got into it when he was younger, and he got me into it when I was really young too. I was riding bikes ever since I was like 2 years old, so I have a passion for it, and hopefully I can do this for the rest of my life and maybe make a living out of it.
I think you can, buddy. Tell us about your season. What's going on with this Super Mini Championship?
My season has been good. I mean, I've had a couple bike problems, but, those are minor issues that we just have to deal with when you're racing. And so hopefully I can just ride smart tomorrow and come home with the championship. I would be stoked.
And you have a 3-point gap going in after all the throwaways?
Yes.
And who is your top competition for this title?
My top competition for this title is DJ. He's been a really good contender all year. It's just been fun racing and battling with him. We've had some good battles, and I'm excited to see what happens tomorrow.
We'll wish you the best on that for sure, buddy. Tell us about who's sponsoring and helping you this year.
Really, my mom and dad. I want to give a big thanks to them. And Landers KTM has helped me out. And ODI, Dunlop, Moose Elite, Moose Offroad, and just everyone else who helps me. It's a big thank you.
Graham Meacham, number 42 on the KTM.
Great stuff there from Grant Meacham. And one of the things that I like that I've heard from both DJ LeBlanc and Grant Meacham in those interviews is the respect. We talk about the sportsmanship and the respect that these riders start to develop with one another, but these kids have been racing each other since 50s and 65, 7, 8 years old. Now, more than likely, probably 14, 15 years old, still battling it out. And it's cool to see the perspective, the way these kids are understanding, yes, this is my competition. This is somebody when the gate drops, when the flag drops, this is who I need to beat. But when the race is over, I don't have to hate this person. I don't have to wish ill upon them. And so really cool to hear the sportsmanship and just the maturity from both of our title contenders in that super mini class, DJ LeBlanc and Grant Meacham. So good stuff. It sounds like we got good kids involved in it. Always love when we got people that are easy to cheer for, a part of your title contention. And man, both of these kids looking solid right now as we continue to watch on screen the number 4 of DJ LeBlanc sitting on 260 points, which is 15 points ahead of the number 42 of Grant Meacham. Now, like we said, if you're maybe new to JDay, multiple classes out on course at one time, very similar to what we see at the GNCC. We've got a 30-minute moto and a 2-moto format. So all of our Loretta Lynn's or Minio riders maybe understand that, right? 2-moto format similar to the motocross side of things, 30 minutes long. And then we'll have, currently, we've got Super Mini, Mini Senior, and Mini Junior out on track right now here for race number 1. So great stuff going on with that. It's cool to see the different classes. You'll see the way these classes are grouped up throughout the day, something that I think JDay does really well. Similar bike skills and sizes out on course at the same time. Keeps it busy, keeps a lot of people out on track, but keeps it safe as well. So just we'll be dropping little tidbits about the way JDay is organized and the way the events go. And if you guys maybe are wanting to learn more, like we said, 26th season going to be coming up before you know it. There's a familiar face right there. I believe that was Trevor Harris. I know Addie Harris, one of our women's pro racers here as well. A lot of our Northeastern GNCC families also supplementing in some JDays as well, some of them even racing the full season. So we're going to see some familiar faces here on GNCC, maybe even see some Loretta Lynn's names that we might recognize, some Minio's names that we might recognize. So, I mean, even the New York State Championship, not too far away. So could see some familiar faces here throughout the day today. And if you're not familiar with any of these names, you might want to take a screenshot or write them down, because these kids certainly going to be names you will remember into the future as we continue to watch DJ LeBlanc just carving his way around this Southwick, Massachusetts course. Now, when it comes to riding styles and the way you have to attack different obstacles, you've got the clay, right? You've got the hard packed, and then when you talk about Southwick, you talk about the sand. There is no question about it. This is about as sandy as it gets. Whoa, look at that. Up and over the motorcycle. A full flying W there for that rider. And this is the FMF Extreme section, making me feel just a little bit better about my attempt of trying to get through this section and right back on it. This is what I love about these kids. Now, you look at the number 4. Look at the bike skills that he is showing. This is almost hard enduro-esque that we would see in enduro cross or some of the hard enduros that we see some of our top pro athletes getting into. Light on that front wheel, completely comfortable with the way the motorcycle moves around those logs as well. So it just goes to show the way these riders are developing, getting comfortable in these kinds of conditions. Even something like the FMF Extreme section really doesn't cause them much concern. Now, a name we are a bit more familiar with, Tucker Aldridge. He jumped over to the Kawasaki in 2025. He's had a good season in GNCC, but he's had a great season here in JDay as well, and we were able to catch up with him a little bit earlier.
And we're here with Tucker Aldridge. Tucker, where are you from?
Greenfield, Massachusetts.
Greenfield, Massachusetts. Got a lot of good riders out there. Somebody you want to name in particular?
Yeah, Brooks Hamilton.
That's right, our buddy Brooks Hamilton. And people that ride enduros all remember him from many squares ago. But it's been a pretty good career for you so far. How long you been at this off-road thing?
Like 5 years, around 5 years, yeah.
And you've been doing a lot of JDay off-road racing, but I understand that you've been delving into the GNCC. Tell us about that season this year for you.
Yeah, it was really good. Had a rough start to it. It was pretty muddy, but you know, the last couple rounds dried up, and I feel like I did pretty good in that series. Ended up second in the points.
In what class was that?
85, 12 to 13.
Perfect. And what about your JDay off-road season? How's that been going this year?
I broke my wrist up at Heeman, so that kind of set me back a little bit. But yeah, I have, I think, 13 points on Sebastian, who's in second, but he's racing big class tomorrow, so I think I might have the championship all wrapped up.
And now, if you do win that title tomorrow, how many championships rather in JDay off-road have you won?
I think that might be my fourth or fifth. My fifth championship.
Excellent. And does this motorcycle racing come from your family, or is this something you've done on your own?
My dad did back when he was younger, but then he kind of passed it down to me, and I've been going at it ever since.
And you've been doing a good job of it, buddy. Tell us about who's helping you this year.
Kawasaki, Ronnie's in Bennington, my mom, my dad, Wheels Power Sports. Doug Doucette's been a really big help this season. And, you know, FMF, 6D, Guts Racing, Factory Connections, Lynx Racing, everyone else who's helping me out there. Thank you, guys.
Tucker Aldridge going for another title tomorrow at JDay Off-Road.
I love it. Tucker, one of my favorite riders to talk to at the GNCC. As you can see, extremely well-spoken. He does a great job of kind of breaking down the races afterwards on the podium. And he's one of those riders that is incredibly real with you as well. He tells you when things went good, but he also will tell you when he missed the mark and when things didn't go quite as well, which is always nice to have that honesty from a rider. Now we're going to bring back in JJ for JDay, Jay McGrath. He's there on site. Man, we talk about the way Southwick develops and changes throughout the day. We've only got a couple of laps on this course already, and we're already seeing our leaders moving around. JJ, what do you think we're going to see as far as the way the Southwick course is going to change throughout the day today?
Well, the biggest change that we have here at Southwick is how rough it gets. So it starts out this beautiful, smooth sand track, but within a couple of motos, it changes to a whole different aspect. And the whips can get as much as 2 and 3 feet early, and I've seen them get as much as 4 feet tall out here on the motocross track in the past. In the woods, it's a little bit better, but it definitely changes quickly. It's mostly due to the acceleration and the braking of the motorcycles, and of course, a lot of different classifications here and ability levels. So sometimes those braking bumps come in the wrong spot for some of these riders, and it can be quite a show.
Oh, absolutely. You said it. I think that is one of the things that we've even seen in the pro motocross races here at Southwick is the ability for riders to adapt lap after lap. Sometimes it's that line that you think, oh, there's no way that's not going to be there next lap. It gets completely blown out. Like you said, Jay, sometimes from a rider with maybe a little less skill as well. We have multiple classes out on the track at one time. Sometimes it's not what you are capable of doing, but predicting what maybe that rider with a little less experience and a little less skill, how they're going to attack the course as well. But as we see on our screen, Jay, I mean, our top riders absolutely surgical with the ability to make passes, changing those lines up. I believe that was Grant Meacham we just saw go by on our screen. Even at the super mini level, these riders absolutely incredible. And there it is, the checkered flag comes out, and that looks like it will be DJ LeBlanc getting the win. And Jay, I believe he's going to wrap up the title with that.
I believe he will. It does definitely depend on the overall here. So it's a 2-moto format. So the points are not awarded at JDay on a single moto format. So he's got to back that up with the second moto finish before he can name himself the champion on that one, Zach.
Yeah, completely right. Actually, great point there. Like we said, 2-moto format, and you could see that on the body language from DJ as well. Job's not quite done yet. As we hop back on board with our Fox Racing FPV drone, it's Grant Meacham just in front of us that we're trying to hang on to. He's got a lap rider up in front of him as well, or another rider, I should say. Maybe not quite a lap down, but There it is, making its way through the checkered flag, as do we, and Grant Meacham going to come across the line as well. So a solid start for the number 4 of DJ LeBlanc. He is going to look like grab that first Moto Super Mini win, and with that, not quite done yet. Still got another Moto to go, but going to increase that 15-point lead just a little bit and try to take things home, maybe be crowning himself a champion by the end of the day today. So we're going to keep watching here at the finish line. Like we said, our mini senior and mini junior out there as well. Sebastian Tucker jumping up to the big bike, and Tucker Alder is going to take that championship, it looks like, by the end of the day today. And as our riders make their way across the line, we're going to get ready to send things to a commercial break. And when we come back, we'll have more racing here from JDay Off-Road, the 2025 season finale. We'll be back here on Racer TV. JDay on Racer TV is brought to you by Fox Racing. Honor yesterday, conquer today, invent tomorrow. Yamaha, revs your heart. FMF, feel the power. All right, hello everyone, and welcome back to Racer TV Live here for the JDay Off-Road 2025 season finale here from Southwick, Massachusetts, the Factory Connection Southwick 2, as we are getting ready to close out a fantastic season of racing. As you can see, the beautiful trees starting to change colors. I mean, it's like a Picasso painting here. This is my kind of painting. This is JDay Off-Road. So excited to bring the world of JDay Off-Road Racing to RacerTV.com. Could not be more excited about it. Once again, my name is Zach Herring, going to be covering the action all day long. And my co-announcer, Jay McGrath, I believe, standing by down on the track, going to try to get a word with some of our Moto winners. See if we can chat it up with the riders. Just got done. Race number 1 getting wrapped up. That was Super Mini, Mini Senior, and Mini Junior DJ LeBlanc. Looking like bringing out the checkered flag and grabbing the first Moto win in your Super Mini class. So we'll see if we can find JJ from JDay, a kind of a famous figure in the world of JDay himself. Been lucky enough to hear him in action up at Unadilla a few years ago. And man, you just talk about a guy that kind of commands respect from the JDay community. The guy's He's a legend himself, and so very excited to have him here on this Racer TV broadcast with us. A ton of knowledge, not only about the riders and the courses as well, but the history of JDay, how it came to be, and where it's looking to go as well. This is an ever-forming organism, a family. It's all kind of building and growing, and excited to see what we've got in store for JDay and Racer TV. All right, so we're going to get ready to send things down, try to get an interview with our race winner. And we'll be getting things fired up before long for race number 2. There you see him sitting on the line. That will be our C classes. We'll have 250C, Open C, 200C, and Open Electric C all getting ready to take the course there for race number 2 here on the Fox starting line. And make sure, if you guys haven't already, we have a ton of people asking us, how can we help? What can we do to support Racer TV and the series and the events that they support as well? And it's simple, guys. It's as much as we'd love it. If you want to send us a bunch of money, hey, we're always about that. But if you're looking for something simple, if you guys are watching on YouTube, racertv.com, click that subscribe button. Click that like, leave us a nice comment, engage with the broadcast, and that helps show our viewers and our sponsors that you guys are enjoying the coverage. Now, you want something that you can enjoy? I'm talking Stacyc Racing. We know how intense this gets at GNCC. We see the Stacyc battles out at the Loretta Lynn's course out on the blacktop. Well, we've got Stacyc Racing here at JDay as well, and we're going to bring you those highlights right now. Look at it. Look at the ferociousness here. He's got the Southwick shirt on, the jersey, the goggles already prepped. That one kid didn't even put tear-offs on. Look at her. Tear-offs, never heard of. She's dressed up. Princess is coming for the win, Mario Kart style. Look at that. Full pile up, 3 inches off of the starting line. This is racing at its finest. And all jokes aside, this is what I love about going to these events. The family atmosphere, Stacyc and the Stacyc generation honestly changing the way these kids develop into motorcycle racers. The bike skills and confidence that these kids have by the time they get on full motorcycles is absolutely incredible. We see it all across the board, and these Stacyc battles are so much fun. These kids, they can barely make a full sentence, and they go out there and leave it all on the course. I'm talking takeouts, bar banging, brake checking. It is so fun to watch. I honestly think some of the pros enjoy watching this more than they enjoy watching any other moto all weekend long. And of course, the Racer TV crew had to go and get some coverage here as well. A big shout out to all of our fantastic Stacyc racers. And I think you get some extra style points if you dressed up in those Halloween costumes as well. But all around, just good times, and that is what JDay's all about. Look at that. I told you there were some takeouts. These kids are brutal. It's season finale. I don't know there's a Stacyc championship on the line, but don't tell them that. That's for sure. The checkered flag waves, and that is what it's all about. There you can see, we take it serious here. There it is, the Stacyc championship. This is no joke here at JDay. They get them up. Look at that. Got a Stacyc leaned up against the podium. Number 1 plates in hands. That's got to be sparkling cider. Don't worry. And that is what it's all about. These kids. Now, my question is, did they eat the candy before they went out on track? There's a lot of strategy talk with the parents. Do we sugar them up before the race, or do we let them race, then maybe give them a little candy, spike them, and then they're just going to crash and go to sleep? I don't know. A lot of strategy going into that with the parents, with the teams. But for now, big thing, everybody had a great time. So that was all going on yesterday. Like we said, a full weekend kind of event here at JDay, our season finale Sunday. Check. And it sounds like we've got Jay McGrath. Jay, I hear you. Are you standing trackside, maybe ready to get an interview? Okay, so it sounds like some mic issues there with Jay. We're going to get that set up. That way we can hear exactly what's going on. Just let us know when we're ready to send things down. We've got OPAG and OPDH in the house with us here. AG Video taking care of us here this weekend. And like we said, a lot of excitement coming into this broadcast, not only for today's racing action, but for the future as well. And excited to see JDay and Racer TV continue into 2026. As we see sitting on our line, the next race coming up going to be our C classes. Like I said, 250C, Open C, 200C, and Open Electric C. Give you guys a quick little rundown through that as well. And it looks like leading the way out of our 250C class is going to be Mason Spencer on the 555. And looks like he may have this thing just about wrapped up. You've got 68 points over Kyle Bates in that number 2 spot. We take a look at the open C. It's going to be Matthias Andrade, I believe how you say that last name, on the number 5. 205 points, leading the way on in that C open class over Michael Amaral. And then we take a look at the 200C class. Johnny Padden out front, leading the way on that one by only 5 points on the 507. So Elias Whitney on the 332, only 5 points back. The KTM rider going to try to chase down the Husky. Maybe see if he can steal this title away here on the final day of racing. So that is going to be a ton of fun to watch. And this is what I love to see about these season finales. As we said, we just wrapped up Ironman for GNCC. We take a look now at our Red Bull JDay points here for our mini junior class. Looks like Destry Tucker going to be out front, tied with Sawyer Langenbach. That was the class we talked about with that mini junior class. Tied coming into points. We had 15 points between our super mini class, 5 points between some of our C classes, and then don't forget 2 points only separating Brandon Gregoire and Justin Coquinos in our pro class as well. A lot of eyes going to be on that, and we'll have those pro motors coming up a little later today at 11:20 and 3:20. If you guys are maybe a little late joining us, daylight saving times happened last night. Hope you set the clocks back, enjoyed that extra hour of sleep. But better wipe the sweat out of your eye now. And there it is, fired up, and we are off and rolling. Race number 2 here for the Fox FPV drone. Feeling like we just took the gate drop ourselves. The flag drop, I should say, is the first class off the line is 250C. And as you can see, there's a lot of them out there. As we head into the FMF Extreme section, this one could get interesting as we see one rider down. And we'll try to see if we can start to develop the technique here. I've got the notepad out. I need to figure out how these guys get through this section. And lots of different line options as well. Look at this, though. This is what we talk about when it comes to off-road racing, the unknown variable, and that is your fellow competitors. If you've got 10 to 15 riders all stacked up in an FMF Extreme section, it doesn't matter how skilled you are. You're going to have to adjust on the fly. Your race line, doesn't matter how good you are. If somebody else is coming sideways across it, you never know what you're going to do. So going to be a lot of adjusting here. And, of course, as always, that FMF Extreme section, that's one of the fan favorite spots to watch because you never know what you're going to get over there. Next gate drop off and rolling. And look at this, another absolutely packed class here for what I believe is our C Open. And like we said, just about 50 points separating first and second here, so maybe not quite a title battle, but still a lot of battles going on for the rest of our positions as well. Points, they matter, and here for JDay as well. Tons of stuff on the line, not only just pride, but tons of great prizes and swag from the amazing sponsors that help support JDay Off-Road. And look at this, folks. I mean, quick math here. I'm looking at 10 to 20 riders all stuck on a similar spot here. I mean, we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I believe that was 9 riders all stuck on one log. This is what the FMF Extreme section is all about. It's extreme, and it's extremely difficult to get through sometimes. So next gate drop off and rolling. That's 200C, and they might have a surprise coming as they get ready to head into that FMF Extreme section. We'll see whether or not the rest of our classes have been able to clear through that. But this is a part of the fun here for JDay. As looking pretty good so far. Keeping it light over the front wheel. I'm watching this KTM in the center of the screen. Maybe a little bit slower and steady, but still got
so the
there.
one thing that we were having is feedback from this. I got to get...
It sounds like we... Oh, look at this. One rider going down. I thought he was going to be able to save it. Slipped off the log. Tried to catch it with the boot. And this is what I mean. Like a rider right there on your screen. He was just about picked back up. Got bumped into by another rider. Poor guy. And then we flash forward here to the Yamaha Racing live drone. Gabe Schull, the eyes in the sky of GNCC, here with us. Bringing us that up high, eagle eye view. I absolutely love it. Watching the lines crisscross, watching the way these riders set things up in advance. It is so cool to be able to be kind of up over top of them and watch. You can almost watch the exact moment they make the decision in their head to adjust those lines. And man, really, really cool, more unique feature and camera shot that we've been able to incorporate over the last couple of years here on Racer TV as we're flying on board now. Great shot of how this JDay course wraps around the Southwick facility as one rider doing a little pest control. It looks like throwing a little smoke out there. I think he just forgot to warm that thing up this morning. No worries, folks. As now we head down into the woods. Let's see who we're looking at here. That's the number 27 on the Husqvarna. That is Christopher Artigian. He is currently sitting 4th in the points in your 250C class. So we'll see what he is able to do, maybe trying to make a point here. We talk about the storylines coming into a season finale. It's not just, oh, this rider had a really great season and he's trying to win a title. It's not just, oh, this rider didn't have a good season and he's just going through the motions. No, we have so much on the line coming into these season finales, whether it's just pride, whether it's trying to show what could have been, right? Maybe you got injured early in the season or had 2 or 3 bad races early in the year. It's the tail end of the season where you can show, hey, I might not be in the overall title fight, but look at what I'm capable of doing, and that's what the number 27 is showing right now, as he is sitting out front by a couple of bike lengths. So seeing a few more of our riders make their way through. Looks like that was the 910 I just saw go by on the Yamaha. We'll have to wait until they make their way through timing and scoring. We'll try to get you guys that updated running order as soon as we can. Seeing some more of our riders make their way down the hillside. Looks like for the moment, at least, a majority of our C-class is kind of favoring that far, the left-hand line for them, right hand on your screen. Flashback forward, looks like one of those KTM riders. Seeing the number 3. So got a big freight train of about 7 or 8 riders right here making their way through. We've got a couple of unique sections throughout this JDay course here, as we've talked about more than a few times. Watching your leader right now, look at that, expertly moving around that tree. The FMF Extreme section, one of the fan favorites. Of course, we've seen our Fox Racing starting line. We've got the Factory Connection split lane. We've got our Dunlop Rhythm section, the Yamaha finish line, of course, and then the Caselli 66 or Kurt Caselli Foundation Pro line as well. So these are going to be some of the more unique sections of the course that we'll be highlighting through. Taking a look right now at our Yamaha Racing finish line. Big shout out to the folks at Yamaha for all that they do to support off-road racing across several different series, and I've been lucky enough to work with Yamaha throughout the 2025 season with those Blue Crew Invitationals. I'm actually going to be going to one of those next weekend. They had their World Super Finale at Motocross of Nations, and even that Blue Crew off-road camp throughout the summer as well, where it's more focused towards a GNCC or more of a JDay style of riding course, helping riders develop their skills in off-road racing, and just overall continuing to enjoy what racing is all about. And that's what I think is really cool about Yamaha and the Blue Crew. What they do is yes, they want to obviously take the next level of pro racers. Whoa, hang on to it now. But they also want to have fun. They want the families to have a good time and enjoy what the sport is all about as well. Taking a look right now, it's the KTM 96 on the back of the jersey. We're going to see if we can figure out who we're watching here, because what a save that was. Now looking at the number 3, Expert Precision through the FMF Extreme section. These guys making me feel bad, looking easy over these logs right now, no problems whatsoever, and would love maybe at some point today, we'll see if we can talk to one of our riders, see if we can maybe get a breakdown as to how you approach the FMF Extreme section, because things like that, a lot of it is mental. We talk about the comfort that these riders have developed from years of racing off-road, whether it's here at JDay, GNCC, some of the local series. There's something about just comfort with doing it repeatedly over and over again. As right now, watching it, number 27, Artigian out front, looking comfortable for sure on that Husqvarna. Looking things up and over the motocross track. Look at this, man, this guy is feeling it right now. here at the Wick, the Factory Connection, Southwick 2 season finale for JDay Offroad 2025. And on board here with Yamaha Racing, the live drone. So as you can see on your screen, looks like it is Artesian leading the way. I believe that is Gagnon in the number 2 spot with White back there in the number 3 spot. Bennett leading the way in your open C class on the 505. And if I'm not mistaken, I'm not seeing Bennett in the points, so we may have some new faces jumping into the season finale as well. Some of the other series getting wrapped up, and that's always exciting as well too. Take a look, looks like that's Patton on the 507 leading the way for your C200 class, and that is the rider that's out front in the points by 5 points. So Johnny Patton on the 507 Husqvarna, he is doing exactly what he needs to do right now, leading this first moto, trying to maybe get a little bit more buffer headed into that final moto of the day this afternoon to try to wrap up that 200C title. But right now, hanging on board with our leader, the number 27 machine, making his way around this Southwick motocross course. He's going to jump off, and that's what I think is really cool as well. Ethan does a great job of tying these motocross tracks into the off-road section. Really cool. As a motocross fan myself, kind of grown up racing and watching several of these tracks, the way the off-road section is just kind of tacked onto the motocross track, I really think it's cool because you get a little bit of the best of both worlds. But I think one of the unique factors with JDay is that also changes things with bike setup a little bit as well. These guys doing jumps, that we're seeing on pro motocross tracks, while also maneuvering things like the FMF Extreme section. These tighter wood sections that we're watching right now is the 27 looking fantastic. This is exactly what he was hoping to do. Like we said, sitting 4th in the points right now, Christopher Artesian, 159 points. And there is some battles going on for that 2nd and 3rd place spot in this 250C class. Napolitano and Kyle Bates, Andrew Napolitano and Kyle Bates sitting 2nd and 3rd. They are tied on points, so we can see what happens with them. Sometimes those points battles, they get a little ferocious. Maybe one guy goes down, another guy gets taken out. You never know what can happen. Next thing you know, Christopher Artesian could be looking at an overall top 3 for the season. So like we said, plenty to race for, so many different storylines, the riders that want to show what they're capable of, what could have been throughout the season. And of course, some riders maybe just jumping over to JDay first time ever, and they just want to make a statement.
Leading the C250 class.
Hey, yeah, we got Jay McGrath back with us now. Jay, this is what I love to see in these C classes, a wide range of skill levels, but Artesian back there in the 4th place spot in points, but looking absolutely flawless out front right now. So Jay McGrath hanging out with us here trackside, going to try to catch some scoop with some of our riders. He was able to get some interviews here leading into the event, and like we said, a big part of the JDay history as well. And just like we heard from him earlier talking about the way this course develops, it kind of is maybe a little counterintuitive to the way some people might think, but the woods, at least here on Southwick, seem to be able to hold their form just a bit more than that motocross track. That deep, loose sand that is what Southwick is known for, it's going to change up just a little bit easier than maybe the packed down wooded section. It's got the roots, the tree roots kind of holding things in place. So we'll see the way things develop. Now, make no mistake, folks, things are going to get rough. They're going to get brutal. They are definitely going to change by the end of the day today, but might not be quite as drastic of a change as what we'll see with the motocross track, because like Jay was saying earlier this morning, beautiful, almost like a blank canvas. Nothing quite like a freshly prepped sand track, but after you put a couple of motos on it, a couple hundred bikes go through it, man, it looks like an absolute war zone out there as we check back in at the Yamaha finish line. Now, Jay, if you can hear me, what do you think is necessarily the technical key to getting through something like that FMF Extreme section? We see these riders trying to stay light on the front end, but from your perspective, something like the FMF Extreme section, what kind of bike skills are really going to shine in something like this?
In that FMF Extreme section, Zach, it is very important to look ahead. Don't focus on the obstacle right in front of you. but concentrate on the obstacle ahead of you. And it's almost like a magnet, and it'll draw you up the track, and it also takes your mind off of that obstacle that's right there in front of you. So this is the key part to that, but also to find a way to meet each obstacle straight. To get at an angle that'll make the tires go off, may make the motorcycle go down. So this is something that you want to try to get straight to all those obstacles. And it's difficult because, as you can see now, with that number 96 rider going through that turn, those logs are laid at an angle in the turn. So it's hard to get straight on some of that stuff. But in life, in motocross, try to get straight.
Hey, absolutely. And I was going to say, you couldn't have timed that any better because, like you said, right there, it's a full corner of logs. And so something as simple as hitting it in just a little too much of an angle, next thing you know, that rear end or front end goes sliding out, and you are tasting a little bit of the Southwick sand. So great advice there, and a great breakdown there from Jay McGrath. Like you said, looking ahead. And those are the little things that we hear from some of our top riders and some of our top youth riders as well, that they work on with some of these pro riders, some of our top athletes training and working with the next generation of JDay Rippers. And those are the little details that make all of the difference. So, and that's something else that we see throughout the JDay world as well, is we've got some of our top riders helping the next generation, Jay. It's really cool to see the way the stars of today are giving back and helping out the stars of tomorrow.
Well, Zach, that's really what it's all about. It's our job as elder statesmen in this sport is to help these people out, you know, because there's no handbook on it. Although some guys have written books about it, it's really the type of thing where you have to show somebody how to do what they're doing. And it's very important to be repetitive in that process. And there's many riders here in New England have put their hat in the ring to be trainers and coaches, and it's been a wonderful thing. And I mean, some guys make money off of it, and they do make a living, but a lot of guys, such as myself, we just do it for free for the love of it, because it is our responsibility to teach our younger guys not just the riding part of it, but the life part of it as well.
Absolutely, and that's what I was going to say. The JDay family, as they like to call it, is just that. And like you said, it's such a good point you bring up, not just the on-track things. I know a lot of people focus on that. Obviously, that's what the Racer TV broadcast follows. But like you said, we're helping these athletes grow into young men and women of life and of the world. Maybe they do grow up to be a Justin Coquinos or a Brandon Gregoire, a professional athlete, or maybe they grow up to work in the motorcycle industry. Maybe they're working with a company like Yamaha or Fox Racing. All of these things, no matter what, the life lessons that you learn in racing, they're absolutely, they could not be more valuable. Learning to deal with victory, with loss, with challenges, with struggles. I think that's why you see success follow so many of these athletes, whether it be in the sporting world or just be in different endeavors in life.
Yeah, I'm with you on that, for sure, Zach. You know, and as you said, an industry job is very possible for a lot of these people. I know that my racing career led to an industry job, and with many different prominent companies, and also some great motorcycle shops that I worked at as well. So, and that industry needs people. It needs good people. It needs qualified people. And of course, somebody who's a racer guy or a racer girl, they're definitely qualified. They know their bike. They know the parts. They could probably be a pretty good mechanic or a parts guy, something like that. And then strive for the general manager's job and own your own shop one day.
Absolutely. Yeah, the possibilities are endless, and I think it's really cool to see as we make our way through some of these pit lanes and check out some of these companies and talk to the employees. It's so cool to hear their stories as well, how they grew up racing, how, you know, hey, they realized I wasn't going to be professional, but I wanted to stay in the industry. And just like you said, Jay, the knowledge that comes with being a racer yourself, growing up involved with the sport, that kind of stuff you just can't learn in a classroom. So really excited to see what the future of JDay holds and where the future leads all of our amazing athletes. Now, Jay, another interesting storyline coming into this weekend was we did have some rain in the area, and they actually canceled practice yesterday because there was so much soft sand on the Moto track. We talk about how much prep goes into a course for JDay, both in the woods and on the motocross track as well. What were you seeing as far as the way this motocross was looking with the rain, and how do you think things shaped up for today?
Well, things shaped up so well today, and it's mostly because of the wise decision of Keith Johnson, who runs the show here at Southwick. It's difficult when you have so many people coming, and of course we had a Noah DuPont Memorial Day type of deal, and we were going to have a practice session. But the prudent decision to stay off the track was very important to that. And the reason for it is, Zach, is the water collects in the lower sections of the track, where Southwick has a lot of uphill, downhill sections like that. So the water will sit in the bottom, and it makes quite a mud hole. And of course, you know, to get that back, you know, and try to, you know, go around it, if you will, you really can't do that. So to stay off the track was the wise decision, and it really shows today as the track is just beautiful.
Absolutely prime looking. Yeah, myself not able to be there right in person, so I would have never known that they had rain coming through. A fantastic job from the track crew and everybody involved, keeping keeping the best option open. You know, sometimes it might not be what the racers want to hear, but it is the best thing for the riders. Now, Jay, we're going to have you head down to the finish line because we have got to get a word with our winner. Oh, as we catch a rider falling over here on the live drone through the extreme section, but definitely want to try to grab a word with that guy right there, the number 27, Christopher Artigian. Man, what a great race he has had. What a solid way to kick off the season finale of the year, taking Jay's advice to heart. Look at the way he was shaping up to each one of those logs, made sure he was hitting it at a straight angle, and that's why he was able to get right through just like that. So we'll have Jay head down towards the finish line, get ready to catch up with our winner here in just a little bit. I believe got maybe just about a lap left to go or so here for this second race of the day. 250C, Open C, and 200C out on course here. Christopher Artigian trying to bring out the checkered flag. Solid way to kick off the day, and saw just a few minutes ago he had a little bit of a close call. It's always hard to tell. Sometimes what looks like a close call to us on the screen, the racers, they don't even know about it. It didn't even spike their heart rate a little bit. So really cool to watch the way these guys stay in control, how well they're able to handle everything out on course, even when things maybe go a little sideways, unlike they were expecting. So, and as you can see, this Southwick course, as we love to see, the ruts already breaking down. Now, this does kind of play into the moisture that we talked about with the sands of Southwick. I think we were going to get these berms and these ruts no matter what. But if there is a little bit extra moisture in there, you can bet your bottom dollar that this thing is going to get as rough as it possibly can. That's what I'm talking about, long, deep acceleration ruts after these jumps. We heard Jay talking about the ups and the downs of this Southwick course. In those low pockets, that's where all the water's going to settle. That sand, have you ever been at the beach trying to make a sand castle? You get that sand a little too wet. It's almost like a sticky suctioning type sand where it wants to bog you down, and almost it's like it's grabbing the motorcycle. So as you can see, working his way through just a little bit of water right there, but Artigian keeping that momentum up. And that's a big name of the game here in the sands of Southwick as well. Momentum. You talk about the dog, Eli Tomac, railing those outsides, or you want to throw it back to Ricky Carmichael playing in the sandbox of Southwick. These guys understand what it means to keep that momentum up, keep the acceleration up, and especially as we get into some of our higher skill levels, maybe some closer battles in those classes as well. It's going to be fun to watch the different line choices that open up. Carrying the momentum around the outside, maybe going to be a little faster, but you're going to be a little longer as well, whereas other riders are going to chop to those insides, but it takes away a ton of that momentum. So we'll see what's going to end up working out the best, especially as this course continues to get rougher and rougher as well. Watching Artigian work his way through just a little bit of lap traffic as he is trying to get ready to close things down, and is going to be hoping to see a checkered flag at that Yamaha finish line here in just a few minutes. Hanging out with us, skying that thing out. I believe that was the big Deegan single. Whoa, hang on to it. Feet coming off the pegs. And that's what we talked about. So you saw the way those ruts almost grabbed the Husqvarna of an Artigian, almost like it was trying to bring the thing underground. And it catches those riders off guard a little bit, because it's not as simple as just pulling straight down. It pulls at an angle, and sometimes it catch the rider off guard, gets their balance off, and can lead to them ultimately having to dismount the motorcycle. So great job from the 27, staying up on the pegs, feet coming off and all, but no worries, kept it cool, calm, and collected, and is back off and rolling as he continues to pick his way through some lap traffic. Heads back up the hill, and won't be long until he expects to see a checkered flag flash back into some of the rest of the field. And we'll see how things are looking here. Like we said, Mason Spencer, your points leader in the 250C class. Dias Andrade on the number 5 leading the way for Open C, and Johnny Patton on the 507 leading the points for 200C. And last we saw, Johnny was leading the way in 200C on course as well. Looks like Andrade has moved his way into the number 1 spot for Open C as well. So your points leader's looking solid. And looks like actually Popel going to make the move into the number 1 spot there for Open C. So some moving around there late in the moto. Love to see that. But watching their way, flashing by, and I mean already right here we're seeing I believe 1, 2, at least 3 different lines on the exit of this section. So like we said, it would not be surprising at all to see 4, 5, I mean, even 6, 7 different lines in some of these sections. Really cool to the raceability that we talk about here. Is shouldn't be long now before we see the Yamaha finish line. And the question is, will there be a checkered flag waving? Watching and waiting. And let's see. More riders making their way through, waiting on the 27. And yeah, as we saw, the 251 was right there behind him. So not a ton of space here between first and second. Yeah, actually just saw a little love tap right there, actually. How about that? So these guys taking it down to the wire. Looks like things not quite done yet. That is going to be Wood on the 251. Sitting there in the number 2 spot. The question is for how long? Like we said, 30-minute motos out here in JDay, so a lot of time on course, and things could definitely start to take their toll late in the race on this one. Get a little bit tired, and looks like the pass was made. There it is, the 251 late in the race moves into the number 1 spot. You see the 27 of Artegian all of a sudden coming to life with a newfound energy. Got to wonder whether he was aware of the rider behind him being in his class or what, but they're getting ready to head into the FMF Extreme section. Look at this, the 251, slow on the brakes. These guys showing some patience through this extreme section as well, because just like that, the 251 almost goes flying over the front end. This is a slow speed chase here at the FMF Extreme section. Artegian trying to go as fast as he can, but knows he can't rush this section because what little he could gain, he could lose a whole lot more. Oh, feet off the pegs. How about that? No worries whatsoever. Yeah, definitely not quite got the leg length of a Malcolm Stewart 27 FXR here, but nonetheless looking just as good. But now he sets his sights back on the 251. Now lap riders getting into the play as well. Folks, look at this. Your leader, nowhere he can go, following right behind the lap traffic. That's going to allow Artegian to get back within a bike length. Oh, we have got a battle on our hands, folks. This is going to be exciting. Now you see, it looks like Wood able to launch just a little bit more on some of these motocross jumps. We've seen Artegian scrubbing off, kind of checking up on some of these jumps. It looks like Wood maybe just a little bit more comfortable on the moto side. That back end just fishtailing, dancing around. Doesn't seem concerned about it though, as he's starting to open up. Probably a bike length or 2 here just on the motocross track so far. And this is what and this is what we talked about with the line selection. You look at this, there it is, the pass back, and problems. The 251 looks like he stalled coming out of that corner. The momentum ripped away from him, ended up slamming on the brakes, and it looks like that might have caused the machine to shut down. The pass made back. Artegian back into the number 1 spot. But look at this, Wood is fired up. You know he was excited to be in that number 1 spot late into the moto. But Artegian keeping the pressure on. Wood was trying those outside lines, trying to carry that momentum, and it kept getting caught up by lap traffic as well. That is one of those unpredictable variables. How is the rider in front of you going to try to move out of the way? Do they tuck to the inside or the outside? And unfortunately for Wood, he just got caught up there, nothing he could do. Artesian smelled blood in the water, boom, made the pass happen right then and there. So now it is back to the number 27 out front, and we're chasing the 251 of Wood on board with our Yamaha Racing live drone. We'll see, a fair bit of time as now we're watching Artesian make his way through, like we said, kind of scrubbing off that double, not wanting to chance anything here on the motocross track, just trying to keep it smooth, keep it on two wheels. That has had him in the lead for arguably about 94% of this entire race so far. There's a brief moment where the 251 made the pass happen, and it was almost like somebody flipped a switch on the number 27 when that pass happened. He all of a sudden had way more intensity on the machine. Got to wonder whether he knew he was under that amount of pressure. But no doubt about it, he responded to that pressure and going to try to see if he can bring things home here. Fishtailing around, up back into the off-road section, going to tuck around, and as you can see, the lap traffic getting a little bit thicker as well. Seems like Artesian a bit more nimble as far as his ability to pick through the lap traffic. Now, not far back there, you still see Wood on the 251. He is down, but certainly not out. He is on the charge, making his way through. And look at this, folks. How many riders? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 riders in front of your leader. New line we're seeing for Artesian. There is Wood now back within about 4 or 5 bike lengths. You can't draw it up any better than this, folks. We have got a chase on our hands just when you think they're out. It is not over yet. This is great action here on RacerTV.com. Christopher Artesian trying to hang on to it, but the 251 of Wood says, hang on to it now. I'm not done yet. The Husky, quick little stall, and then he was back on it trying to chase him down. Yes, talking with our producer, yes, look at this. We got to wait a second. We are less than a bike length apart. Those were your leaders, just flew by us on screen. The 27, a knobby length apart from Wood. This is going to get interesting. Lap traffic up in front of him. How is this going to play out? So tough to be a leader in these conditions because you don't know. Is that rider behind you just one of the lap riders you just pressed? Or is that the guy trying to beat you? The white flag is out, which means we're going to be bringing out a checkered flag any moment. We're here at the Yamaha finish line. Who is it going to be? The 27, the 251? Only time will tell as we are watching and waiting here from the line. A few more riders making their way through, and this is anybody's guess, folks. I am almost holding my breath. They were wheel to wheel in that last camera shot. Wood was on the charge. The question is it enough to take away the win? As we're watching, and it shouldn't be long now. There it is, the 27, and he gets the job done by just barely a bike length. How about that? Christopher Artesian going to hang on for the first Moto win. Wood going to cross the line just behind him. What a battle. The two riders high-fiving, shaking hands. Hopefully, that's what I'm going to tell myself they're doing. And looks like we've got our man Jay McGrath hanging out by the finish line with our race winner.
Zach, that's right. I'm down here with Christopher Artesian, a Rhode Island who had with the Husqvarna ride 51. Chris, tell us about your ride.
It was fun. Definitely rough out there, but I got it done.
Did he sneak up on you with 1 lap to go? Tell us more about that.
I wasn't expecting it. He came out of nowhere. A great battle at the end, though, and it was fun.
Some of your favorite parts of the track out there?
I'd have to say the woods. Moto was pretty hard, but it was fun. But yeah, definitely the woods.
Congratulations, Chris. Great ride, buddy. We'll see you in the second moto.
Thank you.
Great stuff there from Christopher Artigian, and great ride there from the 251 of Wood as well. Man, great battles going on. We'll see if maybe we can even grab a word with the 251. It'd be cool to see what his side of things look like. And good to hear that he did kind of sneak up on the 27. It just seemed like he caught him off guard a little bit. So really able to be the silent assassin, if you will, and sneak up there. We'll see whether or not we can grab a word with him real quick, as he is kind of breaking down the moto with the rest of the race. And there he is, the man, Jay McGrath, going to hang things up and chat it up.
All right, we're here with Jake Wood. Jake, that was a great ride for you, buddy.
The turns, and the foot got stuck in the tire, and then at that.
How's your year been so far?
This is my first year ever racing, so I mean, it's gone. I mean, it's been a blast.
That's a really good coach, buddy. Justin Coquinos for sure.
He's amazing, man.
Excellent, buddy. We wish you the best in the second moto.
Thank you.
Great stuff down there from Jake Wood. First year racing. Well, let's take a look at our race replay, show you exactly how things shaped up here for this second moto. 250C, Open C, and 200C all out on course as we take a look at our factory connection replay. Big shout out to Jay McGrath there for those Luxon post-race interviews. As the FMF Extreme section, man, absolutely living up to the name, but it was all the number 27, Christopher Artigian, man. I mean, really just looked like he was feeling the flow, wasn't under. Corner, locked up the bike, took away all the momentum, and also took away that number one ride. So the battle was on. Who was going to come out on top? It would be the 27, Christopher Artigian, grabbing the win here for your 250C class, our feature class there in that race. We take a look at our Red Bull top 10 here for 250C. This is your top 10 overall points there. So like we said, Artigian sitting only fourth in the points, but able to get the job done here today and grab that first moto win in 250C. Of course, Open C, I know Matthias Andrade was up inside that top three. He was in the lead at one point. Was not sure whether or not he crossed that line in first here for moto number one. Same thing with Johnny Padden, your leader in 200C on points. Only by 5 points, so Johnny really had to perform here today, and last I saw he was out front leading the way in that 200C class. So now getting things together for our next race sitting on the line. Looks like that should be some of our women's pro and women's amateur classes, as well as super senior, vet C, and senior, masters, and vintage C as well, getting ready to take to the track. So that's going to be a ton of fun to watch. And as you can see, look at that, another huge group of riders sitting on the line. I love it. Still seeing some Halloween out there. That's what it's all about, having fun with it. Beetlejuice in the house, getting ready to go racing. The entire cast of Mario Kart got the banana peels locked and loaded. We saw, what is it, Princess Peach, I believe, was racing there in the Stacyc race. And there we see two of some of our top dogs in our women's class. We see the 310 of Kayla O'Neill, as well as the 525 of Addie Harris. Both racers we're familiar with, not only here in JDay, but in the GNCC as well. And these ladies been doing battle all season long. Oh, little tap there from Kayla. Probably going to give her a knuckle tap or a high five. These ladies, great sportsmanship as well. Always cool to see the way these athletes interact with one another. You know, it is tough, it is serious, but at the same time, it's racing. It's a community, it's a family, like we've talked about. You know, these racers, male, female, young and old, they understand that. I think, especially as they get older, we start to appreciate the more unique situation that we're in, how lucky we are to be racers, traveling across the country, across the world, and just to be able to do this, whether, like we said, whether you turn out to be a professional making, you know, your entire living off of racing, or whether you grow up and move into the industry or out of the industry and just continue to love the sport, ride for fun, tune in here on Racing TV. It's just really cool to see. So a ton of great stuff going on as we hang out here at the Fox starting line for our next race of the day. Women's Pro, Women's Amateur, Super Senior, Vet C, and Senior Masters and Vintage C.
Zach, I'd just like to add on your comments about the family aspect of this sport. Cross race was 68 that I went to spectate in 1970. And it's been the best family that I've ever known. The type of people that you meet in the motocross world, the off-road world, because you're a part of it. And I've been in many different countries and many different states, and there's always some family somewhere where you need broke down or something like that, or you just need a place to stay, need a place to practice. It's just such a just how tight he is.
Yeah, and like I couldn't have said it any better, Jay. That's what it is, and it's going to continue. It's continued to do that year after year, generation after generation as well. I think that's what's really cool that we see in this world as well, is how many top athletes we see bringing their sons and daughters, and now even grandsons and daughters, you know, where we've got 3-4 generations of racers. It just goes to show that we talk about, we're kind of a crazy bunch, us motorcycle racers, you know, whether it be motocross, off-road racing. We're a unique group of individuals that the rest of the world maybe quite doesn't understand, and we're okay with that because we all get it. We all love what this sport is about. We all love it. I know that rider's pumped up, shooting us the horns. They're getting ready to go out and have a good time, and that's what it's all about. It's having fun, but it's also, it is serious. These athletes put a lot into it, and you can talk about that as well, Jay. I mean, you know a lot of these athletes personally. Yes, it is fun, but these riders take it seriously as well.
The dedication that goes into it, for sure, because you've got to be sharp. You've got to be, you know, cycle, and you've got to sustain yourself for 30 minutes. It's so much fun because there's so many different personalities. When you look at a motorcycle starting line, people from so many different walks of life. You've got doctors, and everything else in between. So it's just such a diverse you know, people or different people that are here that you know, that go along with it. So it's so much fun because you've got a lot of extroverts. You also have as well, you know, which those guys seem to come to the forefront because of the extroverts. So you get these guys, you know, that are quiet but funny, and then you it is a great time.
Without a doubt, yeah, it's certainly interesting to say the least. I know as an announcer, you probably understand this as well. It's funny, we'll go from a kid that wants to tell us every single thing that happened in the race to sometimes the winner of some of our pro races even. They're a little more tight-lipped. They don't really want to share too much. They even get kind of nervous up on the podium. So it's so funny the way sometimes athletes that are just dominant on the track, it seems like they are just complete professionals. Something as simple as an interview can actually get them more nervous than a race itself. But one thing about it, they all love it. A ton of passion here in this sport. As we've got the machines fired up. Jay, 30-second card is up in the air. It looks like we're just about ready to go racing.
It's a very hot class here, JDay Off-Road. Addie Harris has been very successful on a GNCC level, 6th this year. This title's already been wrapped up by...
Here it is. We're off and rolling. Women's Pro headed into turn 1. Let's see who it's going to be. Couldn't quite make the color of the machine. Headed out of the first turn. Like we said, Kayla O'Neill, I believe, already wrapping up this title. But it's Carly Lee on the KTM out front leading the way with Addie Harris just behind her. Both of these ladies we're familiar with from the GNCC series as well. Meanwhile, look at this chaos in the FMF Extreme section. Oh, up and over the front for the 14 machine. What a flip there. Kayla O'Neill, feet off the pegs. But just like the gear, she is focused. Get it? Focus X? But all right. Anyway, making her way through the FMF Extreme section. It's too early for joke sack. All right, let's make it to 11 o'clock at least. All right, we got the Fox flags up in the air. They're going to shut them down and get ready to roll with our next group. Off and racing. This should be your super senior class headed into the first turn. And as we saw in that last race, a big part of the FMF Extreme section is the chaos and clutter that is already there when you get to it, not just the section itself. So we'll see. Still looks like a couple of riders hanging tough in this section trying to work their way through. Meanwhile, here comes the super senior class. Shout out to Kendall Gaetani on number 16. I believe she is your leader in that women's amateur class, row 1 as well. There you see our Red Bull points for the women's pro. Kayla O'Neill leading the way in that one over Addie Harris, and I believe already wrapping up that title. Ron Lucier on the Honda 242 machine, 242 points, excuse me, 872 on the machine, is leading the way in your super senior points over Robert Buffon on the 387 Beta. So, as we've seen in several different off-road disciplines, Beta back and better than ever. Man, great to see. Love it. Little girl on the side cheering on somebody. I don't know if it was dad, maybe. We got our vet class out there. C-Vet taking to it. Beetlejuice off and rolling. We'll find out how much speed Beetlejuice has got on the machines. Meanwhile, shout out some help here in the FMF Extreme section, helping some of our riders make their way through. And next group headed into it. Chaos. As everybody hopefully was paying attention, listening to Jay's advice, looking ahead, taking your time, and approaching those logs at a straight angle as well. We've seen this more than a few times. You come at that thing sideways, guys, it's not going to work. You're gonna wind up going down. So even from some of our top riders, look at this, Beetlejuice making his way through, trying his luck. I love to see it. This guy's not scared at all. Keeping the front end light. Look at the drive from the Honda two-stroke way on the outside. I got to see if we can get a number on that. Sitting in a third-place spot currently, it looks like. Blank plates on the machine. As we head over, we've got our Senior C, Neil Schnell, leading the way. 219 on the machine, 258 points. In your C senior class, we've got our Masters class. Nathan Martell headed out there on the number 8. And then, of course, our Vintage class, Kurt Seebeck, on the 221 as well. Makes sense that Vintage class headed out there. Some of those bikes looking a little retro. I love to see it though, retro and still fully capable of that. Look at that retro Yamaha making its way through. That thing looked like it had Damon Bradshaw still attached to it. So we now flash forward to the Yamaha Racing live drone. Looks like they have made their way off of the Moto track here, and that looks to be Addie Harris now making the move for the #1 spot. Carly Lee going to slot back to the #2 ride. These ladies do battle pretty much anytime they're on course. I have seen them wheel to wheel just this close in GNCC as well, and now they are doing it at the front of the field here in our Women's Pro. Look at the gap they have opened up. There is Kayla O'Neill. Kayla didn't quite get the jump that she needed off the line. Trying to see who that was. I believe that was the 206 making her way through. But absolutely fantastic racing so far. As that battle tightening up, and we've already had a change for the lead is Addie Harris on the 525 and Carly Lee on that 482 machine, sitting at 1 and 2 right now. And we talk about off track. Yeah, we've got you know, a lot of friends. We talk about competitors, but also friendship as well. I know Carly Lee and Kayla O'Neill, who you're seeing on screen right now, both very close friends as well. And you know, like we said, obviously not only racing here in JDay together, but racing in GNCC as well. I know Addie Harris, familiar with them from the GNCC courses as well. And it's just funny. We talk about, it seems like sometimes you have that Velcro rider, that magnetic rider, where it doesn't seem to matter if you get a good start or a bad start. You're always battling the same rider. And at least for me, it has seemed like for Addie Harris, that has been Carly Lee and vice versa. They have been wheel to wheel more than a couple of times throughout the season that I have seen. And now we're seeing it here in JDay as well. Meanwhile, Kayla O'Neill, Kayla staying very consistent. I think that's a big part of her wrapping up this title is consistency. Kayla, talked to her off the machine before. Very extroverted girl, great interview, really loves to break things down, tons of fun to talk to, and extremely skilled on the machine as well. We hang out here with our Fox FPV drone, hanging on the rear wheel of Addie Harris. Meanwhile, turning around, guess who's there? That's right, it's Carly Lee, and she's back up. And talking to Addie Harris's mom, one of the things that she's talked about with Addie having to develop a little bit more skill on the moto side of things. Addie, an extremely accomplished racer in GNCC discipline and the off-road specific discipline, but when it comes to JDay, that's not all that you need. You've got to bring the speed, intensity, and confidence of the motocross world as well, and that's where Addie has had to put in a little bit of work. She's jumped up to the big bike, and it seems like over the last year, she's really started to get comfortable. Meanwhile, whoa, hang on to it. Addie a little heavy over the front end, able to save it. And looks like Carly Lee trying to close things up, but our man Jay McGrath was able to catch up with our points leader, currently sitting third, Miss Kayla O'Neill.
All right, and here we are with Kayla O'Neill. Kayla has wrapped up the championship here at JDay Off-Road with one race remaining. Kayla, tell us about your season.
It's been pretty good. This is my first year ever doing JDay. I came from GNCC. I did GNCC for like 3-4 years and decided to change it up this year. I did a little moto this year. Decided to start with JDay because it's half woods, half moto. Still a little in my comfort zone. I really like the 30-minute moto layout. I've been really enjoying it. The wind is good, you know. I've been battling with Addie Harris all year. She missed a few rounds, so the win is...
A little bit of technical issues there with the Kayla O'Neill interview, but as she said, we talked about the consistency. Addie Harris missing a couple of rounds, so Kayla, one of the things I love about talking to Kayla is she's pretty blunt. She's very open and honest, as you can probably tell from that interview. A great interview, a great athlete to talk to, and she holds herself accountable as well. So believe what she was saying was that obviously she's extremely proud and glad to have wrapped up this title, but she knows that part of that had to do with maybe some of the competition not being there every round as well. Whoa, hang on to it, Kayla, getting a little bit of that Southwick sand. We talked about how thick things are getting in some of those bottom sections, and talk about needing a lot of strength. Picking a machine up in the sand like this is not easy, folks, all right? Trust me. So Kayla doing a great job, got the thing fired, or picked back up. Didn't even look like it stalled out, so O'Neill back off and rolling. Little glance back, checking where the rest of the field is. Maybe checking to see how far. Whoa, what a save. Man, talk about a kick. And this is what we talked about, the little things here on the motocross track. I think a lot of folks at home watching might be saying, well, the challenge is really in the woods. The motocross track can't be that bad, right? No, my friends. We heard even from that last interview from our last Moto winner that the motocross track might be the toughest part of this JDay course so far. So things going to be really interesting here as we now flash back forward, and it looks like that is still Addie Harris out front leading the way, and Addie really been impressive this season. Like I said, she jumped up to the big bike and has kind of found her own. She's moved up into that women's pro class, and that's a big jump. You talk about jumping into the pro ranks. That's scary. You know, these are the big dogs. These are the top ladies in the world in this discipline of racing, and Addie went into it open mind, open to the challenges, and she did. She had some challenges up front, had to make some adjustments, but man, really been impressed with what I've seen from Addie throughout the season, both in GNCC and then here in JDay as well. That speed and intensity really looking like it's starting to come to her naturally, and she's able to carry that across any discipline that she chooses to race. So there you see, look at that, tons of speed coming down the hill, tucks to that inside roller. We'll flash back, and there is Carly Lee. So still not too far back. Lee still probably able to capitalize of a mistake on Harris if she had a tip over or something like that. And then we'll wait and see. There was a fair bit of distance between those top two and Kayla O'Neill. So we'll see whether or not O'Neill has closed that up at all. Obviously, as we saw, she had that little tip over, so that probably cost her a little bit of time. So keep an eye on that and see how things are shaping with Kayla O'Neill sitting back there in the third place spot. Looking like Martell leading the way in that Masters class. We'll take a look. Nathan Martell on the number 8. That is your points leader. And taking a look at the vintage class, looks like that's Michaelenko on the 338 leading the way currently in that vintage class. He's sitting in the fourth place spot in your points. So a little shake up there here in the Moto running. Meanwhile, your Fox FPV, and we are on the rear wheel of Addie Harris right now. Jumping on board that KTM. Believe she's on board with that Landers KTM crew. I know a ton of help there from KTM. She's got that Moose Racing gear looking good. And then we flash back to Carly Lee. We saw just peeking through the woods there. We're going to watch and wait here at the Yamaha Racing finish line for them to make their way through. But so far, so good. Now, as we saw in that last race, 30-minute moto, you're going to start to wear down. You're going to start to get tired. That's where we start to see those little mistakes. And as if that wasn't difficult enough, that's when you also start to see those lap riders, as we got right on cue. Almost like I timed that up. Now, Addie Harris switching some of those lines up inside to outside, able to put one of them behind. Nice job checking up a little bit. Whoa, see, that's what we're talking about. Gotta watch out for those lap riders. They're crazy. You never know. And that's no disrespect to our other riders out there as well. Like I said, everybody got equal rights out there on the track. They're all in a race of their own, but Addie Harris as the leader and as the faster rider, unfortunately, that responsibility kind of falls on you. You got to predict what those riders are going to do, and sometimes you guess right, sometimes you don't. But Harris doing a great job right now of picking her way through, and man, love this camera shot. Just shows how quick the decisions have to be made in off-road racing. We talk about, oh, you're skimming trees, you're within inches of putting yourself on the ground. There's a little bit of old, a little bit of new, some vintage and some modern. Addie Harris did a quick little stoppie there after that log. Gonna double those logs right there. Man, really looking comfortable. Addie, not sure of her exact height, but not super tall, but able to keep the feet on the pegs. I mean, that is a textbook way to go through that section. Now, Carly Lee, I know she is not extremely tall, one of the smaller riders here in our women's pro class. And right there, tried to thread the needle between those two lap riders and just wasn't quite able to do it. You see her keeping that machine running back on the KTM, and Man, big shout out to Carly right there. That was a kind of just like I just got to send it. Didn't go for the double, but knew she had to get through that right there. So Lee, quick little mistake, but picked it right back up and still able to hang on to that second place spot in your women's pro.
Zach,
Meanwhile,
just a little inside information in this class, of course. It hosts the women's pro class, but there's also the super seniors out there in the masters class. So a lot of experienced riders out there, one of them being the Nate Martell, number 8, riding the masters class this year, which is for riders 60 years and older. The super senior class is the 50 years old and older, and Nate was the terror of that class for the last 10 years after moving up this year. But just before that, 10 championships in a row in that super senior class, a serious unbeaten streak in the championship realm, but a lot of moto wins, a lot of overall wins. There were times when some riders could beat him, but he has been the class of the class in that super senior for the last 10 years, and now putting an assault on the masters class. Nate Martell.
How cool is that? And Nate Martell, if I'm not mistaken, actually leading that class right now. So Martell picking up right where he left off. And Jay, you can touch on this as well. We talk about the duration of time that these athletes spend racing with us. Like you said, 55 plus, 60 plus years old, and these athletes are still out here racing with us. That is absolutely incredible. Might not quite have the same intensity that they did 30 years ago, but that does not matter. The battles are just as intense, and Nate Martell, just like you said, Jay, showing what he's capable of right now, leading the way.
Yeah, Nate has raced most of his life, really. He's about just 3 years younger than I am, but I took a long time off of racing. Last year I had one event that was the first one in about 20 years. But Nate has continued to race. Motocross when we were young, got into the off-road scene a little while later, and has really continued to do the Netra events up here and the JDay for many, many years now. He's a marvel for sure.
Yeah, that's absolutely fantastic. And that's a big point that you bring up. So much of it is consistency, right? These athletes, they race and they ride, and that's what they do. And it's so cool to see. You know, I know my father, over 60 years old, and still he rides more than I do, and in great shape. It's such a great way for these athletes to stay sharp, not only in the body, but as we touched on as well, and Jay, you can talk about this, the mental side of racing JDay, how quick these decisions have to be made. Those are the little details as well that people don't often think about. The quick decision, the hand-eye coordination, these are all little details that are crucial for success in off-road racing.
Well, Zach, not only are you battling the track out there, but you're battling so many different riders. Some of them are in your class and some of them are not. Some of them are in the middle of a race with somebody in their class, and some of them are just lap riders that you come up on and you have to use an obstacle to get around. But it is such quick thinking that comes along with this sport. And even the riders at the lowest level are quicker than most people in general everyday life. And it's just amazing to see some of these people doing such a great job out here. And, you know, just to look at them, you know, you want to form that opinion. Don't, because they will surprise you.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Yeah, do not assume anything in racing, that's for sure. And watching Carly Lee make her way through here in one of the wooded sections. But yeah, absolutely, you take even the lower level, some of our 50cc or even our Stacyc racers, like you talk about kids as young as 2 and 3 years old able to operate a battery powered motorcycle, essentially balance the machine, go over obstacles, all while battling other riders as well. That level of mental thought and the ability to put all of that stuff together at such a young age is absolutely incredible. And that's why we see these kids and the technical skills that they are building beyond just for the ability to race. It carries into the classroom, it carries into life as well. Kayla O'Neill making her way through. Now, Jay, you were able to talk with Kayla. We had a little bit of technical difficulties, but she talked about the pride wrapping up that women's pro title, but also recognizing that the competition, missing some rounds here and there. Really love what I hear from Kayla as far as embracing the competition. We know she's big friends with Carly Lee, has a ton of respect for Addie Harris as well. The camaraderie between these top female athletes as well, really cool to see here in 2025.
Yeah, it was a delight to interview Kayla yesterday. she's a really great personality and definitely showed the respect that you're speaking of, especially for Addie Harris. You know, as I told her, it doesn't matter, you know, how many races that anybody was in. At the end of the series, when you're named the champion, you're named the champion. Every rider has the opportunity to be at every event. They just choose to go different places or chase different series, and that's just the way it is. So she did a fine job, and she is, like I say, just a delight to talk to, and she's doing a great job out there right now. One who I'd like to give a shout out to in that women's pro class is Ruby Festini. Ruby Festini, before Addie Harris came along, was that same rider type of deal where she was very young. I think she won her first title at like 14 or 15 years old, and that's in the women's pro class. And Ruby is having a real good ride out there. Right now she sits in third spot, but just wanted to give a shout out to that Connecticut rider, Ruby Festini.
Yeah, so glad that you brought up the Fustini family. We've seen Ruby and her brother Jigs as well racing with us at GNCC, so a name I'm sure Racer TV is familiar with. But yeah, Ruby, we've seen that in the WXC and GNCC and in the Women's Pro here at JDay. She jumped up at a very young age and very quickly adjusted to the pace and intensity that you see here in this Women's Pro class. And like you said, I believe Addie Harris was the next in line to follow in those footsteps. So it really is so fun to watch the way things develop year after year, as looks like last I saw on the running order, it had Fustini in the number 2 spot. Not sure if maybe Lee having some transponder issues as we watch her making her way through the extreme section much smoother this time. FMF extreme section, no worries for the 482 of Carly Lee. Just goes to show when these athletes are able to take their time and approach the way they want to, they can get through it no problem. It's when the rest of the chaos is surrounding it that things get a little more difficult. But man, Jay, one of the things that I really love about this class that we've got on track right now is our vintage class, because not only do we talk about the riders and what they're capable of doing and how they traverse the course as well, but the machine's going to be a lot older, and with that, maybe not going to be able to handle the challenges and conditions nearly as well as some of these modern motorcycles. As we see Kayla O'Neill putting on a little smoke show shoot here. She's actually stuck between these 2 logs. So look at this, going to get a little bit of help. Going to try to get her up and over, hang on to it. Look at that, doesn't even put the feet back on the pegs, just dumps the throttle and says, we got to get over the next log. Great job from Kayla O'Neill. But back to what I was saying, Jay, this vintage class, a ton of fun to watch, not only for the racers out there, but man, those vintage machines, so cool to see them traversing this modern course.
The vintage riders are the guys who have the smiles a mile wide. They're having the most fun. They're out on the motorcycle that they've had for many, many years, or maybe they just got one that was something that they owned when they were younger. And it's amazing to see the preparation that some of these vintage bikes have. We just saw Kyle Hangos go by on this really cool old Honda, and just amazing to see these bikes are still effective. You know, they really are. And some of these guys are more comfortable on those older bikes than they are on the newer bikes. One thing I would like to do while I have the moment, shout out to a guy who's way over 70 years old, who's on the track right now, Bob Bear. Bob has been a New England expert in motocross for many years and continues to race. And it's just a marvel to see. He's a friend of mine for many years. They own a local farm around here, and Bob is just one of the nicest guys out there, and good to see that you can still do it over 70 years old.
Man, that is absolutely incredible, and just so cool to see. I mean, if that doesn't put a smile on your face, I don't know what will. Over 70 years old, enjoying the racing community and enjoying racing itself. That's what it's all about. Yeah, you bring up an interesting point. It is so funny to listen to some of these vintage riders, because they will say, I will pick my 1987 Yamaha 250 over a brand new YZ 250 any day of the week. They are comfortable with these bikes. They've grown up on them. They're so familiar with them. Those vintage riders, a ton of fun to watch. I know here on Racer TV we do the vintage race at Daytona as well, and Megawatt Matt Watson basically puts a whole history lesson on for the entire day, tells us about the machines and everything to go along with them. I absolutely love it, the history of this sport. Not only the way safety equipment has changed. Not only the way the courses have changed, but to see the technology change in suspension, in engine design, in the way machines are cooled. It is so cool to watch the way this sport has developed over the years, and then we continue to work with amazing brands like Yamaha and watch the changes over the last 10 years or so, continuing to redesign and innovate the modern motorcycle. So a ton of fun here in this vintage class as we watch Addie Harris go by. Had a great shot of her making her way around the motocross track, launching some of those jumps, no problem whatsoever.
Now, one of the riders in that women's class, the pro women's class, I'd like to give a shout out to is a Vermont rider, Eden Natelko. She sits in 4th right now. Eden is a former national hare scramble champion in the youth division in the women's, and also a freestyle skier. And you've even seen her on TV. She's that good. So glad to see that Eden Natelkos is out here with us at JDay Offroad.
So watching on your screen is more of our riders that make their way through. You can see the pylon over on the left side of your screen showing Nate Martell still out front leading the way in that Masters class. Looks like Michaelenko leading the way in that vintage class. So Nathan Michaelenko on the 338. And white flag coming out. 1 lap left to go for Addie Harris as she is making her way through some lap traffic. You can see her split through and get ready to head into the FMF Extreme section once again.
A little piece of really nice pumpkin bread.
And look at that, taking a little bit of time there, and that is the little things that we talk about, the maturity of a racer. So right there, Addie Harris probably could have pushed the issue. She could have run it up the inside, maybe made a block pass on that lap rider, but Addie playing it smart, telling herself, hey, you don't need to. You've got a gap built up over Carly. You're not under any immediate pressure. Don't take the risk of doing something like that. Wait an extra few seconds, and then you can make the pass around. So really like the maturity and the thought process for Addie Harris there, taking just a few extra seconds and making sure she's able to get through that section clean. As now we watch her through the FMF Extreme section. Now over on the side of the track, you're seeing some of those riders taking a longer route that goes around the Extreme section. So that is an option line. Not as fast, not as direct as the FMF Extreme section, but obviously in that section, maybe a little too difficult for you. Don't quite think you've got what it takes to make it through it. You can take a little, just a little bit longer section, make your way through it, and make your way through the FMF Extreme section. So some options line there for some of our riders, but Harris able to get through with no problem whatsoever as she brings out the white flag. 1 lap left to go as she makes her way through this Southwick motocross track. And like we said, going to see Harris skying out some of these jumps, really coming into her own in the motocross side of things here. We heard from Kayla O'Neill, one of the beauties of JDay is kind of splitting between the off-road and the motocross side of things. Is watching Carly Lee making her way through. Great save there, a little shake of the head, takes a breath, regroups, and now heads out. Oh, hang on to it. Those 2 logs, once again, such a difficult section. Looks like that second one maybe just a tick larger than the first. Lee, though, absolutely bulletproof. Jay, it is so impressive to watch these ladies. They go down over and over. The sections, the FMF Extreme section, been absolutely brutal for them, and they pick the machine right back up and keep going like nothing happened. These women, as tough as they get.
Yes,
Meanwhile, watching right now, looks like Addie Harris on our Yamaha live drone, picking her way through this Southwick motocross track, the 525. There she is. Launches her way down the hill. And looks like that might be the 747 she's getting ready to put behind her. One of our women's amateur racers, if I'm not mistaken. And, oh, look at this, Kayla O'Neill having some problems here in the FMF Extreme section. Looks like that's that final long. Able to pick things back up. There we go, getting that throttle worked out. Maybe a little twisted. And heads back down the tail end of the motocross track. Won't be long, she'll be back into the woods, getting ready to close things out. I believe that was Haley Kelly I saw back there in the women's amateur class. She was one of our Loretta Lynn's apprentices this year, up there from the Northeast. Rides up at Index 207 regularly. Oh, look at this, some lap rider conflicts up ahead of Addie Harris. Wow, great heads-up riding from the 525. That could have been chaos as some lap traffic slamming into each other. Meanwhile, Harris cutting it a bit close with some lap riders either way. And just goes to show you can do everything right, but you still got to deal with those lappers no matter what. Harris picking her way through one of the higher speeds off-road sections, tucks back into the woods. And let's see, headed down the hill. She takes that center line. We've seen a lot of people picking one side or the other, but Harris launching her way down the hill, carrying a ton of speed. So good stuff from Addie Harris as she is trying to bring things home here on this final lap. And we'll watch and wait for the KTM of Carly Lee. Shouldn't be too far behind. We'll see whether or not anything has changed with that, as should still be Ruby Fustini, I believe, in the number 3 spot, just in front of Kayla O'Neill. Have not seen Ruby on screen, or if I have, I haven't realized that it was her, but I believe she is sitting in that number 3 spot. So big shout out to Ruby Fustini, who, just like Jay was saying, has really been able to make a statement as she has come into this JDay series. So we hang here and watching and waiting. Getting a nice glimpse of some of those retro bikes as well. But now we'll flash forward to the Yamaha finish line, and the question is, where is Addie Harris? Jay McGrath going to be hanging out there just past the finish line, going to catch up with our race winners here in just a moment. Some of those vintage bikes making their way through. So cool to have those things out and about with us. But meanwhile, white flag's out, checkered flag is locked and loaded. All eyes on the wood line for the 525 of Addie Harris. Going to try to bring out the checkered in our featured class, our women's pro class. This is what it's all about. We're going to try to wrap things up here for our women's pro, our women's amateur, our super senior, and then our vet C, senior C, and master's class. There it is, checkered flag waving, and the Moto 1 win. Going to go to the 525 of Addie Harris here for your women's pro class. There you see the family and crew standing by to greet her after the finish. We'll give a quick little race breakdown. Little high five there to our man Jay McGrath. Give her just a second here to grab a drink of water, wipe the face off, and then we're going to try to get a word with her here on Racer TV, hear about that moto and how things went. We'll continue to watch here at the finish line for Carly Lee. Jay, if you've got Addie ready, feel free to jump in whenever. But right now, watching and waiting for who we believe will be Carly Lee coming across the line in the number 2 spot. And should be Ruby Fustini
on the first lap.
In the number 3 spot. Well, let's get ready to send things down and catch a word with your race winner. Should be Jay McGrath standing by with Addie Harris. Oh.
Unfortunately, we don't have a camera right now. We could probably get
yeah, Jay, we got you on the drone, so we can see you loud and clear, and we'll head over.
All right, well, let's get with it here.
There we go.
A Rhode Island rider. Addie, of course, is the winner of the women's pro class. Addie, how'd that race go for you?
Track was on the extreme.
You seemed like you had things really good in that extreme section, and it seemed like the reason was is you were going straight on those obstacles. Am I right?
Yeah, definitely. There's just dogs out there.
That's right. And this the only class you're racing today?
Yeah.
All right, so we'll wish you luck in that second moto. I know the championship is going to escape you this year, but I know you'll be back for that for next year, sure.
Definitely, yeah.
And good luck in the GNCC, which I know you've done well this year for sure.
Thank you.
All right, great stuff there from Addie Harris, grabbing the win in your women's pro class. Look at that, still has some tear-offs on the goggles. Great stuff there from Jay McGrath with our Luxon post-race interviews. Addie Harris wrapping things up there for your women's pro classes. Now we flash forward to the Fox starting line, where we should be getting things ready for our pro and amateur 125 class. We'll have our open B class, 250 and 200 B classes as well, open electric B, and our sportsman class. So a lot of races on the line. And back here at the Yamaha finish line, our racers making their way off. I love it. Throwing us some thumbs up there on Racer TV, seeing the drone. Everybody excited to get JDay on Racer TV, as are we. Man, this is a ton of fun. This is what I love to see, the families and friends coming up to the riders afterwards, giving them hugs, high fives, celebrating a job well done. That's what it's all about. So great stuff going on here at the finish line. As everybody hanging tough. Like we said, if you guys have not already, make sure you're following us on social media as well at Racer TV, and then of course JDay Offroad as well. Make sure you guys are up to date on all things going on with Racer TV. Like we said, all racing all the time, tons of racing action. And we're going to get ready to toss things to a commercial break before we come back with more racing here from the 2025 JDay Off-Road season finale on Racer TV. We'll be right back.
We've been there since the very beginning.
20 left, the main event, the mud, the blood, the beer.
Organizing the industry and building champions. "100 years of defending your rights to ride into the future."
Redline Oil, formulated to win, proven by me.
Redline Oil, formulated to win.
Formulated to win.
Formulated to win, proven by me.
Formulated to win, proven by me.
Proven by me.
Proven by me.
Redline Oil, formulated to win, proven by me.
JDay on Racer TV is brought to you by Fox Racing. Honor yesterday, conquer today, invent tomorrow. Yamaha, revs your heart. FMF. Feel the power. All right. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to RacerTV.com, bringing you the 2025 JDay Off-Road season finale here from Southwick, Massachusetts, the Factory Connection Southwick 2 to close out the 2025 season. Big shout out to everybody involved with AG Video, bringing you guys this live broadcast here from Southwick. Like we said, the partnership with JDay and Racer TV, something I know I'm excited about, and I hope many others are excited about it as well. We just wrapped up our Women's Pro, Women's Amateur, Super Senior, Vet C, Senior C, Masters, and Vintage classes, all out on track. We'll give you a quick look at our top 10 from our featured class. That is our Women's Pro class. We heard from our Moto winner, Addie Harris, getting the job done. Really solid performance from Addie, man. Great start, and then just hitting her marks from there. Good job from Carly Lee as well. We saw inside the top 3, I believe, going to cross the line in the number 2 spot. Ruby Fustini, a little quiet on the camera side of things, but, man, she was making some moves and I believe worked her way up into that number 3 spot. And then, yeah, there we see. So it is Addie Harris. I believe it is Carly Lee in that number 2 spot. I think she was having some transponder issues, so might be wrong, but I'm pretty sure Carly's in that number 2 spot. That would put Ruby Fustini in the number 3 spot. Kayla O'Neill just off the podium in the number 4 spot. Looks like Gaetani going to grab the win in our women's amateur class as well. So a big shout out to Kendall Gaetani on the number 16. That's your points leader in the women's amateur. Might have already wrapped that title up, but trying to add a couple more wins to the list as well, as we see our next group of riders sitting on the line, get ready to take off. And that is going to be a fun one to watch. We've got our Pro-Am 125 riders, and we've got some big names in this one. Brandon Gregoire, Justin Kokinos. Brandon Gregoire and Justin Kokinos both in that Pro-Am 125 class. But while we wait to get things started on that, it might not be as loud, but the racing action certainly as loud. We had some electric bike racing yesterday here on course. I'm talking Surons, I'm talking all of them. I can't keep track of how many brands there are now, but they're awesome. They're a ton of fun. And when the flag went down, the revs did not go up, but all of a sudden the riders were off and rolling. So impressive to see the electric bike technology. Look, I don't care if you're a lover or a hater.
Let me just cut in here. I'm down at the starting line, and I'm here with Brandon Gregoire, who has the big number 1 on his bike. Brandon, you're the champion in the 125 Pro 24. What about this class?
Yeah, it's been tough, man, but it's just making me stronger as a person. I'm turning myself into a beast, so it's going to be a damn good day.
I know you're in a big win as well, so
you know, man, it's me against me out there, and just really appreciate the whole Ampro Yamaha team for everything done for me, and it's time I go repay them for all the hard work they've given me.
Best of luck, buddy.
Hey, I love it. Great stuff there from Brandon Gregoire, one of the top dogs, like we said, here in JDay, running that number 1 here in the 125 Pro-Am class. He is battling within 2 points of our pro title as well. And one of the things that I love about Brandon, I've been able to talk to him a couple of times, he puts it all on himself. As you heard right there, it's me versus me. This is not a guy that wants to look at other people for excuses as to why things did or did not go his way. So I'm very excited to see what Gregoire is able to do here in this 125 class. Only 27 points the difference between Gregoire and Kokinos. So let's see as the board makes its way across, and we are just about ready to go racing. There you see Gregoire. He's on the far left-hand side of your screen, that green number 1, and I believe that's Kokinos in the all-white gear just beside him. And here we go. We are off and rolling. The Fox FPV going to carry us into turn number 1. Who is going to grab that early race lead? So important. And let's see these guys. I'm excited to watch the FMF Extreme section with these guys. This is how you do it here, folks. As here we go, headed into it. Everybody trying to decide which way they want to go. To try to see, look at this, everybody making their way through. Whoa, the Suzuki, a big end over end. Pastrana style there. I love it though. These guys don't even finish crashing before they're already standing back up. Extreme section or not, no worries about it. These riders are extreme as well. And that Suzuki kick-starting back up and back off and rolling as now we get ready for our B Open 250B, 200B. I'll get ready to go out on course as well. So going to raise the skill level just a little bit here in some of these B classes in Pro-Am 125. And big turnout for this as well. Love to see the numbers that we've got here. As the FPV drone going to try to chase him down, headed to this FMF Extreme section. We'll watch and wait, see whether we get any more gymnastics here. As this is, as always, a fan favorite section. You can see them lined up behind the FMF banners. Nobody wants to see anybody crash, but if they're going to crash anyway, somebody might as well be there to watch just in case. So the fans hanging out at the FMF Extreme section doing the best they can. As we flash back to the Fox starting line, we have our next group. I believe this will be 250B to get ready to take to the course. A big group on this one. I mean, that's got to be close to 30, 40 riders all on that line. Headed into it, bar banging right from the flag drop. Love to see it. These B classes, similar in Moto, this is arguably some of the most intensity you'll see all day long. B riders, they love to send it. The B stands for big, and they go big for sure. Look at this, one rider, he's not sure if he even wants to get into this extreme section. Meanwhile, here comes the B class. That 52 Kawasaki, not quite sure who that is. But man, that's looking like a nice machine. And looking like they're leading the way. A couple of riders, some big air through this FMF Extreme section as well. And like we're seeing a ton of riders on course, this is really going to be interesting as we get deeper into this race as well. The higher skill level riders are going to be a bit harder to pass for lap traffic. So we could see this play into that Pro-Am 125 race as well. If Gregoire didn't get a great start, didn't quite get to see where him and Coquinos were, then that could potentially work in favor of Coquinos, potentially get him that points up to battle for the title. Like we said, 2 Moto formats, so things far from over here in the season finale. So back here at the FMF Extreme section, a couple of riders trying to at least move their way to the side, so maybe not affecting other riders quite as much. And then they're going to try to move that thing. Good job from the 215, manhandling that machine over the logs. I believe this is 200B potentially headed towards us. And then last but certainly not least, this might be our AC. We're going to take a look here. Yep, we've got our Open Electric B and then our Sportsman class. But this should be Sportsman, the final row taken off here. And once again, another big class. We see the 220 of Cooper Jones. He's one of the top amateur riders that we have in GNCC as well. He's on that Landers KTM. Excited to see him out here with us. And like we said, seeing some riders, big pile up there. Getting a little sideways, up and over. Oh, now it's turning into a big party, for lack of better words, as we're 5 or 6 deep on that one log. It's kind of like when you go to the lake and you see all the turtles hanging out on the log together. That's what it looked like right there. But now they're scared off. They're headed back. They're racing.
Zach, let me interject here at this point and tell you about that 125 Pro class. We tried to have an interview with Brandon Gregoire, who's leading the points and the reigning champion in this class. Not sure how well that went. There was a lot of noise down there. But Brandon's definitely one to watch, and his start was phenomenal, and he's leading right now. Coquinos is out here as well. There's a bunch of fast guys, but one of the guys to watch is number 42 of Kyle Hangos. Kyle is a many-time JDay off-road champion as well as a motocross champion, and one of the first real big motocross guys to switch over to this series. So keep an eye on that number 42, who's well over 30 years old at this point.
Wow, fantastic stuff. Yeah, so Great stuff there, Jay. So you're saying it is, Gregoire out front lead the way. Do we know where Coquinos was off the line? Looked like he was lined up next to Gregoire, but didn't quite see where he shuffled in out that first turn.
Yeah, I haven't seen him come by yet. It's possible that he was the second place rider, but I wasn't able to catch that number. I'm not sure if he's having trouble right now, but we're going to keep an eye out for him. Another one to watch in this class who's running in the top 3 right now is Ryan Amancio. And I know, Zach, you've seen him at the GNCC level. And Ryan, a Connecticut rider and a young man who is really going fast.
Yeah, absolutely. Ryan Amancio actually just jumping up on one of our top amateur podiums for GNCC and really opening up about the struggles he's been dealing with recently, both mentally and physically, getting back to 100%. He was one of our breakout youth riders in the GNCC, battling it out for that YXC1 Super Mini title. But man, look at the bike skill, just the technical riding skill of Brandon Gregoire. He's on that Ampro Yamaha 125. Now jumping back in, looks like that's Justin Coquinos that we're following also on the Yamaha. He's in the all-white gear. But Gregoire, talk about executing when you need to most. He said it in that pre-race interview, Jay. We did catch a little bit of it. He said it's me versus me, and right now he's getting the best of himself right now.
Yes, he is. And Justin Coquinos is in the frame right now, running in second spot, not too far off that pace of Gregoire.
Justin Coquinos trying to give him some chase, but Brandon Gregoire going to make it hard on him by getting a great start. And then, just like you said, Jay, Ryan Amancio really going to be a name I think we're going to be talking about for years to come as well, both on a GNCC scale and JDay as well. We've seen him involved with both of these series for several years now, and one of those riders that we do see feeling a bit of that moto flow as well. Oh, problems, one rider, great job adjusting to that down rider. But we've got some big names in this one, very excited to see. And then in our Open B class as well, we've got Daniel Gold, who's leading the way in points on the number 28, Corey Stolarski on the number 104, only about 24 points back. So we'll see how things shape up. But right now, watching the 432 Beta on your screen, that's Braden Nolette trying to chase down the Yamaha in front of him. Trying to see who that is in front of him. Can't quite get the number on that Yamaha, potentially Taylor Beckwith. But right now, the 432 of Braden Nolette really looking strong, Jay.
Yes, he is on the move. And referring to that battle on the Open B, the two riders you referred to, Gould in 7th spot at this moment, and Stolarski sitting in 3rd spot. So the boys have got to do a little movement, but I'm sure that all these riders in between help that points battle for one rider and not so much for the other.
So great stuff here as on screen watching your Pro-Am 125, Open B, 250B, and 200B, as well as our Sportsman class as well. And love to see the battles that we've got here. And Jay, another thing that we love about these season finales is that we have some riders jumping up into classes for the first time throughout the season, right? So we have young kids that maybe were moving up from a Super Mini. Now they're jumping up to a 125 class, or vice versa, as far as 125 to 250, so on and so forth. So there's always some excitement in these series finales because you never quite know who's going to be lining up in what class. So watching right now and taking a stroll through the Racer TV live comments here. Glad to have everybody on board and watching with us. If you're just joining us, I know what you're thinking. GNCC wrapped up last weekend. Minios isn't for another few weeks. This is the JDay Offroad season finale here on RacerTV.com. And excited to be a part of the partnership between JDay and Racer TV and to bring you this action. So watching right now as Brandon Gregoire, your leader in the Pro-Am 125 class. Man, great intensity from the Beta. Curious if that smoke that you're seeing on screen was from... No, there is the battle between the Yamaha and the Beta. So that one rider that made his way through, bike looking a little rich there to say the least, but going to keep grinding through. Meanwhile, that battle on screen between Nolet and looked like that might have been Beckwith in front of him on the Yamaha continues as they are wheel to wheel in that last camera shot.
And Beckwith is a motocrosser mostly. He has decided to do this JDay stuff recently, the last couple of years, but he's got a dad that's dedicated to he and his sons. He's got a brother who races or maybe used to race, I'm not sure, but Taylor Beckwith is definitely someone to watch, and he has adapted to this JDay stuff pretty quickly.
And Jay, you can touch on this as well. This is, you talk about adapting to the JDay format. It's something where whether you come from a motocross background or come from an off-road background, you have to adjust either way because you have that perfect blend here at JDay where you have to be able to execute the motocross track, but then you also have to be able to do the technical, tight off-road racing as well. So really getting the best of both worlds here in JDay.
Yes, and you'll see the guys that are normally just woods riders will go off and venture into the motocross world and try to get some experience that way. But the guys who really are the most successful at this series are the ones who come from the motocross background. Now, remember, you got to throw in this that we see on the screen now, the FMF Extreme section, and that's a whole different thing. You know, that's type of Graham Jarvis type of deal. And there you go, rider down right there, the number one.
Yep.
Brandon Gregoire. That's a tough section in there, Zach, I'll tell you. It's slippery. It's all different angles. And as we said, you try to hit it straight on, and that's the most difficult thing.
Well, and like you touched on earlier, as we watched this side-by-side battle with Beckwith and Nolet, look at this, Jay. You can't get more close than this. Through the FMF Extreme section, side-by-side, looks like Nolet might be able to make the pass happen if he can keep it on two wheels for these final logs, and he does. So a pass made through the FMF Extreme section by the beta of Braden Nolet on the number 432. But like you talked about, you had some moisture in the sand, some rain throughout the week. That moisture is going to start to get painted onto those logs and make them even more slick, making it that much more crucial to hit them at a straight angle.
That is so true, buddy. It takes, you know, those logs that they use soak in that moisture, and it doesn't really dry out all day long. You know, that's something that's going to be slippery throughout the day. Touch on that Braden Nolet rider, the number 432. Braden has been a great rider here, has done some national enduro stuff, even touched a little bit on the GNCC stuff, but he's one of our riders that comes from that woods background. He didn't have the motocross background, but as you can see, he's one of the top riders here. So much so that the Beta Factory has made him their official rider here at JDay Off-Road.
Absolutely. As we continue to watch Brandon Gregoire on your screen, that Ampro Yamaha 125. And like we heard in his pre-race interview, Brandon puts a lot on his shoulders, talking about how appreciative he is for that Ampro Yamaha team bringing him on board. And he talks about going out there and giving back to them. These athletes put a ton of pressure on themselves, Jay, and when they have a company and a team like Ampro Yamaha show them support, they really do take it personally to show that they are worth that support and to put in the results for that team.
Gregoire has been, as you can see in his demeanor, he's very serious about this sport that he loves so much. And he always has been. I've known him since he was a little boy, and I could tell just in his eyes, in his demeanor, that he was going to be a champion. Now, he went off and did his thing with motocross for a few years and left the JDay series for a while, but came back, and now he's ready to be the champion that he really is. And I'll tell you, a nice young man, very polite, very well put together, very well organized, very serious about his craft, but also has a good sense of humor when you get him alone.
Hey, absolutely, yeah. So cool to get to learn these riders under the helmet, who they are as people, just like we touched on earlier. Some of them maybe a little bit more shy, some of them absolutely hysterical and tons of fun to talk to. They joke around. Sometimes they joke on themselves. They bust on themselves a ton and pick on each other. So it really is cool to see the camaraderie and how much fun everybody has kind of joking around and talking about the challenges, because as we saw earlier, it doesn't matter whether you're a women's pro racer, whether you're a 250C rider, or whether you're Brandon Gregoire running the number one, you can still have difficulty on track, especially in that FMF Extreme section. Nobody is safe.
That's for sure, my friend. And there was a few years ago that we used to have a big ramp that kind of was a big bank turn that was made out of wood. And you talk about slippery, especially at this last event in the fall season here where it just stays moist most of the time. And it was a very difficult ride. You had to stay into the gas the whole time. And, but you couldn't spin it up that much either, so it had to be a steady throttle, which, of course, is the key to that FMF Extreme section. It's the steady throttle that wins it for you.
Absolutely, and that's what you talked about. Not just on the throttle, but it's got to be steady as well. Hit the throttle a little too much, that rear tire's going to light up, and you are going down in a hurry. But talk about in a hurry, this guy, the 444 of Justin Coquinos, currently sitting in the second place spot in your Pro-Am 125 class by 27 points. Coquinos, one of the top riders we've got in the JDay series. We have seen another rider we've seen in Pro Motocross. We've seen jumping into some GNCCs, into some top moto events as well, and clearly showing what he's capable of here in JDay as well. Him and Brandon only separated by just a few points in our Pro class, but here in the Pro-Am, he's got a little bit more ground to make up, and Gregoire making it hard for him being out front right now.
Yeah, these two have been battling out all year long. Of course, Coquinos, as you said, comes from a motocross background. He's from the southern part of Massachusetts near the Cape of Cod. And there's a lot of sand tracks down there, so he is very well adapted in this. But you can tell the determination that Brandon Gregoire has to win this title and to win all the races that he enters. Not just this one, not just the first one, but all of them.
Yeah, without a doubt. I couldn't have said it any better. And that is what's so fun to watch with these riders is the determination and the confidence that they have in their own bike skills. It allows for them to almost set back to zero each and every round, kind of set the points aside. And these guys, when they say they take it one race at a time, moto by moto, it really is. It seems like they're able to leave everything else behind and just go out there and perform when they need to. Both Coquinos doing a great job. Little adjustment we saw right there, Jay, to move over from that downed rider, but Coquinos up on the rear wheel, no problems through that FMF Extreme section.
It's like we were talking about before, Zach, this quick thinking, these quick reactions. Those are the most important because so many things come up in the middle of one lap, never mind one 30-minute moto. And your mind is always working. And if you're one of the good riders, as you can see these three guys that we're following right now, Gregoire, Coquinos, and Braden Nolette, these guys are probably the best in this series at doing that. They have sharp minds, they're young, and they are ultra focused.
Now, Jay, being somebody that's kind of been here throughout the creation of JDay and as this has developed, have you noticed the style kind of change a little bit more? You talk about these riders adapting to the JDay style. Has there kind of been this own unique formatted style that suits JDay best? Where, is it the motocross kids coming over to off-road? Is it the off-road kids diving into motocross a little bit, or is it just this perfect blend? What are you seeing as far as throughout the years of JDay?
Well, we've had some great champions, and one of them being Johnny Gerard. And Johnny's dad used to be the groomer here, the bulldozer guy at Southwick for the motocross track. So even though Johnny's been always a woods guy, as they say, he definitely had a little bit of motocross in him. But it really does seem, Zach, that the motocross guys adapt better to it. However, the nice part about the JDay series is there's certain rounds that really feature motocross, but there's certain rounds that really feature the woods, and there's not much of a motocross track there, maybe a little bit of a grass track or something like that. So this is where it evens it up. So these guys that come from motocross have to learn their wood skills, and it is a great blend. And as I said, you throw in that FMF Extreme section, and the only way to practice that is to practice exactly what you're doing, is those very difficult Graham Jarvis type things.
Yeah, that's actually really interesting that you bring that up. Not only just the individual rounds, but the series itself. Some, just like you said, featuring almost entire motocross tracks, similar to kind of what we're seeing here at Southwick. I know the Unadilla round that I've been to the past couple of years, using majority of that track as well. But then some of the other rounds really featuring more of that off-road technique and a little less moto involved. So a beautiful blend throughout the entire season, and that's why it is not surprising to see it come down to just a few points here in the final round of the season.
Yeah, we just had a round a couple weeks ago. They called it the Berkshire Run. It was in Lanesboro, Massachusetts. And Lanesboro is out in the heart of the Berkshire Mountains where the ISTC was run back in 1973. And it is a full-on woods event. If you're not a sharp woods rider, that is a very difficult track for you. Slippery rocks, big downhills, tight trails, a big grass track, stuff like that. So Ethan Broach has done such a great job with this series, and John Day before him, to make it so that this is something that really, decides this championship, because it is such a mixture. You want to give certain tracks that, lend to other skills, and certain tracks that will lend to the motocross stuff, as well as other tracks that will lend to the wood skills. And it's a great blend for sure. And I know that a lot of people have enjoyed it over the years. I mean, I remember years here at Southwick that we had almost 1,000 riders lined up, and that is 1,000 riders, not just 1,000 entries. So JDay's been around a while, and it's going to be here for a long time to come.
Absolutely, yeah. Things growing right now is on screen. We have got a battle for the lead. I saw it on the side of your screen. It said Coquinos was out front. I don't know what I missed, but Justin Coquinos has made the pass, and Brandon Gregoire is right behind him. Jay, this is the battle we've been waiting to see. These are our two top dogs in the pro class going at it here in the Pro-Am 125 class.
And a lap rider in between too, Zach, so that's really mixing it up. And what had happened is we saw Coquinos make the move out in the woods. And as we were saying before, Coquinos really a motocross guy, but you can tell that he's sharpened his skills in the woods this year, and he is really coming after it.
Absolutely. So we'll see as the white flag comes out. 1 lap left to go. Justin Coquinos about a Dunlop knobby or so in front of Brandon Gregoire. Different line choices. Love to see the line options that we have here in JDay as well. We talked about this before, Jay. Outsides in the sands of Southwick sometimes going to work out better for you, carrying that momentum, even if it is a little bit longer. But right now, Coquinos and Gregoire are both tucking to these insides, trying to pick their way through the lap traffic.
And the one thing we have to remember about this is a 2-moto format, and the points are awarded on an overall finish. So Gregoire might be playing a little cat and mouse there, letting Coquinos feel a little bit chuffed that he's won this moto. And if he goes out and wins the second one, he gets the overall, and that will decide who gets the points. So I don't know if that's the way it's going to go, but you never know. Racing is a crazy strategy situation. And here goes Gregoire going after Coquinos in the FMF Extreme section.
Man, you can't draw it up any better than this, Jay. Almost side by side. Look at this. Gregoire going to go around the outside. Actually almost scrubs off those last 2 logs. What a move there from the number 1 of Brandon Gregoire to get himself in front of Coquinos. And then look at that, Jay. Almost immediately puts 2 to 3 bike lanes between himself and the 444.
And that's the focus I'm talking about, Zach. Brandon Gregoire is ultra focused. He's always been that way. And it really is showing now as he has to deal with this lap traffic.
So Brandon Gregoire talking about striking and making it happen. He doesn't just make the pass, but almost immediately clicks the NOS button. The afterburners come on and puts a little bit of safe space between himself and Coquinos. But look at this, the 444, he takes a deep breath. He's back on the charge. He knows he's got less than a lap to try to reel back in the number 1 to make the pass happen.
And it's going to go right down to the wire on this one. I know I'm going to be doing an interview with the winner of this, and it's going to be decided right at the last moment for sure.
Yeah, this is going to be a fun one. We may have to have you stick around for our top 2 at least, because this is going to be a fun interview no matter what. Gregoire and Coquinos both having strong sections. Look at this, the 444 rails the outside. Man, that was almost Eli Tomac style, just deep in those sand berms. Got that 125 wide open. I don't think Eli Tomac's ever been on Southwick on a 125. Maybe I should say Bubba Stewart style, as these guys are absolutely flying. Now, I'm curious to see, Jay, we saw Coquinos make that pass in the woods before. Gregoire looking strong on the moto track, but could Coquinos reel him in just a little bit and make that pass happen at the last second in the woods so Brandon can't get him back?
And there are some really tight turns there at the finish, so that could be the case, Zach. And he's looking for every opportunity that he can. But with a rider with the experience of both of them, especially with Gregoire, is you've got to come up and sneak up on him, and you've got to surprise him because he's ready for it.
Well, just like you said, strategy a huge part of these top athletes' plans, as sometimes it's not making the pass as soon as you can, but making the pass late so that the rider can't get back around you. So like you said, maybe some strategy in the mind of Justin Coquinos we don't quite know about, but I don't know about that. Is look at it, he runs up the inside and tries to make the pass once again, but it's not done yet.
Side by side through that whole last part of this motocross track. Now they're going to delve into the woods, and it looks like Gregoire will lead on this last lap into the woods section.
Man, great defense there from the number one as the 444 tried to put it to him. It's coming down to the final little bit of racing, and Coquinos losing a bit of time. Something about Gregoire, every time Justin tries to make the pass happen, he's able to close that door and then puts about 2 bike lanes between himself. Now that's going to allow a lap rider to go between them. This could be it for Coquinos. If he can't get back to the rear wheel of Gregoire, it might be too little too late.
In this next section that they'll run in the next few turns, that's where Coquinos got him on the last lap. So he's obviously got a faster line in there. We'll have to keep an eye for that right now.
So let's see. It's going to come down to the wire for Brandon Gregoire and Justin Coquinos, 1 and 2 in the Pro-Am 125 class. But I don't necessarily know how much of this is about the points. This is about pride. These guys battling it out wheel to wheel. Look at the line choices there. Gregoire, and where is Coquinos? Coquinos looks like he's actually lost a little bit of time there, Jay. This could be all that the number one needs to get the job done.
Yes, it will, but as we noticed, well, that was a nice guy move on the lap rider's part, but there's still a few because it's so late in the moto, and these guys' tongues are in the front spokes. So they're trying to get out of the way for Gregoire, but it's hard because some of them are in a battle for their own class championship or overall finish.
Yeah, absolutely. So tough, the role of the lap rider involved in their own race, but also trying to not interfere with those lead riders as well. As the white flag waves, the checker flag is locked and loaded, and we will watch and wait for what we believe will be the number one of Brandon Gregoire getting the job done. Let's see, as Coquinos obviously going to charge it all the way down to the line, but there it is. Brandon Gregoire gets the job done and gets the win. Justin Coquinos looking like going to cross the line in the number 2 spot. What a battle there for Moto 1 of the Pro-Am 125 class.
And we're going to get a chance to talk with Brandon Gregoire and Coquinos in just a moment.
Look, let's see, they're going to try to ride off. Jay McGrath going to have to see if he can snag him. Sounds like those guys going to have to race back to the line, so might have to miss out on the post-race interview. Good thing we got to chat with Brandon beforehand. He said it's me versus me, and man, he came out on top. So great job there from the number 1, Justin Coquinos. A huge shout out as well, finishing in that number 2 spot. Those two put on a show for us here, and looks like that's Braden Nolette sitting just off the finish line as well. If I'm not mistaken, I believe he got that number 3 ride. So checkered flag waving here for the Pro-Am 125 Open B class, 250 B class, 200 B class, and then of course our Sportsman class as well. And watching the checker flag wave, the rest of the classes making their way through it, and you can see the body language. Jay, you're down there after the finish line. Just how tired do some of these riders look as they make their way off the course? Southwick absolutely taking everything that you've got. And watching the number 52, maybe a Team Green Kawasaki member making his way through, maybe a Moto rider jumping up with us. Here is your Pro-Am 125 Top 10 brought to you by Red Bull. It is Brandon Gregoire grabbing the win. That's showing Coquinos grabbing the win. And then Nolette going to be in the number 3 spot. Looks like Smith going to hang on into the number 4 spot. Gaetani in that number 5 ride, but it is Brandon Gregoire grabbing the win on the number 1. There we go. Quick adjustment there. It is Brandon Gregoire grabbing the win. Justin Coquinos in that number 2 spot. Ryan Amancio actually did hang on for that 3rd place spot. I thought we had lost him off of the pylon, so good job from Amancio in that number 3 spot. Like I said, expecting big things from that young man in the years to come. Nolet in the 4th place spot, and then it's Gosselin rounding out your top 5 there on the Yamaha for your Pro-Am 125 class. Looks like Beckwith maybe had some issues late in that moto. Going to drop back to the 9th place spot.
And as
all
you
right,
said,
well, the
Zach,
checkered flag waves, and we are going to get ready to toss things to a quick commercial break before we get back with more racing here from the JDay Offroad 2025 season finale live on Racer TV. We'll be right back.
I'm Billy White with Luxon MX, the ultimate destination for high-performance motocross parts. From our state-of-the-art triple clamps to our lightweight, vibration-absorbing handlebar mounts, every Luxon MX product is meticulously engineered with cutting-edge technology, thorough testing, and always crafted from high-end materials. It's our passion to create components that provide unparalleled comfort, control, and confidence on the track. Luxon MX, engineered for performance, proven by professionals, and available to you.
JDay on Racer TV is brought to you by Fox Racing. Honor yesterday, conquer today, invent tomorrow. Yamaha, revs your heart. FMF, feel the power. Hello everyone, and welcome back to the 2025 JDay Off-Road season finale here live on Racer TV. We're at the beautiful Southwick, Massachusetts for the Factory Connection Southwick 2. As we take a look at what is coming up next, we've got our A senior class sitting on the line. So Anthony Mathieu holding on to the points lead, I should say, over Robert Langenbach, Will Hopkins, Vinny Tomich, and Brian Hopkins, your top 5 in A senior. And Andy hanging on to a solid points lead on that one. I got to think he has more than likely already wrapped that title up. So A senior sitting on the line. Michael Bushy back there in the 7th place spot. Schoolboy also sitting on the line as well. Colton McQuarrie, a name most of our GNCC riders are familiar with, currently leading the points by 25 points over Luke Trask. Sitting in the number 2 spot, Grant Meacham, who we saw a little bit earlier, also racing in this schoolboy class. Carson Kayer and Nicholas Spires rounding out your top 5. And I can't forget DJ LeBlanc back there in the 7th place spot. Trevor Harris also, we saw a little bit earlier, jumping up to the big bike as well. these riders adjusting to those bigger bikes, and excited to see what they're able to do late in the season here as well. But Colton McQuarrie out front on that Ampro Yamaha, leading the points right now with 262 points. So those are two of the classes sitting on the Fox starting line right now. And there it is, the camera from your Fox starting line. Man, you can almost feel the nerves, those last little adjustments. And pretty cool little tidbit of information here. Got some folks texting me here from JDay, letting me know some unique little features. Something interesting going on is we've got in our A senior class, and then in our schoolboy class, we've got Grant Meacham, who we talked about a little bit earlier, battling for that Super Mini title. He is trying to catch his dad, Steve Meacham, in the points battle in the A senior class. So might see a little father-son battling going on out there as well between Steve and Grant Meacham. Really cool little tidbit of information right there as well. And actually see Grant Meacham right next to Trevor Harris there as well on that schoolboy line. So really cool to see. I know Jay and I talked a bit earlier about the generations of racers and how much of this is it's a family sport, it's a family atmosphere, and that Meacham family showing that right now as father and son back out on the track in their own race at the same time. That is really cool to see. The 967 giving us a nice little wave there, saying what's up. Always cool to see. Everybody enjoying the racing coverage here from JDay. Got those last little bits of warm-ups. Yeah, loosen those shoulders up, man. He knows that extreme section's coming up. Look at that. We got some little Pilates there, maybe. That's almost like ballet type stuff. Lots of different warm-up strategies here. We got some that are just calm, cool, and collected. Everybody fired up, giving a wave to the drone. They know the fans are watching at home. Meacham's fired up. Trevor Harris is locked in. He's already looking at that first turn. Everybody excited to go racing to kick things off. A senior schoolboy sitting on the line as well. And sportsman class in this one as well. I believe Vet B and then Senior B are other classes in this as well. Don't forget, like we said, if you're new to JDay, 2 moto formats similar to what we see in motocross, 30-minute motos. And so these riders still going to have a whole nother moto to go after this. But as you are all well aware, that first moto, very, very important. The fans all excited to see us here on Racer TV as well. So great to see everybody hanging out here at Southwick for the Factory Connection Southwick 2. They got a rock climbing wall. Are you kidding me? That is awesome. Kids having fun, probably fueled up on Mountain Dew and Halloween candy. Hope everybody had a good Halloween weekend with us here at Southwick. We saw some costumes out on the course. Beetlejuice was racing with us. Some of the Mario Kart characters out here with us as well. But no character there. That is our 30-second girl letting everybody know it is race time. Get locked in, those final adjustments as we'll get ready to watch the Fox flag go up, and we will get ready to go racing with our A senior schoolboy class, Vet B and Senior B as well. Sitting on the line. Once again, this is the JDay Offroad season finale here on RacerTV.com, round 13 of 13. And that rider right there, part of our Electric Pro-Am class. So going to be out there all by himself. Might not hear him coming, but he's out there, the Electric class out there. And now we'll get ready for our Senior A. Everybody, there we go, bikes shut off, and we're getting ready to go off and racing here. There it is, Senior A. Off and rolling, and then schoolboy going to be right after that. Looks like it's a Yamaha grabbing the whole shot for that class. And we'll get ready to hear the sweet sounds of the schoolboy class. Looks like that's the number 200 leading the way. Whoa, a KTM getting wild out there on the number 24. That's Robert Langenbach, currently sitting second in your points. Riding with quite the sense of urgency, forcing himself towards that number 1 ride. Oh, a couple of riders big over the handlebars right into the soil there for that FMF Extreme section. They're going to kind of gather their wits about picking those machines back up. Glad to see they're both okay. And that is that's a tough spot to be in. That's a tough way to start your moto. You're like 45 seconds in, and we've already gone down once, but it's okay. We see the 88 saying, you know what, I think I'm good. You guys can have the extreme section. I'm going to go around. Here we go. I believe it's a Schoolboy taking off. And, oh, it looked like that was a Yamaha as well. I couldn't quite see the number, though. Might have been the 34 of McQuarrie. Got to think he'd be strong off of these starts. We'll wait and see. No, it is the number 13 of Luke Trask. Once again, second place in points. Looking strong. Oh, and he goes down just like that. He almost comes together with another rider. Trevor Harris does a great job of moving out of the way of that. Man, chaos there for the number 13. Trask going to pick that Yamaha back up. We saw the number 4 of DJ LeBlanc back there as well. And then I at least did not see the 34 pass by. There is the number 4, LeBlanc, having some issues in that extreme section as well. Meanwhile, Trask fired back up. You know he was excited to have a good start. He was going to be leading the pack, and now bringing up the rear of this Schoolboy class. Next up, I believe this is either Vet B or Senior B. We're dropping the flag on next. Another big group of riders headed into turn number 1. Looking like everybody getting through clean. Good to see on that. And back to the extreme section we go. The fans all hanging out, looking like that's the number 94. Marcirio Montavani de Mello leading the way right now as they head into the extreme section. We see the number 1 back there. And waiting for there's the 221. Ooh, almost went off the back of the bike, able to keep it on 2 wheels. There goes the 188 ride as well. Gabriel Praxton is leading the way on the 113 in the points for your Vet B class. Meanwhile, it looked like that might have been Chad Gold that actually moved into that number 1 spot. Thought I saw the number 11 on the front number plate. Here comes Senior B, the final class of this race. Headed into turn number 1. Look like everybody gets through clean, and we're going to watch them make their way through this FMF Extreme section before we tune back into the front of the field. It's a Husqvarna, the 333 of William Wilcox, leading the way, followed by the 222 of Steve Skurzat. Oh, and big problems there as Skurzat gets kicked to the, looked like that was to his left, and just completely collected the KTM rider. Nothing that he could do there. 222, man, actually got picked back up really quick though. Good for him. So looks like that is Skurzat doing a quick little skirt, and that was all he had to say about it. Now he's back off and rolling. Here comes the KTM, the 699, gets fired back up. Dustin Dumir got caught up there, shakes it off, and gets back to racing. So some exciting classes here. Jay, we've got our A senior class, Schoolboy, Vet B, and B senior. So a wide range in ages, but skill level wise, these riders all know what they're doing. They know how to make their way around the course. So going to be excited to see how the traffic affects these top athletes making their way through.
Yeah, you're right about that. There's some experience out there, and of course that Schoolboy class are our up-and-coming riders, and there's many of them. I'll tell you, this JDay series just keeps producing riders over and over and over for many years. Zach, you see it out there on the GNCC circuit because that's our national level of competition in this off-road stuff, and a lot of the young guys that are coming out of New England have been very successful there, as well as some of the girls. But as you know, and we're awful proud of, our champions at GNCC level, of course, them being Josh Toth, Ben Kelly, and Johnny Gerard. And of course, Ben Kelly, this year's champion again.
Absolutely. Like you said, the Northeast off-road racing community and even the motocross community as well, really producing a ton of strong riders. I mean, like we said, obviously Johnny Gerard, Ben Kelly, Josh Toth, names we're familiar with in the GNCC series, getting the job done on a national scale and getting the titles wrapped up in those that discipline as well. But like we said, riders like Justin Coquinos, riders like Brandon Gregoire, and even moving into our schoolboy classes, our Colton McQuarries, our A senior class, our Will Hopkins, our Anthony Matteo. These riders starting to kind of create a name for themselves as well. And as we continue to see JDay expand and grow, the fan base and the hype behind these top riders in JDay going to grow as well. So we've seen riders come and join JDay from the GNCC, whether it be Johnny Gerard, Ben Kelly. We've seen Josh Toth. We've seen Toby Cleveland. We've seen a ton of these riders pop in, and so excited to see kind of a fan base really starting to build behind our top JDay athletes as well, because like we said, these riders dealing with a lot of different conditions, crisscrossing around the country and dealing with a lot of different styles of racing as well. Like you said, some a little more moto focused, some a little more off-road focused, but nonetheless, we see these riders staying consistent throughout the year and getting the job done. So really impressed with what I'm seeing from our top athletes here in the JDay series. Watching right now the 967 making his way through out of that electric bike class. And then we're going to flash back to our A senior class.
The A senior class, Zach, is one of those where these guys just can't give up on racing. You know, it's that 40-plus class where these guys have had some success at professional racing maybe, and then had some luck in the vet class as well. And it's amazing to see some of these riders, their determination. And some of these guys are still super fit at 40-plus or more. Andy Matthew out there right now is the reigning champion in this class. Andy comes from a motocross background, and he's pretty much internationally famous, having raced in Iceland and different places in Europe as well as South America.
Yeah, when we say this has got worldwide appeal, we're not joking about it. We've got athletes from all over the world that have come over, and whether they did it immediately to come to JDay or whether they discovered JDay as well, so many athletes really have fallen in love with this format of racing, and we love to see it as well. Like we said, kind of creating a true following here for JDay is, look at this, 3 wide through the FMF Extreme section. Every time I think you can't get more close than that, they prove me wrong. We had 3-4 wide through this Extreme section, but really excited to see not only where JDay has gotten to, but where it's headed as well. So going to make our way through some of our schoolboy riders. I think we just saw go by. I believe that was Trevor Harris I saw on the KTM possibly. Is that the 13? It is. So there is Luke Trask making his way through. It's Priest leading the way on the number 9. Bodie Priest out front leading the way according to time and scoring on your screen last I saw. So we'll see how things shake up there.
Zach, I heard you mention Colton McQuarrie earlier today. And yes, he usually is in this schoolboy class, but he wrapped up that championship a round ago. And today he'll be running in the A200 class, which is the next moto up, which includes the pro class and all the A divisions as well as A vet. So we'll get to see Colton McQuarrie, who is definitely a rising star and going to be a present for many years to come.
Yeah, that's great information there, Jay. I didn't want to assume or speculate, but this is what we talked about with that season finale. Some riders wrapping up titles early and jumping into some other classes. Couldn't agree more. Colton McQuarrie really been coming into his own over the last year and a half or so, and really gotten solid on that Blue Crew 125 machine. So McQuarrie, excited to see what he's able to do, jumping up to a new class after wrapping up that title, which means you got to think somebody like Luke Trask, who looking like going to finish second in the overall title points chase, he's got to feel like this is his class now, right? This is his job to jump up and try to take this win away. We saw how excited he looked to be in that early race lead, and that excitement might have gotten the best of him and wound up putting him on the ground.
Yes, he's definitely the heir apparent. But, you know, the nice part about the schoolboy stuff and the Super Mini and things like that is these kids grow in leaps and bounds, not just physically, but mentally as well, and in their determination in their sport. So it's like at the beginning of the year, you do have your favorite, but you also have some very much unknown entities as well, which is really cool to see. And the development of all of them is great to see for sure.
Yeah, absolutely. I couldn't agree more as we watch our riders make their way down this hill. This is one of those sections we've seen the main race line change more than a couple of times, as we see the number 1 on your screen making his way through.
That's Andy Matthew that I alluded to earlier. Andy, a professional motocrosser for a lot of his life, and that's how he got his chances to race in so many different places like Iceland and Central and South America and places like that. He's a Mainer. That means he's from Maine, for all of those you watching outside the area. And Andy comes from a great family. His dad still races, and his dad is well over 60 years old. Danny is his name, and he's got a brother who's really fast as well. So as we were talking about earlier, Zach, this is definitely a family sport. Not only does the family come to support you, but most of the time you're in there competing with your family. You know, like Andy and his brother are both top expert riders, and when his brother does decide to ride, they're in the same class. So, you know, when you're the dad and the mom, who do you root for, right?
Oh yeah, we're going to find out who the family favorite was, who gave mom the best Christmas present. That's for sure. Is like we said earlier, yeah, same thing. We've got brothers, we've got siblings out there, we've got father and son, Grant and Steve Beecham, battling it out, obviously not in the same classes, but out on course at the same time as well. And that's what's so cool to see is, you know, you're doing something right when you have people wanting to bring their family into this. If you're wanting to share it with your brothers, your sisters, your sons and daughters as well, that means you're doing something right, and you're doing something that people want to continue to come back to. So it's so cool to see. And yeah, Andy Matthew, man, as we see him on screen right now, this is textbook riding style we talk about, Jay. We've got the elbows up, squeezing with those legs, up on the pegs. Matthew really looking like he's able to find a flow on this Southwick course as we watch the 96 of Will Hopkins trying to chase him down as well. But Matthew just seems like he's got a nice groove going right now here on this Southwick course.
He does, for sure. And Will Hopkins is another guy who's a motocross background guy. And as you saw on the screen there, one lap rider gave the wave by for Ryan Bliven, who's in 3rd spot. So it's a real battle for the top 3 spots in that class. Will Hopkins, I'd like to touch on him for just a moment. Will is a serious supporter of our sport. He's been a top expert rider in his time. Of course, now he's a little bit older, so he races, you know, when he can, when he wants to. But he is very instrumental in the Plastow Power Sports sponsorship of this series, of the riders. They have a great team. Kokinos is one of those riders on the team, and Kyle Hangos the other. But Will has been one of those guys who's brought a lot of sponsors to this series as well to his team.
Well, and once again, it just goes to show that these riders and these athletes, not only are they racers, but they're ambassadors, they're voices of the sport as well. And like you said, yeah, they're oftentimes a big part of helping us get sponsors, get attention to the series as well. So really cool to see how many different riders and racers step up to help the series as well as help their own racing efforts.
Yes, it is. It takes a village, as they say. I don't know if you saw that last frame that we just saw, the number 24 KTM rider, but that was Robert Langenbach, and there's another family of racers. His dad was a racer. He's got a brother or two that are racers. His son's one of the racers, and it just comes back all day long. We just come back to that family aspect.
Watching right now, looks like the 479. Daryl Sear getting picked back up after a little get off there in the extreme section. And as we keep getting deeper and deeper into this race, we'll start to see those classes blend together a bit more and more. There goes Grant Meacham on the 42 out of that schoolboy class. We'll start to take a look as we head back to the front side. He's looking at the fans like, you guys really want to see me do this? Are you sure? Somebody better be ready. He's going for it, though. Here we go. Here comes, it looks like that's Trevor Harris. Harris really excited to jump up to the big bike here on the 125. We just saw him and Grant a bit earlier in our super mini classes. Unique little line there for Harris, kind of jumping to the outside. Haven't quite seen that today. A couple of other riders following in behind him. That's what I love to see as well here, Jay, is the creativity that we see from these riders. Some of our younger riders kind of taking some of that new school style, popping and skipping around some of these bumps. We just saw Trevor Harris right there taking a unique little line, jumping from the inside to the outside to try to open up a better angle headed into those final few logs.
Yeah, and Trevor's really come into his own this year. Of course, overshadowed by his older sister, who is such a great rider. And but that's the first guy I saw take that line, Zach. And I think you're going to see more people taking it, because that eliminates that real tough angle on that section. And right as we say again, you know, family comes right back to it. Their dad, Dave, was a racer for many years, and now the kids race as well. And not only does Addie race motorcycles, but she's also a very accomplished barrel racer on a horse.
Oh, how about that? Yeah, Harris, multi-talented rider. I know Trevor Harris racing e-mountain bikes with us at GNCC as well for a little extra time out on the course. So the Harris family absolutely embracing all that racing is about, and that's really cool to see. You know, Harris, got to wonder whether or not the like we talk about the horse riding, the modern cowboys of today on motorcycles, how much that transfers over between the horse to the motorcycle. If we next time we interview Addie, we'll have to ask whether or not any of that translates over, because you got to think it does, maybe a little bit, Jay. I don't know.
It does, and she's told me that. I've known the Harrises for a long time. They're friends of mine for sure, and it does help her immensely, you know, because of the intensity of it. If you've ever been to a horse race where they do the barrel race, and you can see just the acceleration that they have to get out of the horse to get out of those corners, but also what really relates is the body position on the horse is very similar to that of riding an off-road motorcycle.
Well, and as we all know, technique is so crucial in motorcycle racing, and we talk about this 30-minute moto. I know that maybe some of the GNCC riders, that's looked at as not a ton of time, and then for the motocross world, that's the amount of time that our pro athletes are racing. And so, but it's that mix of intensity and how hard these riders are pushing over that 30 minutes. We start to see late in the motos those silly little mistakes, the dab of the foot, the drop of the elbows. Those are the kind of signs that show fatigue. The body positioning oftentimes the first thing to go, but those top athletes in our schoolboy classes, our women pros, our super minis, those are the athletes that you see really maintaining that strong body positioning all the way through the moto.
It's true. And you say this 30-minute moto as far as JDay goes, or the national motocross circuit, but that's why some of us old guys say, you know, one of those Monty Python lines, oh, luxury, you had it easy, because back in my day, the national motocross motos that we rode were 45 minutes plus 2 laps, as well as the World Grand Prix motos as well. So some of those times you had to be worried about not only finishing, but running out of gas, because the tanks weren't big enough sometimes.
Wow, yeah, and it just goes to show the way the challenges change throughout the years as well. And we touched with that vintage class we had earlier, the way not only the riders have had to change, but the bike technology has changed along with it, whether it be the big gas tanks, obviously suspension, a huge part of it as well. But we really have seen a complete reinvention of the way riders, mechanics, and the machines have to approach these longer races. So watching right now.
It's amazing these athletes can do it, buddy. I'll tell you, it's just, it marvels the people who don't normally do this.
Well, and I think anybody from the outside looking in, I know in GNCC and some of our motocross broadcasts as well, we've had health data, whether that be heart rate monitors. We've had different trainers come on and talk to us about the training and the preparation that goes into being able to do this at this level for this amount of time. And yeah, these are top athletes. I mean, you could compare these to top level, if we're talking about our younger riders, top, varsity high school and college athletes. And it's just as much dedication that you see, if not more so as well. Not to mention the risk that's associated with this sport as well. So these riders think about that. They know how important it is to be prepared, because if you're not, sometimes it can lead to obviously going down and potentially injury as well. So these riders, they take it seriously. And then one of the things that I love that we talked on earlier is when you have the senior classes, the vet classes, it's a motivation factor as well as they move later on in life. Like you said, 60 plus, 70 plus for some of our riders out there. This is that thing that it's their passion, it's their love, and it keeps them staying in shape, staying moving, and keeps that young spirit alive inside.
Yeah, that's one thing that motorcycles will do for you, Zach, is keep you young. You know, and you're only as young as you feel. You know, if you feel like you're old, then you won't do it anymore. But what we always say is you don't stop riding because you get old. You get old because you stop riding.
Hey, absolutely. Tom Petty said it best. You never grow old, or never slow down, you never grow old. So right now, not slowing down at all is Andy Matthew right now on the 53, looking solid on your screen right now. Seeing him take some different lines here on the moto course, going out wide and then kind of squaring them off, cutting back across some of those lines, and really starting to see the personality come out in the Southwick motocross track. You've got those deep ruts all the way across these bottom sections, and then some square edge bumps off of these acceleration and braking points as well. Jay, we talked to some of our riders earlier, and they're actually saying the motocross track arguably the most challenging part of this JDay course so far this morning.
Yeah, it is, and it's mostly the roughness of it, but also, as you can see, there's a couple of sections where they dive down into the lower part of the track, and you see the water is still holding there. So you got to make sure that you pick the right line, because there's some serious deep ruts that are forming in there, and that's the type of thing where you almost, you know, take the chance every time as you kind of sit back and give it the gas all you got and just go through that rut the best you can. So there's a lot of obstacles out there on that motocross track, most of them being the bumps, but some of them being the ruts as well. As you can see, the ruts forming up for Andy Matthew. There you go. In that frame right there, Zach, you see like 10 or 12 ruts, and which is the right one? Which do you pick? You know, there's the decision making right there.
Well, and on top of that, Jay, what might be the correct rut on lap number 2 might be the absolute worst rut on lap number 4. So these riders not only having to make those decisions, but those decisions change lap after lap, especially in these deep sands like this. That's when you really see the track changing significantly lap after lap, and you never know what you're going to get. There's no rest here in these 30 minutes of racing.
That's such a true point, and I'm glad you touched on it, Zach, because that's the one thing that people that don't do this sport don't realize. Like, they think, well, it's a track is a track is a track. Well, it's not. It changes every lap, and that's because there's so many riders out there on the course, and everybody's taking this same line, and then after a while that line gets wore out, and then you got to find a new line. So it's always changing, and you have to adapt to it.
Watching it right now on your screen as we wait for some of our leaders to make their way through. Looks like Cardoso leading the way out of our senior B class. As you see on the left side of your screen there, we see Andy Matthew out of that super senior class, or A senior class, excuse me. Pro-Am electric class, it's still Langan on the 967 leading the way on that electric motorcycle, and then Matthew, Hopkins, and looks like Bilvin still the top 3 in your A senior class as we keep watching the number 1 on the machine. Looks like Priest is leading the way still in your schoolboy class with Meacham and Harris 2 and 3. So Grant Meacham and Trevor Harris sitting just behind Bodie Priest, and Priest back there in the 10th place spot in your points. So maybe not with us for the full season, but really making a statement here on the final round as we check in here at the Yamaha finish line. Looks like might be trying to see if we're getting ready to bring out a white flag or so, waiting for our leaders to make their way through.
We're sitting in the 25th minute of this race, so very possibly that white flag will come soon. There it is now. And I'd like to give a shout out while we can to a rider who's in 4th spot in that A senior class, Clint Angwin. Clint's on a Moto Tassinari, Husqvarna and Moto Tassinari, of course, a big sponsor here for our JDay Off-Road Series.
Absolutely, yeah. Moto Tassinari, a big part of JDay, and really cool to see running inside that top 5 like that as we watch your leader, Matthew, picking his way through some lap traffic. Seems like every time we caught him on camera, he's had 3 or 4 riders in front of him, and he has been able to surgically move his way through. As we can hear the fans all coming up, everybody excited to see Jay McGrath in person. I told you, this guy is a living legend of JDay. I don't care what anybody has to say. It's JJ from JDay, baby. And he is here with us to kick off the season finale. And watching right now, headed into that FMF Extreme section for the final time. Again, lap riders in front of him. We know what Matthew's capable of, but how is he going to traverse this section with those riders? There we go, splitting the lane. He's got a down rider completely sideways up in front of him. No worries there, doubles over those logs. And then we'll see, going to adjust. Nice little pivot there. You see the back end just kick out slightly on that final log, just like he almost intended it to. Kind of turn that front end over that final log and did what he needed to do. That's a textbook example of how to get through the FMF Extreme section. Straightening out that little switchback. Those are the little details, Jay, that we talk about. These vet riders, so smart as far as the technicality, able to avoid the bumps. They're going to the far left or the far right. They're smoothing off some of these switchback areas. It's the little details that these vet riders use to stay smooth and fast out on course.
Yes, it is, and that's just the years and years and years of doing it, the repetition of it all, studying the courses, and just practicing. You know, a lot of people want to get into this fitness regime and, you know, do the lifting of the weights and the running and the cycling and all that. And I've taught riders for many, many years, and my biggest thing is you got to ride the motorcycle. Ride the motorcycle, ride the motorcycle.
Well, then we talk about there's being in shape and then there's being in race shape, right? And a big part of that is the comfort on the motorcycle. So many athletes talk about coming back from injury. They're in the gym, they're putting in the time, but as soon as they get back on the motorcycle, they're so sore, and it's because the little tiny muscles that are involved with the balance, the kick back and forth from the motorcycle, you can't really train those without doing some crazy exercises in the gym. Planet Fitness, not even interested in it, but like you said, Jay, I couldn't agree more. Time on the motorcycle, absolutely crucial. And with these vet riders, that experience of decades on the motorcycles, sometimes that's the little difference where they don't look like they're going that fast, but when you look at the lap times, it's competing with some of the top athletes. So right now, watching the number one, Andy Matthew, doing a great job, and just maybe a little more than half a lap to go or so before he's going to be bringing out a checkered flag here for your A senior class.
Yeah, and we'll get a chance to talk with Andy Matthew in just a few minutes, the winner of that overall. There he is right there on the number one. And we'll get a chance to talk with him in just a moment.
So Matthew going the wide way around. Good job once again, showing some of that vet experience. The wisdom that we talk about comes with years of racing. Checked up just a little bit, peeked back under that lap rider. Did not want to get any closer than he had to. It's smart little decisions like that that have helped Matthew get to that number one spot and get to where he's able to run that number one as well. Really getting to see those braking bumps come to life here at Southwick. And we still have tons of racing to go. Going to be kicking off some pro racing coming up here in just a few minutes. Moto number one, like we said, if you're just joining us here for the JDay season finale, 2 moto format, 30-minute motos. So going to get to see all of these racers once again out on course for their second moto coming up in just a little bit. But right now, Andy Matthew in our featured class, our A senior class, trying to bring things home. Just about a quarter of a lap or so to go. And he'll be bringing a checkered flag out at that Yamaha finish line for your A senior class. Looking like the main race line has shuffled back to that middle line. We saw Addie Harris taking that a little bit earlier. Matthew been running that pretty consistently all race long as well. And still looking like right now, Jay, we're seeing 2 to 3 good race lines in most sections of the track. As this day goes on, got to think those are going to start to roughen up a little bit more, and there's really only going to be 1 to 2, maybe 3 lines that these riders are going to be able to use when they're battling around lap traffic.
Yeah, even though there are some fast lines, you know, they're out there, you have to determine which one it is, because as we saw in one of the frames earlier, those 8 different ruts, you know, you have to choose which is the fastest, and that is always the trouble of it.
Yeah, that is certainly a gamble without a doubt, but right now, Andy Matthew, he is on a win streak right now, looking solid all race long so far, and he is just a few minutes away from bringing out a checkered flag. We'll be checking in here at the Yamaha finish line in just a moment. Looks like Praxidis leading the way in our Vet B class. Senior B, it's Cardoso leading the way on the 534 as well. Good to see there. Screws that, moving back into that number 2 spot, and then Langen still out front in that Open Pro-Am electric class as well. But here we are, the Yamaha Racing finish line, the white flag waving, checkered flag is locked and loaded, and we are waiting on the number 1 on the machine, 53 on the jersey. Andy Matthew going to try to bring out the checkered flag. And wait for it. He's unrolling the checkered flag. He must see something. And here we go. Believe this is it. Checkered flag comes out. The number 1 of Andy Matthew. Going to grab the Moto win in your senior A class. And we'll see Matthew not showing any signs of slowing down, so he may be headed back towards the trailer or the line as well. We'll see whether or not. Oh, there it is. Jay snagging him. I love it. All right, Jay, we've got the drone just over top of you. Let's see if we can grab a word with our Moto winner, Andy Matthew.
All right, we're here with Andy Matthew, a true Mainer, and he is the winner of that first A Senior Moto, and of course the reigning champion in the class. Talk to me about your race.
Yeah, it was a good race. I'm actually riding a 450 today. It starts a little slow, so I was off to a little bit of a slow start, but worked my way into the lead on the Moto track and just had a smooth race. And track was good. It was challenging. This extreme section is pretty tough with that elevated log, and kept you on your toes.
Did you find there were a couple of really wet spots out there on the motocross track?
Yeah, that first lap I kind of launched into those low valleys and was met with some pretty deep, gnarly ruts, so I kind of checked up and reevaluated my plan for the second lap. But yeah, it was definitely some wet spots down bottom, down in the low spots that can get you.
Andy, I've been talking about you during your moto and explaining to the people that you have been, successful internationally in motocross. What do you think about the difference of the JDay series versus some of the tracks you've seen over your lifetime elsewhere?
Yeah, I mean, I've definitely raced a lot of places, a lot of countries. I love the JDay series. I love this GP style of racing. It just challenges you. It's every race it's a different condition. Sometimes it's more woodsy, and you got to be definitely ready for that. And then other times it's faster like this, and it's kind of a motocross setup. So it's challenging for the body, and it's challenging to set the bike up for it. And I love it.
You're a heck of a guy and a good spokesman for a lot of these companies. Who's helping you this year?
Man, huge thanks to EJP Racing. They've been helping me, since I was a kid, which is great. Artworks Suspension, Callus Racewear, Motorbikes Plus has been huge. Grant's been great forever. Just a lot of people. Patrimoto, Accelerate Wellness, my family, my dad's here. He's 70 years old. He just raced. My son raced this morning, and he actually got a win this morning, so we were pretty pumped for that on the 50. And it's just a family thing. My wife, Karina, can't do it without her. Yeah.
Thanks for this, Andy. We really appreciate it, buddy. Good luck in the second moto.
Thank you very much.
All right, great stuff there from Andy Matthew. Jay, you got a couple other people hanging out there with you if you want to jump in and talk with some of our other riders.
Yeah, I've got Will Hopkins down here, and as we were talking about during the moto, still a little bit of competition for Matthew as he gets older, though. We always are a little bit smarter about it, but Will is a great supporter of our sport. So, Will, tell us about your race.
It was a bad start for me. The four-stroke doesn't fire real good, but I don't know, I was probably around 10th going through the extreme section and then got on the moto track. And Andy must have been behind me because he passed me, and I tried to latch on behind him, and we made it through the pack, and Ryan Bliven was there. Me and him went back and forth, and I tried to keep Andy in my sights. He's about 10, 12 seconds ahead of me. I kind of rode my own race after that.
All right, buddy. Tell us about some of the people who are helping your team.
Well, Plastyle Power Sports, Red Oil, Answer Racing, Moto Tassinari, Aggressive Graphics. I'm on the spot right now. I can't remember everybody, but thank you for JDay. Thank you, everyone that supports us. I really love it.
Thanks, Will. Good luck in the next one.
Thank you, Jay.
All right, great stuff down there. Anybody else you got down there, Jay?
I've got Clint Angwin, if we've got some time before that pro moto.
Yeah, let's go for it.
All right, Clint Angwin has been around a long time in this sport, and he's riding a Moto Tassinari Husqvarna, who's a great sponsor of our series for a long time and a good friend to both of us.
Yeah, I had a great race out there. Pulled a decent start, crashed on the extreme section, put me back quite a ways, and then just played catch-up the rest of the moto. And But my bike was running good. Motor Tassinary Husky 300 is doing really well.
A big theme for us today has been family. And I know that this is something that's been a part of your family for a long time. Tell us about that.
Yeah, I got 2 boys that are racing today. Archer, he's racing the 65 class, and then my older son, Peter, he's racing the C200 on 125. So it's always a family event. It's like we're camping out every weekend and racing and having a good time, and just good memories.
You've always been a really good second moto man. Yep. Are we looking for something in that second one from you?
Yeah, I'm going to try not to go down the first lap in the extreme. That'll help me out. And then a better start, and then hopefully I can battle with those guys up front. Yeah.
We wish you the best, Clint.
Thank you. Thank you.
All right, great stuff down there from the finish line. We're going to send things to a commercial break, and when we come back, we're going to get ready for some pro racing here from the JDay season finale live on Racer TV. We'll be right back.
Redline oil, formulated to win, proven by me.
Formulated to win, proven by me.
Proven by me. Formulated to win, proven by me. Proven by me.
Proven by me.
Proven by me. Proven by me.
Formulated to win, proven by me.
Some of us have an unextinguishable fire burning inside us. It ignites us to compete. It inspires us. It drives us. We are a performance-driven manufacturer, built for racers, by racers. We are focused on racing fuel, plain and simple. We want to go fast. We want to win. And we want the same for you. We are Fuel Factory.
JDay on Racer TV is brought to you by Fox Racing. Honor yesterday, conquer today, invent tomorrow. Yamaha, revs your heart. FMF, feel the power. A season finale here live on RacerTV.com, and a big shout out to all of our partners over at AG Video for bringing you this live video production. This is the big one, the Pro Class, 250A, A Vet, A200, and A Open, all sitting on the line, but our Pro Class, only separated by 2 points, are the number 1 of Brandon Gregoire and Justin Coquinos. Brandon Gregoire, 256 points. Justin Coquinos, 254. They've been going at it all season long.
Zach, let me interject on this. We just had the national anthem. We're right down here with Justin Coquinos. Justin, what are you going to do in this next moto to get it done?
All we can do is get this start and see how it plays out. Hammer that moto track, and we'll see what we can do.
Have you got a spot on that track that's going to for your best? You got a place you're going to do it? Attaboy, good luck, Justin Coquinos.
I love it. Thanks for jumping in there, Jay. Yep, got the bikes fired up. It's race time now. So Coquinos feeling dangerous. He knows he has to perform if he wants a chance at this overall Pro Class title. Saw right next to him, I believe that was Cooper Jones on the 220, one of our top GNCC racers as well, jumping here into the JDay Series. best believe he is ready to get in this mix as well. So probably love to steal away a moto win. Could that potentially play spoiler between Gregoire and Coquinos as well? Don't forget Braden Nolette, Jigs Fustini, Taylor Beckwith, just a couple of the other names that we know are going to be in this class as well and have shown what they are capable of. Here we see the riders all locked in our Fox Racing FPV drone. They're fired up, clapping the hands, beating the chest. This is what it all comes down to, a full season of racing. And there it is, the number one of Brandon Gregoire. Nothing separating him and Coquinos but 2 points, and Cooper Jones right now as they are focused. The 30-second card is up in the air. Ladies and gentlemen, get on the fence. Turn the volume up at home on Racer TV. This is the moment we have all been waiting for. 2 moto format, so still going to have another moto after this, but so much can be decided here in this first moto of the day. Last little adjustments on the bike. Everybody locked in, watching the flag. And here we go. Get ready to go racing. There it is. Bikes off and rolling. Bad start for Brandon Gregoire and Cooper Jones both. How about that? Coquinos with a great jump off the line. This could be a huge shakeup. As look at this, Gregoire getting together with Beckwith. He almost went down. This could be a huge shakeup as Gregoire going to have to work his way through the pack. Now it's Braden Nolette leading the way into the FMF Extreme section with Justin Coquinos right behind. Looks like that might be possibly Fustini on the 511 KTM in there as well, but already Justin Coquinos going for the lead. Jay, this is exactly what we wanted to see. This is going to be a battle. Gregoire going to have to ride it all out on the course right now.
It's for sure, buddy. What a great start for Coquinos, but Gregoire was left behind at the start. But I'll tell you, that's a great start for Braden Nolette on the 432 Beta. He just gets better and better all the time. And then, of course, the 511 is Jigs Fustini, who's a real up-and-comer. And you've seen his skills out there on the GNCC circuit.
Absolutely, yeah, the Fustini family, a name we're familiar with at GNCC. Saw his sister Ruby a little bit earlier today. But, man, this is going to be extremely exciting as we drop the flag on our A250 class, headed out into the woods as well. And like we said, once again, a lot of riders out on course. How is this going to shake things up for our leaders as now they make their way into the FMF Extreme section here on lap number 1. A couple of riders. Oh, there it is. First rider tips over. And that's usually what starts the pile up. So we got about 4 or 5. Yep, right on cue. There it is, Jay. But nonetheless, they're already picking it back up. It's so crazy. Some of these riders, they don't even finish flipping through the air on the ground, and they're already trying to stand back up.
That's right. Never stay down long.
Absolutely.
I'll tell you, this first lap is going to be very key to this championship because Gregoire has to make hay while the sun shines, is an old farmer term, and that just means that he's got to pass as many guys as he can in this first lap.
Well, you couldn't have said it any better, Jay. This first lap going to be the best opportunity to make the most passes while the group is still bunched up. As this moto wears on, it's going to start to get saturated with some of these other class riders, some of these lap riders, not to mention just space between the riders as well. So Gregoire going to have to put the hammer down here early and try to make up as much, not only positions, but time as well on Justin Coquinos if he wants to get back up to the rear wheel. Got to think, probably going to have the heart rate spiked up a little bit. He knows how important this is. Gregoire performing great in our 125 class, but a big part of that was that great start. Now we're going to find out what the number one's got in the tank when he doesn't get the start that he was hoping for.
And that's where the ultra focus comes in too, Zach, is he is very focused, and you know that he's going to look for all the alternate lines, and he's going to look for his way around everybody as quick as possible.
Absolutely. Yeah, Gregoire locked in as it gets. And Coquinos doing the same thing. And you want to talk about the other side of things. Justin Coquinos didn't quite get the win in that 125 Pro-Am class. Got to think maybe a little frustrated with that. He had the lead for just a little bit, but wasn't quite able to hang on to it. Meanwhile, now he's able to perform arguably when it matters most. 2 points down, and he's out front leading the way. It's Coquinos. Looks like Fustini in the number 2 spot. Now Nolette shuffles back to the number 3 ride, as I believe they're going to head off into the Kurt Caselli Foundation Pro line. There is Gregoire. So look at that, Jay. Already up to arguably the number 4 or 5 spot is the number 1 of Brandon Gregoire. He is riding with a fire lit underneath him.
He sure is, buddy. He wants this title. He wants to make sure that he backs up last year's title. And it's all about pride for him. He's a very proud young man, and he's going to give it everything he can. And keep an eye on these next couple laps as he tries to hunt down the 444, and that's not going to be an easy job.
Absolutely not. Much easier said than done as we hop onto the Fox FPV drone. You want to feel what it's like to go wide open through the woods of the Wick. This is it right here, the 444 of Justin Coquinos, showing you how it's done. Our FPV drone on board, hanging on for dear life. Man, just
how about that
show.
Great camera work by Ian Howes with his drone, doing a great job showing the fall colors. There's still a little fall color here in New England, and it just makes for a beautiful sight as Justin Coquinos carves his way through the Southwick woods.
Man, I tell you what, Jay, I absolutely love this point of view from the FPV drone. It's got me ducking and weaving, trying to avoid these trees myself, as this shows just how tough these riders are. Already 1 lap in the books for Coquinos as he makes his way through that Yamaha finish line. So we'll wait and see where Gregoire slots in there after 1 lap complete. We saw he was in roughly that 4th place spot. Could he move into a podium position by the end of that 1st lap?
And
yeah,
he's
like you
about
said,
20 seconds back right now. Gregoire is really coming through the pack, and he looks strong. He looks so strong on that motorcycle as he stands up through some of these obstacles, and Braden Nolette will definitely be his next victim.
There we go. So Fustini passes by on the camera, Nolette, and then right behind him, a rear view mirror full of the number 1 Ampro Yamaha of Brandon Gregoire. Great shot there. Saw right at the end of our FPV drone shot, even getting a little bit of loose, making you feel like you need to pull a tear off on the screen. And really cool. Ian, a longtime friend of Adam Gordon's, and those two kind of helping bring the world of drone coverage to off-road racing back in 2018. And yeah, now we've kind of seen that take off. Ian, obviously an expert there in the FPV field. We've got our man Gabe Shull as well, kind of giving us the eyes in the sky for that overhead drone view as well. So really cool. There we go, right on cue. Really cool to see the way this new technology has been able to be intertwined into the off-road racing coverage. And man, does it do wonders for us at home on Racer TV, getting to see the line selection and the way these riders set things up, and then that FPV drone really giving you an up-close personal view as to how intense and fast these riders are on course. I tell you who I'm impressed with right now, Jay, is Jigs Fustini. Look at the momentum he is carrying around this moto course, launching some of these jumps here on the Southwick moto course and keeping Coquinos in sight right now.
He is definitely riding with reckless abandon at this moment. I'm glad you said something about him because I was noticing the same thing too. Jigs is a young man, under 18 years old. I believe he's probably 16 or 17 at this point. But he has really come together the last couple of seasons once he got on the big bike, and as you can see, he's in fine form right now. He's running it a little ragged, but that's what it takes sometimes on this motocross track when you want to make time on someone as skilled as Justin Coquinos.
Hey, absolutely, yeah, you got to kind of run that risk versus reward, and these guys talk about pushing the envelope, and then all of a sudden that level becomes a little more comfortable, and then they can push a bit more. But right now, yeah, Jigs Fustini getting jiggy with it, no pun intended, as right now, look at that, 1 foot off the peg, no worries, throttle never let off a bit. He is feeling fine right now, and that's something that we oftentimes hear in the sands, the sandy conditions as well. You've got to be comfortable being uncomfortable. Let that bike tap dance underneath you, and just let it do its thing. One of our JDay past riders, Johnny Gerard, we saw having a lot of success in the sands of Florida at GNCC. That was a big thing he talked about, the comfort of growing up in the sandier conditions and being comfortable with the bike dancing around underneath you. Those are the things that come with time and experience racing in conditions like these.
Yeah, and you hit on that really well as far as Gerard goes. But, you know, it still holds true for Kelly, Ben Kelly, of course, and Josh Tote, because they're both from this area as well. They've got a lot of laps in at this Southwick facility, and the terrain around this area really is the same in that sandy aspect. So these guys really learn their craft in the sand, and I believe that it's really the harder of the two between that and hard pack. Hard pack is very difficult as well because of the traction aspect, but I think that if you're a good sand rider, you can learn the hard pack. Kind of hard to be a hard pack guy and learn the sand.
Yes, I could not agree more. Yeah, coming from I think the more challenging conditions. Look at this on screen. Brandon Gregoire has made the pass for third place and is starting to stalk Jigs Fustini for that number 2 position. Gotta wonder. I believe that was Nolette that we just saw go by in the 4th place spot, so he still is up and rolling, but we said Gregoire had to go, and look at that, Jay. He is absolutely on a tear.
He made that pass on Nolette, and he just took off. And it's amazing to see the distance that he's put between them in only just a half a lap. But it shows you the determination of Gregoire. He is not to be denied today. And remember, we talked about earlier, this is only the first half of the day. It takes 2 motos to get that overall where the points are awarded. So as long as Gregoire can get to that 2nd position, he still is in contention for the overall win.
Absolutely, and couldn't make things more exciting for us, Jay, than to have that down to just about a point or so between the 2 of them for that final moto as we flash back to the FPV drone. Fox Racing bringing you this drone here, trying to hang on to the back of Justin Coquinos. We had to pull a tear off on the drone here as he was getting a little bit of roost on us. Fustini, I am really impressed with, still staying strong right there. And then here comes Justin Coquinos to the party. Three's a crowd, and he's wanting to get in the mix of this for sure. Keep an eye, folks. Just checked in. One of our GNCC top racers, Cooper Jones, didn't quite get the best of starts. He was just outside the top 10 last time I checked. Wouldn't be surprised to see him start working his way forward as well. That was a rider I was expecting to see up towards the front pace-wise. Gotta believe he can run with these guys, but it just shows, Jay, how important those starts are. If you can't get up there, it's really difficult to carve your way through. Brandon Gregoire, though, having something to say about that as he has carved his way from 8th, 9th, arguably, up to that 3rd place spot.
You know, the riders that we're speaking about right now, the top 3 riders have just gone by me in the section that I'm sitting, and you would not believe the small time frame between the 3 riders. Between Gregoire in 3rd and Coquinos in 1st, there might be 5 seconds total, and Fustini is right in between that. This bodes for a great battle going right down to the end, but you can see how much Gregoire has increased that or decreased that distance between he and Coquinos, which is what his job is, and he's coming on strong. I would like to also give out a shout out to a JDay original, an OG as you young guys say, is Jake Abbott. Jake Abbott is running in 5th spot right now, and he's definitely one of the elder statesmen of this JDay Off-Road Tour.
I love it. There's Jay McGrath getting hip with us here. The OG of JDay, I like it. All right. And I love it. We love to see these people coming back. That's the thing with JDay. You can't get it out of your blood. They've been racing it. It seems like they always make their way back. Look at the momentum. We just saw Gregoire carrying around the outside, up on the pegs. You want to talk about a rider that's technically sound. It doesn't get much more sound than Gregoire right now as far as the way he is maneuvering his Ampro Yamaha around, trying to chase down Jigs Fustini, who I believe is just up ahead of him, and then not far in front of that is the 444 of Coquinos. Looks like we've got a couple of other familiar names here. Any of our Loretta Lynn's watchers might remember Robert Weiss, who actually won one of our C classes at Loretta Lynn's, I believe, 2 years ago. Now out here with us at JDay, running in that, I believe, 7th place spot right now. So some familiar names. And yeah, 250B in GNCC, Weiss also took as well. So showing he can get it done on the moto side of things and on the wood side of things. Hey, what better place to blend those two worlds than right here at JDay. So good to see him running up inside that top 10 here as well. But things starting to get close. Right now, Gregoire, he's in a stalking position, Jay. He's got Fustini up ahead of him. He's able to watch the line choices. I think it won't be long now before we see that move for the 2nd place spot.
Only a second and a half separates these 2 riders as they head down toward the motocross starting line over this big downhill double, and the battle is on right there. That's really where Gregoire needs to be. He may continue his advances on Coquinos, but as long as he gets Fustini, he sets himself up for the overall. Have you also noticed, Zach, that Colton McQuarrie, our buddy on the Ampro Yamaha, is leading the A200 class, and I believe that's his first A200 race.
I'm so glad you brought that up. I was literally just looking at his name on the timing and scoring. McQuarrie showing that he is more than ready to jump up out of that schoolboy class after wrapping up the title. And what better way to kick off your 200A career than out front leading the way. But right now, man, talk about under pressure. Jigs Fustini, it doesn't get much more under pressure than this. And this is an important time for Fustini. We talked about kind of the reckless riding, pushing the envelope. Fustini got to stay patient in this. He doesn't want to override the bike and wind up putting himself on the ground, especially with as impressive of a ride as he's had so far.
Did you notice how calm Gregoire was in that turn? Most riders will get all upset and they get all whiskey throttled and stuff like that. And Gregoire was just like, yeah, well, this is my job. And in a couple of minutes here, I'm going to get by that guy. But right now, I can just take my time, I can be smooth, and I can manage my race the right way.
Manage, the key word there is exactly what I was going to say. The ability for these riders to remind themselves, hey, I've got 30 minutes, I've got time. Taking an extra couple of seconds here and there is not going to ruin my race. And so, like you said, a great job, heads up riding right there from Gregoire. Here it is, FPV drone. We are wheel to wheel, and this might be where it happens. Two completely different lines. Fustini actually going to come out the better through that section, but Brandon Gregoire eating sand off the back of Fustini up on the pegs. Look at that, absolutely locked in to that Ampro Yamaha, feet on the pegs, and he is just flowing around this sand. And just like you said, Jay, doesn't look like he's riding over his head. Looks like he's just patiently waiting for an opportunity to present itself to make that pass for the second place spot.
Yeah, he has employed I guess the best thing to say is like a spiritual coach. Somebody will help him with his race development, his race management, things like this, because it's such an important aspect as a pro racer, because everybody's a good rider once you make pro, that the mental game is the most important after that. And Brandon has had somebody in his corner for the last few years, and the guy does a great job. And you can see it just by the way that Brandon rides. He's not afraid to push the envelope. He's not afraid to take an alternate line like he did through that wood section, and he's just biding his time. He's going to get jigs, but it's going to be on his own time.
Well, and like you said, so much goes into these top athletes beyond just the bike skills. Like you said, these riders taking time to work on the mental side of things as well. They're doing reaction drills. They're working on their hand-eye coordination. They're working on the mental side as well as far as the confidence goes. These are things that a lot of people don't see. This is the behind-the-curtain things that very few riders realize, but it is so crucial for the success. Is once again, we see Gregoire, he lost a little bit of time, almost like he took a deep breath, and now Jay looks like he's back on the attack as he is back within about a bike length or two of Jigs Fustini.
Yeah, we're at the halfway point of this 30-minute moto, so he knows that time is coming that he needs to, but did you just see that frame there where Coquinos is right in front of Fustini and Gregoire is right there, and this is going to go right down to the end. A great battle, another great JDay off-road battle.
I'm telling you what, Jay, I think the breakout rider right now is Jigs Fustini. He has closed that gap back up to Coquinos, and now this has become a three-rider battle, not for second place. This is for the lead. That might be part of why we're seeing so much confidence from Gregoire, is he knows, hey, yes, I need to get Fustini, but once I do, Coquinos is still right there as well. So Fustini holding strong under an immense amount of pressure right now. So impressed by the young KTM rider on that number 511 machine, fourth in points right now. But what a statement he is making to close out the 2025 season. And you got to wonder whether or not he's maybe catching Gregoire a little off guard with how well he's playing defense right now.
I think you're right. I think that Gregoire has it in his mind that he didn't expect this great effort or continued great effort from Jigs. It is Jigs' first year in this pro class, and he is really showing great form. And he's also showing resolve in the fact that he's not getting, you know, all undone about this. Like, he's with two of the best riders in New England right now, and he is really battling well with them all, and he's not letting it phase him.
Yeah, Fustini doing a great job of riding heads up. Great little adjustment right there. Saw a lap rider struggling. quick little line change, and he's actually opened a couple of bike lanes back on Brandon Gregoire. So we said it might be Cooper Jones playing spoiler. Right now, Jigs Fustini trying to stay between the two title contenders, and the one rider probably very excited about that is the 444 of Justin Coquinos. This is exactly what he is wanting to happen. Needs somebody between himself and Gregoire to really give himself the best chance heading into that second moto.
Looks like Coquinos has opened it up again. Not that much because it's a real tight race, but it seemed like he gained an advantage in that last section.
Yeah, I noticed the same thing. It seems like these top three are yo-yoing. They get in a real close group at one point, and then they kind of have, several bike lengths between the two of them. There you see Coquinos really starting to deal with some lap traffic as well. Got to think that might start to get thicker as the moto wears on. We're in the second half of this 30-minute moto, but Coquinos doing a great job. Like you said, similar with Jigs, not panicking when that gap starts to go away, but able to respond in those open track sections and put some time and riders between himself and second and third.
This is an amazing battle as they go down through the trees. That's such some great camera work by our crew. They do such a great job.
Yeah, so great to have the AG Video crew here on board helping bring the live racing action of JDay to Racer TV. Excited to see what this does for the series and to bring yet another fantastic discipline of racing to the folks at home on Racer TV. Once again, Jay, we saw Gregoire takes that wide line, staying smooth and strong on the pegs, but still not quite close enough to get around the KTM of Fustini.
I'll tell you, this is some great racing, but it would be a sin if I didn't mention the Coombs family at all. I mean, there's a bunch of them that are doing some great things for our sport, but to bring this Racer TV to us, to bring the great series that they bring to us, off-road, motocross, and all that. I've known Davey a long time, and just can't say enough about the effort and the commitment that the Coombs family has made to our sport, and it makes me awful proud to be involved and affiliated with them this weekend.
Absolutely, yeah, could not be more excited about the partnership with JDay and Racer TV, and obviously Carrie Joe, our executive producer, and helping us bring the world of JDay to the folks at home on Racer TV, and excited to be able to share things with you in such an exciting fashion. I mean, what better way to introduce the sport and the series than with a wheel-to-wheel, point-to-point battle right now. Gregoire still trying to fight his way around Jigs Fustini. Absolutely incredible. As beautiful job here from our FPV drone. And that was actually a lap rider in front of him. So Gregoire having to check up just a little bit. That rider, I believe, actually smacking that tree, keeping it on two wheels. Good job there. Going to cross through the Yamaha finish line once again. Felt like we just did a lap. And man, Gregoire, great. You talked about that hyper focus, Jay. So difficult lap after lap for this amount of time to stay focused, to stay zoned in. And I got to think right now, Gregoire maybe going to have to up the intensity a little more if he can, if he's going to be able to get this second place spot.
He's only got a couple laps left to do it too, Zach, and it's coming down to the wire where he's going to have to make a commitment to this, because we've got some lap traffic in there that are making it more and more difficult all the time. As you can see, he just had to have an alternate line on that one. And Jigs Fustini is not giving up. He's putting the hammer down. He's looking at Coquinos, and here they go into the FMF Extreme section.
Wow, talk about a shakeup. How about this? A battle for the lead as Jigs Fustini makes the pass through the FMF Extreme section. Can he close the door and make it official? There it is.
Yeah.
What a move from Jigs Fustini. Makes the pass through the Extreme section and takes the lead away from Justin Coquinos.
I love it. The young lion charging, man. I'll tell you, and giving the older guys trouble. No one expected this for sure. But this is a track that's close to his hometown, and he's got a lot of people here behind him. Of course, his parents are great people. His mom, I love her so much, and they're just such a great family for the sport.
Yeah, the Fustini family, really, we said the same thing about Ruby in that women's pro class as well. Extremely young and almost immediately making podium finishes, battling for wins. And man, what an impressive performance right now from Jigs Fustini. I am blown away by the confidence he is showing right now. First year in this pro class, and yeah, like you said, the young Lion does not concern himself with a points battle. He is trying to show what he's capable of, and best believe he's probably sending a little message to Gregoire and Coquinos both about how things are going to be looking for the battle for that 2026 title.
Look at the lead that he's pulled out, Zach. He's already pulling away from Coquinos.
Yeah, the intensity right now from Fustini, I mean, as we both know, riding under pressure like that, it's so difficult. You're riding on the ragged edge, and we talked about maybe Fustini almost riding a little over his head. Now it seems like Fustini arguably the most in control of our top three. He seems like he is completely comfortable feeling this Southwick flow. He's taking some of those far insides and outsides. Seems like he's got some very unique lines that are working for him as well. Now the question is, could this go from bad to worse for Coquinos? He was in a great spot out front. Last thing he needs is to allow Brandon Gregoire to track him down, because that's really going to shake things up for the points in that second moto.
Yes, indeed. And see this section here that's really that jump-filled section. And Coquinos is really coming on strong. He really gains time in this spot.
Wow, what a move. You asked him if he had a spot picked out. He said everywhere, and he made that spot right there work as Coquinos retakes the #1 position. Like we said, don't get me wrong, Jigs Fustini, very young, very eager, and showing what he's capable of. But there is a reason that Justin Coquinos and Brandon Gregoire are some of the biggest names in JDay Racing, and that's the experience as well. Coquinos stayed calm after losing the lead, regrouped, took a breath, and look at that. Not only has he made the pass, he's put some time between himself and Fustini once again.
Down to the trees, it's still the three battling right to the tooth. And Gregoire cannot be counted out. There's still at least a lap to go, maybe a lap and a half, and he's going to make the best of it now.
We'll take a look at some of our other classes. Looks like our A vet class, it's still Johnson out front leading the way. McQuarrie still hanging tough in that A200 class, his debut. Out front leading the way on that number 34. There you see the #1 on your screen. How about Wentz on the 115 leading the way in your open A class over Moyer and Galjon as well. So some great battles going on. And then obviously in the lead for your pro class, Justin Coquinos, Fustini, and Gregoire, your top three, with Nolette and Abbott still rounding out your top 5. Cooper Jones working his way back up to the #6 spot. And in 250A, it looks like that's Petsy still leading the way on the 86. Tovani and Atkins, I believe, in that 3rd place spot. So great battles in all of our classes out on track, not just here in this pro division, but once again, we hop on board with the Fox FPV drone. Fustini trying to go back on the charge, see if you can reel back in Justin Coquinos.
Zach, I'm glad that you mentioned the A vet class, because that guy who's leading that class is Keith Johnson. Keith Johnson is the man who runs the show here at the Wick, and he is a rider of high acclaim here in the New England area and also in the national scene. Back in the day, he was a rider who had a factory ride with 3 different firms, and he's one of the guys that developed the Cannondale motorcycle at one time. And it's great to see him out here, because the A-Vet class is for riders 30 plus and older. Keith, at this juncture, is 55 years old and leading those guys, and it is quite an accomplishment. But I'm going to turn it back over to you, buddy, because this is a battle for the lead, and here comes Jigs.
Man, absolutely. Yeah, like you said, Keith Johnson, a name. I think if you're familiar with motorcycle racing, you've heard of Keith Johnson. So awesome to have him back out here with us. And he's not just riding, he's working with us too. Obviously got this Southwick track in tip-top condition. Making the call after the rain. We're going to hold off on practice, but trust me, guys, it's for the best. And after seeing the race conditions that we've had so far in these first motos, without a doubt, the right call. As look at this, the Fox FPV drone continues to cover this battle for the lead. Jigs Fustini on rails, trying to chase down Justin Coquinos, and ladies and gentlemen, it is the white flag lap. They got the white flag just a moment ago, and in the same position. Can he do it 2 laps in a row in the same spot? Jay, here we go. Fustini along the outside of the extreme section. This is where he made the pass once again. Coquinos maybe a little closer this time, but Jigs Fustini going to once again retake the lead through that FMF extreme section. He's got the hotline way over on the left-hand side. What a ride. And then got a front row ticket to this battle is Brandon Gregoire, but he says, I don't want to be in the front row. I want to be on stage in the show, and now he's going to try to make this a 3-rider battle for the lead. Fustini, Coquinos, and Gregoire, 1, 2, and 3. Coquinos and Gregoire only separated by 2 points coming into this first moto. Brandon 2 points ahead of Justin Coquinos. Fustini, this is nothing more than pride and bragging rights. He's 4th in the points, but he is showing what he is capable of after a full year of learning here in this pro class. And man, what an impressive performance he is putting together as Coquinos was able to make the pass back on the moto track a lap ago, but he's got to do it again here. Final lap of racing. He launches up beside Fustini and is going to make the pass back once again. So a true back and forth battle between Fustini and Coquinos, but Coquinos going to make the pass happen. Can he do what he did just a lap ago and bring this thing all the way back to the checkered flag?
I'll tell you, it would be a tremendous feat if he did. But you know how it goes in racing, Zach, is these guys don't want to be beat. Coquinos does not want to be beat by the younger Fustini, and neither does Gregoire. And on this last lap, you just might see some movement from the number 1 because he knows he needs to get that second place at least in this moto.
So here we go on screen right now as we continue to watch this battle that has been from the green flag, and it looks like it's going to go all the way to the checkered flag. Jigs Fustini, Justin Coquinos, and Brandon Gregoire right there. Now this is a crucial last quarter of a lap or so, Jay. It would change things so much if Gregoire is able to catch up to Fustini and make that pass for the second place spot, and it looks like he knows it. He's flipped the switch. He's on the charge. So it looks like Jay going to start to move his way towards the finish line, going to try to catch up with these riders after the checkered flag. And man, I can't wait to hear what they've got to say, because this has been an all-out war. As look at this, all 3 of our top 3 in the same camera shot. There it is, boom, boom, and boom. Coquinos, Fustini, and Gregoire, 1, 2, and 3 coming down to the final few sections of racing, folks. How's it going to shake out? Coquinos made the pass back on the moto track, and he was able to bring it to a checkered flag, or to a white flag, a lap ago.
Watch Gregoire on the outside now.
Oh, Fustini goes wide. I don't even think he meant to block Gregoire like he did, but it actually ended up saving him a little bit and holding on to the second place spot. But Gregoire is right there right now. He's trying to not only pass for second, he could be trying to get a buy one, get one, and take this first moto win in the final few sections of racing.
It's going to go right down to that Yamaha finish line for sure, and we're going to be there to talk to him. I'm going to head that way now, Zach, and I'm going to let you call the rest of this race.
Sounds good. Thank you, JJ from JDay. Jay McGrath hanging out with us here to close out an incredible season of racing, and this is why 2 points headed into the final round of the season. And the top dogs sitting at 1 and 3 right now as Jigs Fustini playing spoiler, trying to get into the mix. Look at the pressure that he's under. Gregoire takes a different line. Oh, man, it's got everybody going crazy. FPV drone trying to stay as close as they can. They're going so fast it's hard to keep track of them. Now, looks like things have gone to the way of Gregoire, and he's right at the rear wheel of Coquinos. We could have a complete shakeup. Could Brandon Gregoire go from 3rd to 1st in the final few sections of racing? Coquinos hanging on for dear life. Where is Jigs Fustini? Looks like we may have lost him. Did he go down trying to battle with Gregoire? We flashed to the Yamaha finish line. Who is it going to be? Everybody watching, anxiously awaiting who's going to cross the line first. It's anybody's guess. They were as close as they could get in that last camera shot. It's going to come down to the wire, and it will be Brandon Gregoire steals the win away in the final few sections of racing. What a charge from the number 1. Justin Coquinos going to cross the line in the number 2 spot. Absolutely incredible racing to close out the first moto of your pro class. Brandon Gregoire making it happen when he needed to most, and you can see, talk about leaving it all out on the course. Exhausted and depleted is the number 1, but that's what it takes if you want to remain the pro champion of this JDay series. What a ride from Brandon Gregoire. Huge shout out to Justin Coquinos, and then can't give enough props to the kid, Jigs Fustini. What a ride from him as well. Clearly showing there's a bright future ahead, but there it is, a little bit of energy, a little bit of celebration. What a race there from Brandon Gregoire. We'll take a look at our race recap. Things were not looking good for the number one as they headed into turn number one, probably in that 8th to 9th place spot or so, actually getting together with Braden Nolette and losing a few more spots as he headed into that FMF Extreme section. Meanwhile, smooth sailing out front for the 444 of Justin Coquinos, getting the start that he so crucially needed to, and we thought that could be the difference maker. Then Jigs Fustini sitting in that number 2 spot, kind of just hanging out those first few laps. We were watching Gregoire pick his way through the pack, was up to the 4th place position by the end of lap number 1. But then things started to get interesting as the KTM of Jigs Fustini started to track down Justin Coquinos. We thought Gregoire was going to be the one making a pass. Boy, were we in for a surprise. Fustini found an extra gear and was actually able to work his way away from the number 1. You see the amount of pressure that he was under. I mean, there was a time where we thought it was just any second Brandon was going to make the pass. Meanwhile, Fustini said, I don't think so. I'm not going to give you second. Matter of fact, I'm going to go chase down first. And he did just both times he made the pass right there. Here you see Coquinos, quick little move up the inside. Beautiful pass, carrying that momentum around the inside sand berm. And Gregoire, he was out of the picture for all of this. We thought he might be out of the fight. Fustini says, hold on, I'm not done yet. I'm going to make the pass again in the same spot. And Coquinos says, okay, well, I'm not going to panic because we still got to go to the motocross track once again. And he makes the pass back again. Meanwhile, this is when we really saw Gregoire turn the lights on. Quick little block there from Fustini. Don't even think that was intentional. We lost sight of him. Man, did he make it happen when it mattered most. The number 1 of Brandon Gregoire gets the job done. Justin Coquinos going to cross the line in the number 2 spot, and it looks like he is standing by with our man, Jay McGrath.
Yes, sir. I'm here with Justin Coquinos, who finished second in that moto. Lasted a long time out there, buddy, in the lead. Tell us about your race.
Yeah, start was good. Passed into the lead on the moto track, and me and Jigs were going at it the whole time. He passed me twice in the extreme section, so I got to do something different in there. And but yeah, he passed me in the extreme section. I passed him on the track, and then last lap I thought it was Jigs still behind me, and I kind of knew he wouldn't run it in on me, and turns out it was Brandon, which it was clean racing. I'm not saying it wasn't, but I left the door open. He took it. Like I said, I thought it was Jigs, like 2 turns before the finish, so ended up second, but it's all good. Good thing is the overall.
That'll boy, that's the right attitude. Were you surprised by Jigs' speed this moto?
All year. I mean, he's been on it all year. He's been killing it when he's been doing these JDays, and he's killing it in the GNCCs too. So I'm pumped for him. He's riding unbelievable, and yeah, he was shredding. So I'm pumped for him.
As we said just a moment ago, overall means the most, and that's where the points are at, buddy. We'll wish you the best in that second moto.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Thank you. We're going to run over here to the surprise of the moto and maybe even the prize of the year, Jigs Fustini. That was beautiful, buddy. You had a great ride. Tell me about it.
No, it was sick. I had a decent start, and just trying to do what I can the whole moto on a 250, racing against 450s. So, but no, it was wicked good, and I actually was passing the lead a few times through the extreme, and then ended up going down right before the finish. But you know, it's racing. I get these guys are battling for a championship, but I mean, I'm here to race too. So, but no, it's good. It'll be a better second moto.
I'm sure it will, man. That was a great effort and very surprising to see. This is your first year in the pro class?
Yes, I did a few races last year, but this is my first full rookie season. So it definitely has been some ups and downs, but it's just a long year of learning. But no, I'm wicked stoked.
It looks like you learned your lessons well.
Yep.
We wish you the best in the second one, buddy. Great effort, man. Great effort. Proud of you. And now we're going to slide right over here to the winner. And all moto long, me and Zach were talking about how, geez, you know, Brandon's in third and he really needs to be in second. And, you know, a win would be really nice. And surprise, surprise, buddy.
Yeah, you know me. We've gotten to know each other pretty well, and I'm so proud of myself.
it ain't over yet, but I've been working so hard just to convince myself that I can do it. You know, I'm racing some of the best guys out there in New England, and I have so much respect for them. Bike didn't fire, which sucked. You know, a rider pushed me pretty hard in the first corner, which is what it is, but I don't think it was needed. But, man, Justin and Jigs, man, we're racing so hard but so respectful, and it's really awesome. And just kudos to them. And I saw they were, you know, going back and forth. Jigsy was helping them push, and they both were riding really well. And I didn't give up, and I went into the woods, and I said I had to go for it. And I made a pretty aggressive pass on Jigsy. It was clean, but it was aggressive. And then Coquinos he went outside, and I went inside, and I got it, and I'm really proud of myself. So we'll regroup, and it ain't over yet. So it ain't over till it's over.
I've been talking about all day your focus and how you are laser focused, and you always have been. You've always had that quality about you and your mindset, which, as we know, as pro riders, the mindset is where it's at. We're all good riders as pro riders, but it's the mind that takes things over. I mentioned your coach, and I'd like to tell you to tell us a little bit about that.
Yeah, no, Jamie Hunkler at Motorsports Firms Coaching. He's been behind me now for a few years, and he helps me a lot. You know, he's always there for me. Between him and my buddy Grubsy, man, they are the backbone of my team. And you know, my dad's there, and he loves me and he appreciates me. But he's an old school dude. Those dudes definitely know how to get through to me, which I really appreciate. And no, we've been working hard, and you know, these guys, respectfully, they've been trying to break me all year, and honestly, they almost did. And I just they're turning me into a beast. And however it goes, I'm really proud of myself. But it ain't over till it's over, and we got 2 more motos.
Yes, you do, my friend. What's going through your mind on that last lap? Bring us through that so that everybody knows what's going on.
I was watching Jigsy and Coquinos, and to say I knew what was going on, I didn't know, but I knew I had to stay in it on the moto track, and then once we got into the woods, I know I'm really fast in the woods, and I know I shine there, and I clicked it up a gear on this Ampro Yamaha 450, and it just, between that and the FC suspension, it just tracked through the woods, and I could handle it, and I made it happen, and I'm really proud of myself.
You should be, buddy. You did a great job. You got another couple motos coming up. We wish you all the best.
Thank you. Appreciate you guys.
All right, great stuff. Thanks so much, Jay, getting the scoop from our top 3. And, man, it doesn't get much more exciting than this, guys. I am telling you what, it's that was awesome. We talked about the excitement with 2 points coming into this final round, but man, I can't wait. I'm already looking forward to that final moto of the day. Taking a look now at our Red Bull top 10. Did look like Colton McQuarrie grabbed the win in that 200A class. Looks like Wentz going to grab the win in our Open A class as well, just in front of Moyer. And then here is your top 10 in that Pro Moto. Greg Wire, Coquinos, and Fustini, your top 3 with no lead. And Cooper Jones on that last lap, moving up inside the top 5 as well. Looks like Petsy, Tavani, and Atkins, your top 3 in that 250A class as well. So some great battles, lots of movement there late in the race. A vet looks like Keith Johnson going to grab the win. Alaire, Grimes, Texiera, and Callion in the top 5 there. The Husky going to round out the top 5, but a great job from all of our classes out there for that final first moto of the day. That's right, folks. We're getting ready to go second moto racing here, and there it is, right on cue. We're off and rolling. Second motos, and that was Grant Meacham we were watching on your screen. Like we said, don't forget, Super Mini, lot on the line for this one. DJ LeBlanc, 15 points ahead of Grant Meacham as we check in here with the Fox starting line. Second moto's underway, and for these riders, the final moto in this class of the 2025 season. So a lot on the line. This is what I get excited for, folks, these final motos, some close battles, some tight points races. And this is where we really see some of that aggression come out. Looks like that's Tucker Aldrich out front leading the way on the Kawasaki. Heard from him a little bit earlier today as well. These guys, taking their time. I believe that kid might have done the same thing in the first moto. Nonetheless, picks it right back up. I love it. These kids are tough as nails. Our nails are as tough as these kids. I don't even know at this point. Got the Suzuki back out there and rolling. Might have stalled it. Got to kickstart that thing back up. There we go. Look at that. The 13 up and over the tire. I don't know if I've seen anybody else taking that line, especially on the smaller bikes. So the 13 machine, not scared of it. I love to see it. Like we said, Sebastian Tucker wrapping up the title there in that mini senior class. It looks like this is mini junior taking off now. That's the tied points between Destry Tucker and Sawyer Langenbach. So going to have some close battles here in this one as well. Looks like one rider maybe having some trouble getting off the line, trying to bump start that machine. there for our mini junior class. But second moto's underway, really starting to see this course come to life. Looks like that's Destry Tucker out front leading the way, doing exactly what he needed to, trying to stay in front of the 21 of Sawyer Langenbach, the title competitor, currently tied on points. That might be the closest points battle that we have coming into this final round. Just a wee bit closer than our pro riders. They're at 2 points apart. But mini junior, all comes down to this, and man, some big line changes there from a couple of those riders late in that FMF Extreme section, but actually made it work for them. A couple of riders choosing to go around. And a big shout out to the fans and parents that are helping our riders there through this extreme section as they go down, making sure everybody's taken care of. Always cool. That's one of my favorite parts of the off-road racing community is the community aspect of it, the family. Look at this. Dad goes from helping one kid to helping the next kid. Oh, did see you there. Now I got you. And so looks like the 69 right. Gonna try a different line. So, yeah, that one didn't look like it worked out for him. And that's another thing that we see a lot in that FMF Extreme section for these younger riders is those machines stalling out. And just goes to show it can be a lot quicker, but it can also take a lot longer if you don't know how to get through it well. But talking about doing it well right now, it's your super mini points leader, DJ LeBlanc, on the number 4, trying to stay calm, bring things home, and try and take home a super mini title. Whoa, what a save from the number 4. That was a humongous swap. Getting ready to head into the woods, and man, that could have been horrendous if he didn't save that. So great job from the number 4. That's going to spike the heart rate a little bit there, but keeps it on 2 wheels. No harm, no foul. Nobody saw that. Well, we saw it, but it's okay, DJ. We won't tell anybody. Grant Meacham back in the number 2 spot, battling it out with, looks like potentially a Yamaha. I couldn't quite see the number on that, but Meacham actually going to lose a position right there. So KTM rider going to try to go back to work. As watching, it looks like this might be Trevor Harris making his way through. Saw him have a really good ride on the bigger 125 a bit earlier, but jumping back down to the Super Mini. And that's another thing that we talk about, these kids jumping back and forth from big bikes to small bikes. I believe we saw DJ doing the same thing, and not quite as good of luck for DJ on that 125 first moto. Not sure if he went down or had some bad luck, but nonetheless, he is able to put that behind him and respond with a very good start here in Moto number 2 of Super Mini. Jay, this is what it all comes down to, the final moto of the season. These kids have worked all season long, crisscrossing around the Northeast, different tracks, different challenges, and it all comes down to these final motos. Talk about the pressure. Right now, DJ LeBlanc turning that pressure into a diamond, trying to turn it into a Super Mini title. Going to watch and wait here for our second place rider. There he is, Grant Meacham on that KTM machine. Looks like that is the 46, I believe, in that third place spot on the Yamaha. Don't have him on my list here. We should get a name here in just a moment when they come across the line, but there it is. DJ LeBlanc checks in, 1 lap in the books. Just trying to hang on to this Super Mini win. But right now, watching, here comes Meacham. Little bit of time he needs to make up. And that Yamaha rider really holding strong as well. Going to let all of our riders check in here for a full lap complete, and then we'll give you a rundown through our classes. It does look like it is LeBlanc, Meacham, and I believe that's Tucker on the Yamaha sitting in the number 3 spot. So a really solid ride from Tucker. Actually briefly made the pass on Meacham for the number 2 spot. And we're watching right now, Grant Meacham, as we continue to watch this Super Mini second moto. Looks like that might be, I think that was a 414 on the machine. I couldn't quite tell, but man, what a close group of riding here for our Super Mini class as we head into that FMF Extreme section once again. Looks like Tucker going to go to that far right-hand side. I mean, as far as he could. Moves a little left after that. Actually doubles those logs right there. Now he's going to move a little more towards the center. Try to angle that bike a bit better. Good job there. A little branch back. But a good clean run through for the Yamaha rider. Lots of different line choices starting to open up. You can see great job from our drone shot right there, showing that one particular spot. Seems like a lot of people landing there and then changing their line about midway through this FMS Extreme section. So a lot of these riders able to adjust midway through the section. So of course got the fans and families hanging out around the course as well. Once again, if you guys are just joining us here on RacerTV.com, first of all, where you been all day? We've already done first motos. You guys are just logging on? Don't worry. The best is arguably yet to come. As the overalls, just like we heard from Justin Coquinos, get decided right here in the second motos. This is where the points get handed out, and this is where champions are made. Who can do it in the second moto? 30-minute, 2-moto format here for the JDay Series. And right now we have got our Super Mini, Mini Senior, and Mini Junior class all out on track right now. As DJ LeBlanc, Grant Beecham, and looks like that is Tucker in the number 3 spot. Tucker Aldridge leading the way in our Mini Senior class in front of Johnson. And it looks like potentially Lemire in the number 3 spot. Hopkins leading the way in Mini Junior over Ford and Baroli. We'll see Hopkins, Drew Hopkins, back in the 5th place spot in points for your Mini Junior class. So trying to make a statement here late in the season for this one. Kind of saying what's up, everybody on Racer TV. Hanging out near trackside. We've got a front row view to the FMS Extreme section. And as our riders making their way through, looks like a fair amount of space right now between our classes. Haven't started kind of working into lap traffic quite yet. As, oh, nice little job there. Was able to double across those. These are the little bike skills that these riders building up throughout the day. That rider actually hitting the log at a bit of an angle, but he noticed how much of that log was covered up with soil at that point, so able to get a little bit more traction. So some smart adjustments being made here by some of our top riders. Is that rider choosing the go around, but charging through that section, trying to keep it as close as possible without going through the FMF Extreme section, but looking extremely fast right now is the number 4 of DJ LeBlanc on your screen. Currently sitting about 15 points in front on Grant Meacham, and currently sitting a couple of seconds in front of Grant Meacham as well. So if he's able to hang on right now, this would be your Super Mini champ. See him getting some encouragement there through the woods. The fans spectating here in a couple different spots. Love to see everybody here at the Wick, the Factory Connection Southwick 2 here for the season finale of the 2025 JDay Offroad Series. I'm so excited to bring the racing action of JDay right here to Racer TV. And watching and waiting. There goes Tucker on the Yamaha. And still under pressure from, I believe, the Husqvarna of Fingler. And so we'll see whether or not the Husky can try to make a pass, make a move here. Back down the hill we go. Some different line choices from our Super Mini riders as well. Choosing that far right-hand line is that Yamaha rider. That's left hand on your screen. So already starting to see, you can really see how chewed up this section is getting. I mean, that was all smooth this morning, and now really starting to develop only a couple of race lines. Watching the 196 on your screen. Beautiful job right there. I believe that was out of our Mini Junior class. That's Crew Hopkins leading the way out of your Mini Junior class. And, man, that was some expert riding skills for a junior rider right there. Our finish line flagger. Rocking that Moto Tassinari hat. Going to be tossing out a couple of flags here soon. Won't be long. There it is. DJ making his way through the Yamaha finish line. Another lap in the books. And this is what we call a flow state here, folks. DJ right now kind of in a zone of by himself. He doesn't have any immediate pressure behind him. He's trying to hit his marks He's picking his way through lap traffic. This is a good position to be in for the number 4 of DJ LeBlanc. So we'll flashback, see where that gap is at. Back to that guy right there, Grant Meacham. So Meacham going to try to close this gap up a bit. He's going to need a little bit more than a moto win if LeBlanc is back there in second. 15 points the difference. So DJ LeBlanc trying to keep it perfect, trying to hold on for a second moto win. See him moving from the right-hand side over to the left. Pivots, adjusts, gets over those last couple logs, no problem. And looks like he's able to exit that extreme section before Meacham even enters. So opening up the gap just a little bit, but Meacham still holding strong, keeping it on 2 wheels, and like Jay said a little bit earlier, anything possible here in JDay Racing. You never know. Perfect example, that last moto, we saw Coquinos, thought he was in a good spot, thought it was Jigs Fustini behind him, and ended up handing things over to Brandon Gregoire, who never gave up. I mean, great interview there from Brandon, really talking about how much he's worked on himself and how much he puts into this, and absolutely very proud of his effort, as he should be there in that first moto. But just like Coquino said, they still got to do the dance one more time, and that is where they hand out the overall points. So we'll see how things shake up with this. Meacham trying to stay strong right now. Just keep charging forward. Last thing he wants to do is override, put himself on the ground. So he's pushing, but not overriding this machine. This track probably a lot different than the last time they saw him. I know he was in one of our other classes as well, but I believe he's in our schoolboy class, but I know probably a lot different looking conditions than what he saw just a little bit earlier, like we talked about. So crazy to watch how fast the conditions change in this deep sand here at Southwick, one of the most famous motocross tracks on the pro motocross circuit, and for good reason. And on top of that, as if that wasn't exciting enough, to get to carve into the surrounding land and bring a little off-road racing action here to Southwick as well. And then you've, of course, got that FMF Extreme section. So awesome. Big shout out to everybody involved with that. Ethan Broach and the entire JDay crew doing a great job of being creative and having a ton of creativity. It's so difficult to explain just how difficult it really is to create something like this. Working with the track owners, working with the property, working with Mother Nature. What Mother Nature is giving you to work with is a big part of it as well. So huge shout out to the entire JDay crew for what they continue to do year after year, round after round. And I think it goes to show with a turnout like this how much fun the riders have, how much the families enjoy it as well. And now you guys at home get to enjoy it as well here on Racer TV. As we check in with our Yamaha Racing live drone, we're going to try to chase down our leader, see where DJ LeBlanc's at. Leading the way in your Super Mini class. Tucker Aldridge still leading the way in your Mini Senior 12 to 15 class. And looks like it is still going to be Tucker leading the way in that Mini Junior class. So Destry Tucker picking the #1 spot back up. Got to wonder what happened to Crew Hopkins. Last time I saw him, he was in the #1 spot of that Mini Junior class. So we'll see whether or not something happened to the 196. But meanwhile, your points leader, I guess I can't even say points leader, he's tied in points with Sawyer Langenbach. Destry Tucker moving into that #1 spot. Meanwhile, we check in Grant Meacham on screen, picking his way through the trees and trying to close that gap up to DJ LeBlanc for that #1 spot. down the hillside we go. We're going to watch, see which way your leaders go. There is Tucker Aldrich on the 980 machine. Tucker switching over to the green machine this season. Had some really good rides in GNCC as well. Like you said, getting injured earlier this year at one of the JDay rounds. So affected him just a little bit as far as the overall running goes. But nonetheless, Tucker, like we said, always a ton of fun to talk to on the microphone. Does a really good job of giving a breakdown of the race. And obviously shows he's got a lot ahead of him as well. Looks like that was Trevor Harris making some moves forward as well. Trevor really been strong so far today in both the Super Mini and the Schoolboy class. And obviously Trevor's sister grabbing a win as well. So solid day for the Harris family so far. We're going to try to keep that party rolling here into the second motos. And then looks like that is still Johnson behind Tucker Aldrich. Looks like it is Harris sitting in the number 2 spot in our mini junior class, just in front of Ford. And then it's LeBlanc, Meacham, and Tucker, 1, 2, and 3 in your super mini class. Talked about it a little bit earlier. Can't pump it up enough. Make sure you guys are following on social media as well. JDay Offroad, and then of course Racer TV as well. That's the best spot to keep up to date on all things JDay Offroad. Obviously going to be all things JDay. Going to have any updates as to the series, the sponsors. Got tons of cool features on the riders as well, and then of course all of the rounds. And then Racer TV. You know the name, you know what it's all about. All racing, all the time. We're going to let you guys know exactly what we're getting into. Like we said, so excited to be a part of this JDay Off-Road series and bringing you guys the season finale here in 2025. Excited to see what that leads into for 2026. The relationship with Racer TV and JDay, very excited about that. And then won't be long. We'll be headed down to the sands of Florida, Gatorback. Going to be doing some mini O's racing as well over Thanksgiving break. I'm sure you guys are going to be tuned in for that as well. Always a ton of fun down there at Gatorback. But right now, we are all focused there. Went through Hopkins, so good to see he is still circulating on the track. So hopefully Hopkins okay, sitting back in that 6th place spot now, being shown in Mini Junior. And we're going to take a glance back a little further in the pack, watching one of our Husky riders. Looks like that might be the 512 machine. And then taking a look at some of our other riders. So continuing to watch our way through the pack. Got some great racing deeper in the fields here as well. Some of the top 5 riders in the battles for top 5s, top 10s. Like we said, season finale doesn't just come down for titles. A lot of people racing for top 5 finishes overall, trying to get on that overall podium as well. So plenty to battle for, whether you're in the top 3, the top 5, the top 10. Everybody trying to end the season on a high note. Here at the FMF Extreme section. A couple of riders deeper in the field, still choosing to go for the Extreme section. Some saying, you know what, let me just take this go around. There we see Tucker Aldrich once again on the Kawasaki, making his way around. Really looking solid on that green machine. Like we said, another one of those riders that we have really kind of seen grow throughout this JDay series, and excited to see what he's able to do in the years to come as well. Going to, I'm sure, move into that mini senior and super mini classes before long, and the next thing you know, we'll be talking about him in the schoolboy and 200A. So crazy to watch the way these kids progress and how quickly they wind up moving through the classes. As we hang here at the FMF Extreme section, this has certainly been an extremely entertaining section, to say the least. Always known as one of the more challenging sections of the track. And for good reason. Aldrich, though, man, really looking smooth through this, not rushing his way through, taking his time up on the pegs, moving that Kawasaki around, adjusting those lines a lot. Really like the bike control that I'm seeing from the 980, and in control up front right now is still DJ LeBlanc, leading the way in your super mini class, not only on track, but in the points as well. Just saw, I believe that was Meacham, we just saw at the top of the screen, headed back into the woods as well. Last we saw, he was sitting in that number 2 ride. Destry Tucker still out front, leading the way in Mini Junior. And, Jay, this is a ton of fun. We talk about the difference, these riders all in our mini classes, but the difference between Super Mini and Mini Junior is pretty extreme. It's so crazy to see how quickly these kids pick up a lot of skill and a lot of speed between that Mini Junior class and the time that they move to the Super Mini class. Jay's out and about. I'm sure he's taking pictures, signing autographs. I get it. You guys are a legend. I'd want a picture too. So right now, continuing to watch the racing on screen is Tucker Aldrich up on the pegs. You saw how deep the Kawasaki got in those ruts through that low section. This is what we talked about earlier, you know, some moisture in this Southwick sand, and conditions a little bit brisk, a little colder here, obviously getting into the later season of the year, so not gonna evaporate that moisture near as easily, so gonna stick around. And man, we have really seen how that is shaping things up in this deep sand. Look at that, that's probably 10 to 15 different deep lines all through that low section. Tucker choosing the far right hand side, and once again gonna go way to the very edge, peeks back to the middle of the track to get around that lap rider right there. Nice heads up riding from the Kawasaki. Jumping onto that green machine here in 2025. Talked to him a little bit earlier today. Talked about Doug Doucette and the Kawasaki team being a big help. You know, Doug kind of one of the main faces there as far as the Team Green effort goes on the off-road sides of things. See him a lot at the GNCC. Obviously, Ryan Holiday, a big part of that as well. And excited to continue to see these kids. Like we said, we've seen some they have the support coming out of the micro and the mini classes, and then some of them get picked up on 65. Some of them really don't start to shine until they move up into these 85 classes. So really excited to see what Tucker's able to do with some support. And DJ LeBlanc right now able to do a lot right now as well, as the white flag comes out, the final lap for the number 4 of DJ LeBlanc, and try to bring things home. One more lap to go, and he will be able to secure a Super Mini Championship here for 2025. Arguably going to be the longest last lap of the year for him. So much time and effort goes into it. And, big shout out to the racers, obviously, but big shout out to the families as well. Mom, dad, brother, sister, everybody involved. It truly does take a village. It takes a family for each and every one of these riders to be able to be successful, whether they're on a 50cc, a Super Mini, or whether we're talking Justin Coquinos and Brandon Gregoire. Any athlete at this level, you got to have a good group behind you, and so always so great to see. As right now, DJ LeBlanc carving his way through this Southwick course. One more time to go, less than a lap remains. You see LeBlanc kind of scrubbing off a couple of these sections as well. Don't want to say he's checking up at all, but definitely think he is riding within his limits. He's got a nice little gap built up. He's not under any immediate pressure. No need in taking any unnecessary risks. So LeBlanc doing the smart thing right now, being mature, keep calm, cool, and collected. Going to try to bring this thing home here on this final lap one more time around this beautiful Southwick motocross facility. We got splitting hairs between a couple of lap riders there. No harm, no worry. All good. And really cool to see the way these athletes are able to maneuver their way around lap traffic too. It might sound like it's not that impressive, but we talk about how young these riders are, how much they're having to deal with, the pressure, the nerves, everything that goes along with competing for a title, and these kids able to handle it with absolute grace. As LeBlanc doing exactly what he needed to do right now. He got the start, he put in clean laps. Now he's just about half a lap or so away from bringing out a checkered flag. Launch down the hillside here. And going to head off track into the off-road section once again. Final lap here for DJ LeBlanc in the Super Mini class. Up on the pegs. Good to see he's not coasting this in at all either. Still up in the attack position, ready for any kind of kick or anything like that. Staying on his toes, staying locked in and focused. And that's what it takes. I mean, when we talk about a class like the Super Mini class, this is no joke. These are impressive riders, and they've definitely got eyes on them already, I'm sure, from some of the industry, some of the sponsors. And yeah, LeBlanc trying to show why he is the top guy in the Super Mini class right now, as he gets ready to close in on a checkered flag. Won't be long now. Once again, Tucker Aldridge still leading the way in that mini senior class, so wouldn't be surprised to see him moving into the Super Mini class before long. And then Destry Tucker leading the way in that mini junior class. And there we go. LeBlanc flashes by us here, and won't be long before we will see him at the Yamaha finish line. LeBlanc, Meacham, and Harris, I believe, 1, 2, and 3 still in your Super Mini class. We'll wait for. I thought that was but not quite. And yeah, it's Harris in the third place spot, Fingler and Tucker, your top 5. And it's Tucker and Aldridge out front in the senior class. A lot of Tuckers here in these mini classes today. But no doubt about it, it's the top of the Super Mini class. We're talking about the number 4, DJ LeBlanc, trying to get the job done. Came into the day on 260 points, and he gets the job done, and that should be it. That should be your Super Mini champion here in 2025. DJ LeBlanc gets the job done, did what he needed to, and now he tried to bring things home for a Super Mini title. Getting some slaps on the back there for some friends and family, celebrating the title with him. And man, probably hasn't even set in yet. A little knuckle tap there, but the emotions I'm sure to come throughout the rest of the day. We talked to whether you're a pro athlete, Super Mini, whatever it is, it almost takes a few minutes to really set in. There goes Grant Meacham crossing the line in the number 2 spot. And we're going to take a look at our race replay as Grant Meacham, a solid start. Wasn't long before we saw chaos, as always, in that FMF Extreme section. A couple of riders having some trouble trying to go up and over the tires. Didn't quite work out for them like they had hoped. Take a look at this factory connection race replay is, meanwhile, up front, smooth sailing besides that moment right there. That was probably the sketchiest part of the entire race for DJ LeBlanc. And seemed like after that, he might have, I'm not saying he backed it down to 80%, but I'm talking maybe just 95, because LeBlanc kept it smooth, he kept it calm, still fast, all race long. And what an impressive ride it was. As taking a look, the rest of the field, Mini Senior taking off Tucker Aldrich, trying to pick up where he left off, your champ in the Mini Senior class. Now looking at Meacham making his way around some lap traffic, kind of sitting in no man's land back there in the second place spot, but putting in a solid run all the same. Meacham, like we said, maybe going to come up just short of the title, but a very solid season. Meanwhile, DJ LeBlanc trying to put the pieces together and is able to do just that, keeping it smooth in the woods, keeping the momentum going around the motocross track as well. And talk about riding under pressure. Somebody had to tell this guy he was under pressure, because he certainly was not showing it. He brings out the checkered flag and he gets the win in your Super Mini Class, and that should wrap up the title for DJ LeBlanc. So great job to the number 4. Good ride for Grant Meacham as well. Trevor Harris going to cross the line in the third place spot. Looks like Tucker Aldrich, Johnson, and Dumir, your top 3 in that Mini Senior class. And then our Mini Junior, looks like it is going to be Tucker, Harris, and Ford, your top 3, with Verdile and Swift rounding out the top 5 in Mini Junior 6 to 12. So quite the range in riders there, but man, always a ton of fun to watch. And man, that Super Mini title came down to the wire. DJ LeBlanc getting the job done. Well, we're going to send things to a quick commercial break, and we'll be back with more Second Moto Racing here from the JDay Off-Road season finale on Racer TV.
We show up. We do the work. We help the best become even better, testing limits and redefining achievement, all to cement our name in history.
JDay on Racer TV is brought to you by Fox Racing. Honor yesterday, conquer today, invent tomorrow. Yamaha, revs your heart. FMF, feel the power. Well, hello everyone, and welcome back to JDay Off-Road 2025 season finale here live on RacerTV.com. Zach Herron here covering the action all day long alongside JJ from JDay, Jay McGrath hanging out there in person. And coming up next, we have got some of our C classes, 250C, Open C, 200C, just to name a couple out there. And man, had some great battles in our first motos. If you're just joining us, maybe a little unfamiliar with the formats here at JDay, 2 moto formats similar to what we see in motocross, 30 minutes each, and we are on our second moto. So for these riders, just wrapped up our Super Mini, Mini Senior, and Mini Junior classes. Those riders officially wrapped up for the 2025 season in those classes, and now just about to do the same thing here in the C classes. And you know what the C class stands for? You never know what you're going to see. You know what I did there? All right, so sitting on the line right now, last little bit of preparations. We jump on board with our Fox FPV drone and how bringing us the shots, making you feel like you're right there on the back of the motorcycle. And going to be getting these guys off and rolling here in just a minute. Got a little bit of space in some of our classes here. Mason Spencer leading the way in that 250C points battle. Looks like Matthias Andrade on the number 5 leading the way in the Open C points. And Johnny Padden on the 507. Got only 5 points in that 200C class. He did grab that first moto win, so Padden under pressure, got to get the job done again here in this second moto. So we hang tough here at the Fox starting line. Going to wait till we get an all clear from race control. Make sure the track is clean and clear, and we'll get ready to drop the flag on our next group of racers. Once again, make sure if you guys have not already, if you're watching here on Racer TV, so many people ask, you know, Zach, what can we do as viewers of Racer TV to help? And I always say, well, you know, a suitcase full of money is always great. But if you don't have that, it's okay. No worries, I don't either. All you guys have to do is click subscribe, like the videos, like the broadcast, leave us some comments as well. These things help the algorithms. It helps not only get more traction and more traffic to these videos, but it also helps let our sponsors know that you guys are appreciating the coverage as well, because that's the only way that we can continue to innovate and elevate the coverage game, is to continue to show how much you guys appreciate it, how much you support it, and how much you want Racer TV to continue bringing you guys all racing all the time. And if you're anything like me, who wouldn't want more? It's always great to have these incredible opportunities. Like we said, Racer TV continuing to grow as well, obviously bringing you the GNCC series. It brings you the Ricky Carmichael Daytona Supercross. It brings you the Loretta Lynn's Amateur National, the Mini Olympics. These are synonymous events that we've come to know here on Racer TV, but in the past few years, with the partnership of AG Video, we've been able to bring you events like the New York State Championship, bringing you the Bagger Racing League, and now joining up here with the JDay Off-Road Series as well. Very excited to bring this aspect of motorcycle racing to the folks worldwide on Racer TV as well. So the 30-second board up in the air, last preparations, and now it's time to get down to business. As 250C should be that first line, flags down, and we are off and rolling. A couple of riders not quite hitting their marks on that one, a little late to the drop. We'll see who's going to be leading them. Headed out of turn number 1, and as always, the FMF Extreme section, it's going to be extreme. We'll put it like that. See how the riders make their way through. Oh, our leader, I don't know if he held on to that one. That was a pretty big kick. Third place, he's standing on the log. The Kawasaki rider, he just completely dismounts the bike. He says, I'm just going to walk these things over. unique strategy. There is the number 27, Christopher Artesian. Artesian, your first moto winner here in the 250C class, trying to pick up right where he left off. As we watch a couple of the riders continuing to pick their way through this FMF Extreme section, a couple different line choices there and ways to maneuver that section. Now we get ready to drop the gate on open C. And I believe it was the number 5 grabbing the first moto win, if I'm not mistaken. We'll wait and see here in the second moto how things shake out. Looks like everybody gets through the first turn clean. Good to see. That's a big class there. And now it's going to get interesting. Still got a couple of stragglers there from the 250C class still in the extreme section. Let's see how things go for our open C class here on the lap number 1. A couple of riders down and bringing a couple more with them. All right, nobody panics. It's part of it. Ooh, little sideways there for the 770. That was a nice little move. Now we flash back to our 200C class. Johnny Padden grabbing that first moto win, 5 points ahead on the points over Elias Whitney. So Padden going to try to bring things home for a title here in this 200C class. $6.99 remounting the machine there. Good job. Big shout out to everybody lending a hand, helping our riders out through this extreme section. Oh, one rider going down. That was the 99. Looks like that's Ashton Dumir. He finished 3rd in your first moto, so quickly picks things back up, gets back on the charge. With the 187, pick his way through. So far, so good, keeping those feet on the pegs. Good looks right now from the 187. And now I'm going to check back in with our Yamaha Racing live drone here at the front of the field, and it should still be the number 27 of Christopher Artesian leading the way here for your 250C class. So Artesian leading the way. Who can't quite make out the number of that second place rider? It looks like it's a Yamaha. Going to try to sink the hooks into the back of the 27. Artesian doing a great job early in the day, but man, you want to talk about a completely different looking course from this morning. They were the first riders out on track. Everything was smooth as could be, and it is not anymore, to say the least. So take a look at this. Artesian, a little more pressure than he had there in the first moto, and just look at how much that Husqvarna is dancing around here in moto number 2. Things much more difficult, and curious to see the line choices. Looks like Artesian going a little wider this time, kind of sweeping into the bottom corner, tucks back to the inside, up and over that roller, and back up the hillside they go. Continue to look our way through the pack. We'll flash into some of our open C riders as well as 200C out there. And as you can see, just like we said, 2, 3, maybe even 4 different main lines kind of developing down the hillside. One rider going to go way wide, pivots right at the bottom of the hill. Had to make some quick little adjustments there, but and tucks back underneath. There goes the 157. Making his way through. back to the lead we go, the 27 of Artesian. Holding strong under pressure right now. But watching Husky, there goes the 910. And there is the 251, it looked like. So Artesian checks in through the Yamaha finish line and goes. Quick little dab of the foot, picks that front end up, wheeling over some of those braking bumps. Man, Artesian's been doing a great job of hitting his marks here, getting a little bit of support there from fellow rider trackside. I mean, look at the gap that he has opened up. He was under some pretty serious pressure and has been able to respond to that. Start to give you an idea who's sitting back there in the second and third place spots. Well, there goes another Yamaha. Looks like it's blue sitting second and third. There goes the 251 back there in what looks to be about the fourth place spot. A little bit of space here towards the front end of this 250C field. We'll see whether or not the 251 is able to try to track the lead down. He was able to work his way right to the lead in Moto number 1. Not quite able to do the same so far here in Moto 2. Watching the number 52 machine get caught between these logs. Oh, saves it. I still don't count that as a fall yet, folks. Bike didn't touch the ground. He says, never mind, I'm going to go to the outside here. Meant to do that. Oh, and the 251 having some problems now through the extreme section. Hang on to it. The 96 going for a ride. Tried to adjust around the Husqvarna rider and wound up almost putting himself on the ground. Oh, meanwhile, one rider down hard, it looks like, through the extreme section, going to try to pick things back up and keep going. Man, these riders, absolute warriors. Down but not out. Look at that. Goes right back to it, doubles the next jump. I love to see it. Try to take that wide line around. Hang on to it now. Kawasaki rider. Feet on the foot pegs are optional according to him. But I'm not going to question it. He's still up on two wheels and is through. So the 744 says, take that. Zach, this is how I do it. I love to see it. Many different ways to get through that FMF Extreme section. Watching here, big shout out to our friends at Red Bull. Got the big tent set up there on the hillside, bringing your top 10 rundowns here throughout the day as well. Ooh, a little slideways action there for the Yamaha rider. Actually going to cost him a position on the exit of that corner. To watch our, whoa, rider goes down right there. That might have been the 251 once again having some troubles. I saw him go down in the FMF Extreme section, if that is who it is, and looked like when he picked the machine back up, the bars might have been a little bit bent. So especially in those longer runs as well. Yeah, there it is, the 251 Husky. Might just be a handguard bent, but if it is those handlebars, that can definitely make things difficult as they work their way through the dog box. Obviously, if you know anything about Southwick, you probably know about the junkyard dog himself, John Dowd. It was actually 2007. I was a little kid. John Dowd was on his farewell tour, and I was lucky enough to get one of his Moose Racing jerseys as a kid who, growing up, I've always been number 16, so John Dowd was obviously always my guy. I wore Moose Racing my whole life too, so hard not to cheer for the JYD. And obviously John and the entire Dowd family, a big part of the kind of the history here at Southwick. Meanwhile, checking back in, the 27 of Christopher Artegian, responding to that early race pressure and keeping calm, cool, and collected. Not riding over the head, still running at a very solid pace, but riding within his limits. And I think that's something we're going to see a lot of in these second motos. Riders have put in a lot of work. They put themselves in good position for these second motos. The last thing they want to do is throw it away by trying to push a couple of seconds here. There is the dog box himself. It's now don't worry, John is not in there. All right, we'd have built him a bigger one, but that's obviously the JYD Junkyard Dog himself, John Dowd, a big part. And you want to talk about a legend of Southwick? Definitely one of the first names that gets mentioned. So cool little shot there of the dog box. And Wood, the 251 machine, still sitting in that second place spot. It's showing on the screen even after that get off. So continuing to make his way forward, even though on screen we've captured him struggling a couple of times. So just goes to show, even if you're crashing, you can still be moving forward. And there he is, the 251 right on cue. So a solid run from Wood, not giving up after at least 2 crashes that we've seen on camera. So great job getting back up. Got that dog in him as well. Continue to work our way through as we scroll through. Open C class, it's still Andrade leading the way in our Open C class. Your points leader, the number 5 machine. Bryant and Kelly sitting second and third in that. With Bennett and Fosterdoven in the 5th place spot. Jumping on board with our Fox FPV drone. The 200 class, it is Whitney leading the way over Padden, and that could be interesting here, folks. Elias Whitney sitting second place by 5 points under Johnny Padden. So Johnny Padden sitting in the number 2 spot right now and chasing down his closest competitor in the points, Elias Whitney. Did not see where Whitney finished in that first moto, so not sure how that could shape up the overall picture, but a title in the balance. Therefore, that 200 C class with Johnny Padden and Elias Whitney, 1 and 2 in points, sitting 2 and 1 right now on the track. Awesome job from Ian Howes, our FPV drone operator, getting the bus close and personal with these riders. Feel like we're on the track ourselves. Be sitting at home, sitting at the office with a pair of goggles on, rip the tear off just for fun. Feel like I was out there. And then obviously great job, Gabe Scholl, our Yamaha Racing live drone, eyes in the sky as well. So cool to bring that drone technology here to off-road racing coverage, and I think it's tremendously changed the game. Love those overhead shots. Really gives us the ability to kind of see the way these riders set things up in advance. You see them making quick little adjustments where it might not make sense in the moment, but then you give them a corner or two and it sets them up perfectly to try to make a pass. So awesome to have that up high overhead view. And then this FPV drone, I think this helps just show the intensity. Sometimes these camera shots, it might make them look like they're going a bit slower than they really are. These riders are absolutely flying, and even in something like this FMF Extreme section, the FPV doing a great job of letting you know exactly how challenging things are. That elevated log right there, and as the racing continues to wear on, the approach to these logs starting to break down as well. So that's just going to take something challenging and just make it even more so. So great view right here. Yep. Yeah, even talking with our producer right now, that's what we were just talking about, the way these things are whooping out almost before the log. You see all of our riders, they kind of hard on the brakes right before these logs, and then almost a dump the clutch. They want to try to get that front end light. Oh, seeing the number 3 having some problems there. It looks like he was going to take a quick second, try to grab his breath after going down. But yeah, kind of dumping the clutch, really want to lift that front end up. And what's that doing is kind of causing these, whoa, look at that, a full ghost ride, Deegan style. Not sure if that was intentional or what. Yeah, gonna loop it around. Don't think that was the initial plan, but we'll give him some style points if nothing else. But yeah, things definitely not getting any easier, we'll say, here at the FMF Extreme section. We check back in, the Yamaha Racing live drone. Hang on to it now. Artegia in the 27 going for a ride here on the Southwick Moto track. Look at how deep those ruts are getting there in the low sections, almost grabbing the foot pegs of the Husqvarna. Oh, Artesian getting sideways, and that is a big thing that you hear riders talking about in these sandy conditions. You got to stay, you want your front and your back tire in the same rut. Don't want to get cross-rutted through some of these sections. I possibly think that might have been what happened to the 251 we saw a little bit earlier when he got spit off the machine. Sometimes it's so hard to tell. These lines are so close together, and if the back end just pops into a different line, it can put you on the sand before you know it. Quick little glance over for the 27, wants to try to spot exactly where his competition is at. He's got a nice little gap built up, but I believe he had a gap built up in that first moto as well, so things definitely not over yet. As he continues to traverse his way around this Southwick motocross track, down the hill he goes, checking up. Look at that, almost trying to launch through some of those braking bumps, really getting deep. I mean, those things are starting to look like jump faces now at this point. And then, of course, the lap traffic, a big part of this as well. Look at that, having to completely switch up the lines, go to the outside. Now he cuts back across. Great heads-up riding from the 27. Fans at home waving and watching. For the 27 of out front, leading the way. Jay McGrath out and about as well, taking in the sights and sounds of the JDay season finale, helping us call the racing action. Obviously a legend of the JDay series himself, longtime announcer of the series, and very glad to have him on board with us here today covering the racing action. And we'll have more from Jay throughout the day. JJ from JDay, as we like to call it. There we go, the 27 of Artesian makes his way through. Gonna watch here, try to see. Nice little gap opened up. Still no sign of second place that I've seen, so things looking good for Artesian at the moment. Like we said, Jay going to try to head down to the finish line here to close out our motos. Going to see if we can talk to some of our riders after the checkered flag. And it looks like we might be bringing out a white flag here in just a moment. I see them, they got it locked and loaded. And there we go, jumping on board. Right on cue, the 27. Still plenty of racing to go. Second motos underway here for the 2025 season finale, the Factory Connection Southwick 2 JDay Offroad. The season finale here in 2025, and man, some amazing racing action in those first motos and continuing those right here in moto number 2. So far, pretty solid response from our first moto winners. DJ LeBlanc backing things up and doing it in dominant style there in that super mini class. And then, our featured class here, the 250C class, continuing to run on board with the number 27 machine. Christopher Artesian on the Husqvarna, your Fox FPV drone, making you feel like you're in a battle for the lead yourself. Doing a great job incorporating some of those tires in there as well. Only a couple of riders I've seen taking those middle lines over the tires. But Artesian making it look good, getting some hand signals, words of encouragement from folks along the side of the track. Everybody celebrating here as Artesian really trying to just make a point here. Sitting fourth in your points right now, 159 points, so a fair bit back even from second and third place, but man, really has been solid all day today, and got to think he's trying to show what he's capable of here in this 250C class. Checking back in a little further back in that FMF Extreme section as well. Oh, one rider going down hard. Drop that front end. Just like that. It can happen just that quick, folks. Sometimes they're able to kind of wheelie over that second one, but man, you get a big kick, that front end drops. When I say trust me, it doesn't feel good. So these guys are tough, all right? Glad everybody's getting back up. But that one rider said, I'm not sure about that. I don't know what he's doing, actually. He said, I'll just do a little loop out here just for fun. Not sure the strategy behind that, but it worked. So I'm not going to question it as that rider makes his way out of the FMF Extreme section. And before you think we're being mean, they do have the option to go around it. All right, so they're choosing to go through it. Be curious to see what the time difference would be between the go around and then going straight through the extreme section. Obviously, if you do it correctly, the more challenging line going to be a little more time friendly, save you a bit of time, but if you do it wrong, then ultimately it could cost you more time picking the machine back up. So it's a little bit of that risk versus reward. How much do you trust yourself? And then, yeah, exactly like our producer said, on top of that, if you do go down, fixing stuff after the race, pipes, bars, hand guards, everything that goes along with it, definitely something to be said about that as well. So these riders, for the moment, yeah, this is a great way to fill up that Rocky Mountain ATV MC car. We're gonna add some shopping lists here. But, yeah, you got to wonder as well, like we said, that 251, going down in some of the softer, more deep, sandy sections, maybe a little bit plusher for the machine. If they do go down, not quite going to damage things as much. But, man, you toss things down right into the side of a wooden telephone pole, that is definitely a lot more likely to break to bend some handlebars, to break a handguard, to do stuff like that. So while that section is maybe a little bit lower speed, the consequences and the risks associated with it definitely are making it extreme. As we see Artesian pivoting right there, going way to the far right-hand side of the track and then cutting back across. Saw him take that line a few laps to go around a lap rider. Seems like he likes that, but yeah, absolutely. Plenty associated with the risks you take going through those extreme sections. But right now, Artesian balancing those risks well, managing the lap traffic very well, and try to bring things home on this final lap for your 250C class. Leading the way, Artesian, Wood, and Zinker, 1, 2, and 3. Andrade, Bryant, and Kelly, 1, 2, and 3 in your open C class. Last we saw as well. And then Whitney, Padden, and Smith, your top 3 in the 200C class. Open C electric, it's Andrade, Popel, and Webb. So getting down to the nitty-gritty now. Won't be long before we expect to see the 27 machine of Christopher Artesian trying to bring out the checkered flag here for Moto 2. Watching our riders pick their way down the hill. Not getting too chewed up. Just like Jay was talking about earlier, I think the motocross track is where you're really seeing the most transformation as far as those deep braking bumps. But don't get me wrong, things certainly not smooth in the woods by any means. Down the hill they go. Won't be long now before we get ready to flash back to the Yamaha finish line. Taking a look there. There goes the 910 machine on the Yamaha checking in with us.
Hey, Zach, just wanted to cut in on you here, buddy. Sorry to abandon you for so long. We had a little malfunction, and then I had to get myself some lunch. Anybody who knows me knows how important food is to me. And I apologize for leaving you for so long, but this has been an exciting race for sure. Artigian again with the win, and Collins not too far off that pace.
Hey, absolutely, yeah. No, lunch extremely important. No worries there, Jay. Absolutely, and man, a solid run from the number 27, getting the job done once again here in this 250C class, bringing out the checkered flag here at the Yamaha finish line, and got to be feeling good, like we said. Sitting on the backside of the top 5 as far as the points go, but man, what a way to close out the season. The confidence that's going to bring into the off season and headed into round number 1. That's going to do a ton. So excited to see what that rider has in store for next year.
Yeah,
we're going to get ready to
send
things to a commercial break, and when we come back, we'll have more racing
he was a
right here.
Super mini guy for many years, and got a great family from Rhode Island that supports him. Matter of fact, we used to have a JDay round on their family property, and both he and his sister are very competitive racers. I was out in the woods for a while, Zach, there, and you wouldn't believe some of the square edge bumps that are forming out there in the sand, because at Southwick it's not like all beach sand, it's some hard sand, so you get that hard effect like you do on a hard packed track, and it's getting really rough out in the woods.
Things certainly getting interesting. We're going to take a quick commercial break, and we'll be back with more JDay Off-Road Racing right here on Racer TV.
We've been there since the very beginning.
20 left, the main event, the mud, the blood, the beer.
Organizing the industry and building champions. "100 years of defending your rights to ride into the future."
Redline Oil, formulated to win, proven by me.
Redline Oil, formulated to win.
Formulated to win.
Formulated to win, proven by me.
Formulated to win, proven by me.
Proven by me.
Proven by me.
Redline Oil, formulated to win, proven by me.
JDay on Racer TV is brought to you by Fox Racing. Honor yesterday, conquer today, invent tomorrow. Yamaha, revs your heart. FMF, feel the power. All right, hello everyone, and welcome back to the 2025 JDay Off-Road season finale here live on RacerTV.com. Zach Herron and Jay McGrath bringing you all of the racing action here from Southwick, Massachusetts, the factory connection, Southwick to JDay Off-Road. And we are deep into second motos, but before we get ready for our next race start, we want to talk to you about our e-moto that we had yesterday, our electric bikes off on course. I want to make sure you guys get to see this because, look, love them or hate them, e-bikes are here to stay. And if you are a hater, chances are you haven't gotten on with it. The technology, absolutely incredible, and it certainly has taken like wildfire. So many of the kids that we see at GNCCs, we see them here in JDay as well, really falling in love with the electric motorcycle world. Look at that, they even got horns on things. Little beep beep to let you know I'm behind you, saying what's up to us here on the camera. But so cool to see what these riders are able to do with it. They might be smaller, they might be quieter, but they are certainly capable. And for some of those younger riders, really great way for them to hone in on their bike skills, their bike craft, and who knows where the future of this technology is going to go. Like I said, love them or hate them, e-bikes are here, and I think they're here to stay. So very excited to see what the future looks like, and really excited to see that JDay embracing that technology and bringing you the e-bike racing. Taking a look from our top three, looks like Whitney was able to hang on for that win. Andrade grabs the win in that Open C electric class.
Hey, Zach, let me interrupt you for a moment. We're down here with Chris Artigian, the Foster, Rhode Island rider who just won that moto, number 27 on the Husqvarna, and it looks like that's going to be a double moto win for him. Tell us about your moto, Chris.
It was really rough out there. I just pulled through, held on the best I could, and I brought it home, I guess.
Is this your first year on the big bike?
Yes, it is.
You're making a really good adaptation. We wish you the best, buddy, for next season as well.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, great stuff there, Jay. Yep, Artigian doing a great job here today in both of those motors, looking mighty comfortable and grabbing the win there in our Lexon post-race interview back here at the start. Going to be getting ready to drop the gate here on our next group of riders. I believe that's going to be our women's pro, our women's amateur, super senior, vet C, and senior C, masters, and vintage. But while they're all getting set here on the line, we had some pit bike racing action yesterday as well. I know you guys want to see it. Oh, look at there. Wait a second. A little DH action going on here. Watch out. As the pit bikes getting ready to do battle. And oh, a little unique start here. Got to run to the bikes. I love to see it. That would probably take me out of contention for the win alone. But drag racing headed into turn number one. Crazy how smooth that start looks compared to now. And two different classes here for our pit bike races as well. Oh, that one rider having some trouble getting her fired up. Off and rolling. Looks like that's most of our 110s there in that second class. But if you know anything about pit bike racing, the bikes might be small, but the battles are big. I don't care who you are. I have seen some of the toughest races in my life go down on pit bikes, and looks like we had just that here for our JDay Pit Bike Showdown. Look at that, the 88, the 22, hugging tight to the inside. The Cowie trying to chase him down. Look at that, slideways, roosting the camera. That's textbook style right there. Close racing as well here for these pit bikes. Ton of fun, and that's the name of the game. Having fun. These pit bike races, the e-bike races. Yes, you want to win, but at the end of the day, the goal is to have fun. Same thing with that Stacyc racing. Don't tell the kids they think it's the most important thing ever, but it is primarily about fun in those Stacyc classes. And the pit bike racing, it's definitely fun. They're having a good time. Look at that. Had the GoPro on the front number plate. That's going to be a fun one. Look at that. You got to be pretty confident to run a number one in a pit bike class. So hopefully that guy got the job done. There it is, bringing out the checkered flag. It looks like it was the 88 machine grabbing the win. Look at that. The fans waiting there. Probably a factory contract waiting after that. I don't know about that, but maybe. You never know. Do they have factory pit bike racers? They might after that performance. There we go. Okay, so yeah, sounds like our top three racers actually full-time competitive pit bike racers, and yeah, there was money on the line yesterday, so I might have to take a little bit of that it's all about fun back. When you start throwing a little bit of moolah on the line, things get serious. And talk about getting serious right now, things get serious on the line for our next race. 30 minutes getting ready to come at you. And while we're waiting, still getting those bikes warmed up, going to take a look back at the next generation. We talked about the Stacyc generation and what that has done. It's completely changed the way these kids are introduced to motorcycle racing. You look at how young they are. They're all cute. It seems like they should just be, you know, sweet, cuddly. They're not. They are as serious as they can get. You talk to these kids, even Princess Peach right there, she means business. And I don't care who you are, the Stacyc race is serious. Mom and Dad are fired up. They're telling the kids to go, and the little kids are fired up as well. Look at that Sonic the Hedgehog. It looked like grabbing a whole shot right there. Princess Peach in the mix. I saw some Mario Kart characters out and about as well. It has been proven that if you dress up, your Halloween costume makes you go faster. Don't argue. The proof's in the pudding. And these kids, all joking aside, I mean, super young. I know at GNCC we see them as young as 2 years old, all the way up to the 6 and 7 years old. They get so comfortable on these machines, and won't be long before you'll see them sitting right here on the line for some of our top classes, our women's amateur and women's pro, sitting on the line right now, getting ready to go racing. And there it is, the kick, and we're off and rolling. Addie Harris going to try to make it a 1-1 sweep. Looked like a good jump off the line. Carly Lee once again going to lead them into turn number 1. A great start from the 482 machine, and it looks like the 525 was right behind her. So Carly Lee and Addie Harris, 1 and 2, it looked like exiting that corner, but already Harris right beside her, headed into that FMF Extreme section. Let's see who's able to come out on top. We saw both of these riders having some troubles early. Look at that, some very unique lines as well from both Carly Lee and Addie Harris.
Now in your frame right there, Zach, number 14 is Brittany Major, and Brittany is moonlighting, as we say, because she's a serious motocrosser. She's one of the top, if not the top, women motocross racers in New England. Number 14, Brittany Major, making an appearance here at JDay, which she often does at Southwick because they live right nearby.
Yeah, fantastic. I believe Brittany Major actually joined us for our New York State Championship race out at High Voltage Hills as well. So a familiar face to some of the viewers here on Racer TV as we get ready to drop the gate on our next class. I believe that is Super Senior, getting ready to head towards us. But like you said, Jay, a fantastic group of ladies that are both new to the women's amateur and pro ranks, and then some that have had years of experience as well. And just so cool to see the continued growth of the female turnout, and not just the growth of participants, but the skill level and the depth of competition as well in those top women's classes.
Yeah, you see the number 444 just pulled that line that Addie Harris had pulled. And they're creative out there right now in this FMF Extreme section because it's getting gnarly. But they've got to be creative, and they've got to find something that works for them. Look at that. Is that a Harley right there, Zach? Harley engine at least?
I'm going to be honest, Jay, you could probably tell better than me. I'm not totally sure. It's definitely looking retro, that's for sure.
It looks like a full-blown motocross bike with a Harley 883 engine wedged in there.
Ooh. Yeah, that's
that's the vintage class for you.
I was about to say the vintage class getting ready to head towards us here, and that is certainly a fun one to watch as well. So cool to see the way those older machines handle these obstacles that more than likely built for the modern bike as well. But good to see Beetlejuice back out here with us in the second moto. Love to see the festivities and just the overall festive attitude that we have here at JDay as well. Lots of people dressing up. Jay, did you dress up for Halloween?
I'm always dressed up, Zach.
All right. I thought maybe some people dressed up as you, so I definitely could see that happening.
Oh, my goodness. I've seen that before. No doubt
take a look
about
at that. That's probably a late 80s, maybe 88 YZ or so sitting there closest to us.
That's right. That's good. Kyle Hangos. He's a former JDay Offroad overall champ, and I think 5 or 6 time 125 pro champ here at JDay Offroad. Kyle, one of the first motocross guys to switch over to JDay, and very successful at it. And another great family situation with he and his dad, you know, just always loving the motocross. His dad was a motocross rider, and of course that's what Kyle got into, because we always like our kids to succeed where we didn't, I guess, you know. And Kyle has definitely done that. Oh, there's an over the bars club right there for the 13. That is a really short distance between those logs, Zach. And it's almost like you can't even get your bike in it. You have to get over it, you know.
Well, and we've seen that exact scenario happen a couple times here throughout the day, Jay, and it seems like some riders are able to carry the acceleration all the way off. When the back tire hits, the front tire stays up high, and then some riders, if they don't keep that throttle on, man, the front tire drops faster than they've ever seen. And you want to talk about a sudden stop. You run into the face of a log like that, you're going to be on your head before you know it.
It's true, and as we said, it's the throttle control that gets you through it, because you got to have enough, but you can't have too much.
Exactly, as it looks like Addie Harris not only having throttle control, but having control of the lead now in our women's pro class. She has made the pass happen and put a couple of bike lanes between herself and Carly Lee, sitting in the number 2 spot. Taking a look, looks like that is the number 14 sitting in that 3rd place. So, like you said, joining us kind of part-time here at JDay, but still running inside the top 3 position.
Yeah, Brittany knows this Southwick motocross track very well, and she's very competitive. As I said, she's probably the top female motocross rider in New England, and has been for many years. Her dad was a heck of a rider and an amateur champion in New England in motocross, and Brittany likes coming out to JDay. This is a lot of fun. And as you said, Addie Harris definitely has it in control there. Miss Harris, of course, a senior in high school still, so she has a bright future ahead of her.
Absolutely. As we jump on board here with our Fox FPV drone, Addie Harris on the 525 Landers KTM, looking solid right now and trying to go 1-1 here in the women's pro class. Addie, a full-time competitor with us here in GNCC as well, and jumping up to the big bike class, and really took her a race or two to, I think, get comfortable, but really been impressed with what I've seen from Addie throughout the season, not only at GNCC, but really coming to her own here in JDay as well. Like we've talked about, Jay, the balance between the off-road and moto side with Addie Harris talking with her family. Sounds like the moto side was what she needed to work on just a little bit more, that speed and intensity. Seems like she's definitely done her homework, as, man, she is looking very intense, very fast right now. The FPV drone barely able to hang on to the back of the 525.
Yeah, and you know, that really sharpens up your skills as far as the speed end of things go, because you're able to get into those battles with the riders, and it's the battle of the outbraking. So you're going into the turn and you're not shutting off, and the other guy's not shutting off, or girl, as it is in this case with Addie. And that's what she learned from motocross. It's the competitiveness and also that extreme edge that you can bring yourself to, because you don't know how challenged you can be and the things that you can do until you are challenged at that element. And it's one of the greatest feelings in the world. I was just talking with Kyle Hangos, the former champion here at JDay, and talking about just that. You know, there's really nothing like it when you're going into a turn with a person side by side, 3rd gear, 4th gear, going 30 miles an hour, something like that, and you know, just the very edge of your competitiveness, and you know, who's going to shut off first, who's going to flinch, who's going to, you know, it's a game of chicken. And that's really what you learn from that sport of motocross, is that hardcore racing.
Yeah, it is absolutely the wire's edge, and like you said, it can be a game of inches. Who can leave the throttle on just a split second longer, who can hold off on the brakes just a little bit longer. So it's those tiny little minute differences that wind up making the big difference. And right now, Addie Harris able to do just that. We saw her getting some line point to her there for the FMF Extreme section. Really been technically sound through that as well, and especially for the ladies here, like I said, I know Addie and Carly both a little bit on the smaller side, especially on the big bike, so going through something like that FMF Extreme section over the logs, really crucial to be able to stay on the machine. Can't quite use the longer legs that maybe some of the male competitors or taller competitors are able to do, but Harris right now, no worries whatsoever through that section, and picking right back up where she left off here on the moto sides of things, up on the pegs and feeling a flow around this Southwick track.
Now, Zach, we just did an interview a few moments ago with Chris Artigian, and I said that he has a family involved in this. And I just noticed that his sister is in 5th spot in this women's pro class. That's Destiny Artigian, and a great family from Rhode Island. And as I said earlier, we had an event there many years ago for JDay Off-Road. So these guys are all in, and it's nice to see that family aspect yet again.
Yeah, very cool to see the brother-sister sibling duo that we have here in JDay as well. I mean, Addie Harris, obviously, a younger brother Trevor racing with us. We talked about, like you just said, the Artigian family. We've got Christopher and Destiny, Ruby Fustini and Jigs Fustini. So cool to see the sibling continuance here, whether it be brother and brother, brother and sister. I know we've got some sisters that are racing with us at GNCC that do some off-road as well. So just really cool to see, no matter the gender, no matter how many kids they've got, it gets passed down, and we've got classes for everybody, sons, daughters, young and old. Everybody can come enjoy their time here at JDay.
I like the fact so much that the female end of racing has become much, much better in the last few years. Of course, there was Pioneers back when I rode, and all those girls that rode had to ride with us guys. They didn't have just women-only classes until they formed something in the 70s called the Powder Puff class, which was just girls riding around out there having fun, not being competitive. However, it has evolved, and it has evolved into one of the most competitive classes. And you were talking about Addie going 1-1 today. It would be a point of pride for her because she does not like to get beat. This is one thing that I know about Addie. I've known her a long time, and she doesn't like to get beat. She likes to win. And that's a great attitude to have, especially when you're a motorcycle racer.
Absolutely, yeah. The competitiveness, no question about it. You want to talk about intensity. I put these top female athletes right up there with our top male athletes as well. We see it in GNCC, the battles, the amount that they have to work through, and the amount that they have to work at their craft. It's so impressive to see. And just like you said, Jay, what has turned into 1 or 2 has now turned into 6, 7, 8 really accomplished and established racers. And that's also setting a precedent for the future generation as well. We're really starting to see more female athletes in the 50 classes, the 65 classes. We had history this year right here on Racer TV as first open gender class female champion out at Loretta Lynn's with Racing Kyler. And so a ton of history being made, and I think a ton of momentum kind of gathering behind the female athletes of motorsports racing, whether we're talking motocross specifically or the off-road side of things as well.
Yeah, I like it. I like it a lot. I like the fact that the girls are now saying to their brothers, anything you can do, I can do better, and some of them are.
Absolutely, yeah, no question about it. And like we said, just like we've seen brothers racing and training together as well, best believe the siblings, the Harris family, the Fustini family, the Artigian family got to think brother and sister probably training together as well. And whoever is the faster sibling is helping the slower sibling, no doubt about it, whether it's the brother, the sister, older, younger, whoever it is. That's the beautiful part about being in a racing family is at the end of the day, everybody's just helping everybody improve. As we watch on screen, Kayla O'Neill trying to track down the number 14 of Brittany Major.
Yeah, that's going to be kind of a shock to the system for the champion this year, seeing that she's been so successful, and now to be in 4th spot to these great riders. And she shouldn't feel bad about it because these are all 3 great riders. Harris, Lee, and Major have accomplished a lot in this sport, and it'll be a learning experience, and that's what it should be.
Absolutely, yeah, and that is one thing that we hear a ton of from these athletes, male, female alike, the learning side of things, even at the pro level. So many of these athletes talk about, even Jigs Fustini in your interview with him, he talked about how much he's learned throughout the season and had to use that round after round, and now puts himself right into the middle of a title fight between Coquinos and Gregoire in that last moto. So really excited to see the way these athletes continue to elevate the sport as a whole, because obviously they want to improve their own riding, their own craft as much as possible, but in doing so, they may not realize it, but they raise the overall level of the sport as well.
They sure do, buddy. I'll tell you, it's become so much more professional from, the 60s and 70s when I started. so much more involvement from the factories on the amateur level, contingency programs and things like that. You know, it's just evolved so much, and it's due to these riders. It's due to their efforts. It's due to their dedication to it, but it's also due to the people that are sponsoring the events and that have the open mind to do so, that know that these things need to be done, and this sport needs to continue to grow as it does.
Absolutely. Taking a look on board with your current leader here in the women's pro class, Addie Harris, and we were able to catch up with the 525 a little bit earlier this weekend.
And we're here with Addie Harris out of Rhode Island. And Addie, you have at least 1 or 2 JDay off-road titles to your name, am I right?
Yes.
And are you the reigning champion in the women's class this year?
I don't have the points lead, but every race I've been to, I've done pretty good, and yeah.
And what about your GNCC series this year?
It's been going good. It's my first year in the women's pro class, so I'm the youngest, I'm pretty sure, in the class. So it's a big step up, being with all the top women pro girls out there. So it's been a great experience this year. This year's been a big step up from previous years.
That's good. And adapting to the pro life, there's some of the fastest women in the world right there at that GNCC series. Tell us about some of the highlights of your year.
Definitely the highlights of my year was probably like the first rounds of JDay and GNCC. Like, they've just come along so much. The series and like all the competitors, like it's not just like they're coming out and it's a joke. Like, these girls put in just as much work as like the men pros. Like, everyone's out there like training and working and everything they can do to just like make it, I guess.
Your background in off-road motorcycling, is it just off-road stuff, or do you do some motocross and stuff like that as well?
It's funny you say that. Actually, this year I started my first motocross race in July, and my dad finally agreed to let me go. He was against it for the longest time. He was like, "You're never doing motocross," but I got out there, and we're doing moto now, and it's picked up the speed so much. It's a whole other world. So my goals next year is actually I really want to go to Loretta's, so hopefully it's somewhere in the 26 plan.
Knowing you as I have for many years, I know that you'll do it because you definitely attain your goals. We wish you all the best with that for sure. How about the people that are helping you this year?
Definitely my families, definitely. They help me every single weekend we're racing. So no matter if it's here or Florida, it doesn't matter how far we go. The whole KTM team, Factory Connection, Forget My Bike Style, all the trainers, Hans, Moto Academy, everybody else really, and 100%, Moose Elite, everybody who's been following me, JDay, GNCC, everybody who supports us.
Addie Harris, the Rhode Island native, out there tomorrow. Won't get the championship this year, but maybe next year at JDay. We wish you all the best. Thank you, Addie.
Thank you.
Yeah, great stuff there from Addie Harris. And just like she said, talking about that step up to the women's pro class, some of the best female athletes in the world. And, yeah, they got to put it all out there, the training on and off the bike as well. Well, like we said, Addie coming up just a little bit short of the title, but we were able to catch up with your 2025 Women's Pro Champion, Kayla O'Neill.
All right, and here we are with Kayla O'Neill. Kayla has wrapped up the championship here at JDay Off-Road with one race remaining. Kayla, tell us about your season.
It's been pretty good. This is my first year ever doing JDay. I came from GNCC. I did GNCC for like 3-4 years and decided to change it up this year. I did a little moto this year. Decided to start with JDay because it's half woods, half moto. Still a little in my comfort zone. I really like the 2 30-minute moto layout. I've been really enjoying it. The win is good. You know, I've been battling with Addie Harris all year. She missed a few rounds, so the win is kind of bittersweet because I got it, but she wasn't at all of them. But I plan to defend the #1 plate next year, and she'll be at all of them next year as well. So I'm looking forward to that.
You know what they say, Kayla, it's not who, but it's who won and who didn't win. And this year you won for sure. So congratulations on that. Tell us a little bit about your background in racing.
Yeah, so I started riding 6 years old. My dad raced his whole life, and of course I wanted to do what Dad was doing. So I started racing when I was 12. I did my first GNCC probably when I was like 17, and then decided I wanted to take it seriously when I was 18, once I realized that there's girls out there that are making a career out of it. It's So yeah, I grew up in New York, and then I moved to Massachusetts last year, and the riding in New England is amazing. I mean, riding in New York is a lot rockier, but I now see why Josh Toth and Ben Kelly and all those guys are one of the most technical and fastest riders, because the guys here are really fast.
They are for sure. A lot of great champions that you just mentioned there, all from this JDay series. Now that you've won the title here, what are your plans for next year?
Yeah, so next year I'm definitely planning on running the whole JDay series again, defending that #1 plate, and I would really love to get more into moto, try and run a full motocross series here up in Massachusetts, like NESC, run one of those, and just really dial in my motocross. I have no motocross skill before this at all. I've only ever done woods. My dad wasn't a big moto guy, so we didn't know much about it, but being up here, I definitely want to get more into it, get more on my sprint speeds, and just moto will help me a lot in the woods, so I definitely want to dial in on that.
Excellent. We wish you all the best of luck. How about the people that are helping you this year?
Yeah, I'd like to thank my boyfriend Jeremy Wallstrom at Offroad Fun Finder for all the support and all the help, and he's just busted his butt all year chasing me around and getting me to all these races. I'd like to thank my parents for all the support and all the help. I'd like to thank Focus X Gear, Don Hampton, 560 Graphics, FMF, Scott Goggles, and everyone else that's just been there and helped me through this year.
Our champion in 2025 at JDay Offroad, Kayla O'Neill, number 310.
Fantastic stuff there from Kayla. And like you said earlier today, Jay, Kayla, a very humble champion as well, gives a ton of credit to her competition. But I love what you said. At the end of the day, all of these athletes had the opportunity to come to every round. Kayla O'Neill made the most of it, and that is why she is undoubtedly the 2025 Women's Pro Champ here at JDay, and excited to hear that both her and Addie Harris, along with several other top young ladies as well, already looking forward to that 2026 season.
Yeah, she was just a delight to interview, Zach. I'll tell you, she's refreshing attitude toward this sport, just very welcoming and open, and as you can see, great smile and just a great energy about her. And you can tell she's a heck of a rider as well. And she mentioned her boyfriend, Jeremy Wallstrom. Jeremy used to be a pro rider here at JDay Offroad. Haven't seen him out on the track much, but of course I've been away a bit now the last couple of years. But Jeremy was a solid rider, there's no doubt about it. And obviously he's had a great impact on her career.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, that's part of the family aspect that we talk about as well. It's, you know, so many of these people grow up together. We see, you know, it happens. People get to know each other, and we see boyfriends and girlfriends that are racing, sometimes competing against each other, classes out there at the same time as well. So really cool to see what Kayla's been able to do, and like she said, continuing to grow as an athlete, looking to branch out into the moto world of things. She's, I believe, jumped up on the podium a couple times in GNCC as well. So just really cool to see, like we said, the way these women athletes are continuing to grow and continue to build a following around them as well. It's always so fun to see at the GNCC some of the younger female athletes coming up and giving a high five or giving a knuckle tap to their favorite WXC rider. And I got to think that's the same thing that we see here at the top level of JDay as well. As look at this, some problems for Carly Lee. She was sitting in that #2 spot, headed into the FMF Extreme section. Now we see Kayla O'Neill headed in as well. Where is Lee? There she is right there. So this could be a huge shakeup as O'Neill going to pull up alongside Carly Lee. They're actually going to crisscross around that tire. Lee going to switch back to the outside. Let's see what she's able to do here. They're going to be wheel to wheel headed out of the FMF Extreme section. Kayla O'Neill gets the pass made, but for how long? Carly Lee runs it up the inside, tries to make the pass back immediately.
I'll tell you, and O'Neill has been on the move in the last couple of laps. She was sitting in fourth. She got by Major for third, and now battling with Lee. And of course that battle because of the problems that Lee had in the FMF Extreme section. And Kayla O'Neill coming on strong here late in the moto.
So here we go, things shaping up here late in this second moto of our women's pro class. Taking a look on the side of your screen, there is Carly Lee on screen right now. The battle for second place between Lee and O'Neill. As we watch and wait, there is Kayla O'Neill. So Lee able to respond a little bit after the struggles in that FMF Extreme section. Puts a bike length or two between herself and Kayla O'Neill, but things far from over.
quite some good action going on in that women's amateur as well. Maddie Rougeau leading Isla Castel. And Rougeau has really come on the last few years in JDay competition. She's got a brother who races and a dad who used to race, and a really good family aspect there as well. But Maddie Rougeau leading that women's amateur class over Isla Castel.
Yeah, Maddie Rougeau doing a great job. I know the Castel family I'm familiar with. They've joined us at a couple of GNCCs and up here from the northern part of the country as well. So big part of the JDay family, and great to see Isla doing a great job here up towards the front as well. As we take our way through, it is, let's see, Castel and Anello back there in the third place spot. We jump to our super senior class. Looks like it is Kinsley, Siniak, and Brown, your top three in super senior. The Gas rider leading the way on the 471. Your vet C class looks like that is Bendit, and then Vosa and Caliantes in the number 3 spot. So great stuff there out of our C vet class. And then, of course, our women's pro, it's Addie Harris, Carly Lee, and Kayla O'Neill, 1, 2, and 3 right now. We'll see whether or not O'Neill can try to track down Carly Lee and make that pass for second place. Couldn't quite tell. We were looking from the back, so wasn't ever sure if O'Neill officially made that pass happen. But if she did, it was only for a split second, because Carly Lee got that sense of urgency, ran it up the inside, and made that pass back as quick as she could.
Yeah, we're getting down to the last lap here, and the battle goes on. Addie Harris really looking strong out there, and I think we're going to have another go here for that second spot, because here comes O'Neill.
I love it. Take a look at this. Kayla O'Neill, complete opposite sides of the track. O'Neill to the far left-hand side, Lee to the right, side by side as they're exiting the moto. They're going to funnel in behind some lap riders, and look at that. Kayla O'Neill does a great job of slamming the door and making that pass stick. This is going to come down to the wire, the battle for second place, and look at the lap traffic in front of them. Will this play into the hands of Carly Lee, or can Kayla O'Neill put some of these lap riders between herself and the KTM to get a bit of breathing room? It's going to come down to this. Won't be long before they're going to be headed back to that Yamaha finish line.
That is going to be a good battle, but you can tell that Kayla has learned a lot this year, and she was very confident in that move, and also still holding off Lee, who is an experienced rider herself. So this is going to be a good battle right down to the end, about a half a lap to go.
Without a doubt, Jay. And on top of that, one of the beautiful things about this, the confidence that these riders have that they're going to race each other clean. Carly Lee and Kayla O'Neill, best friends off the track. These girls absolutely inseparable, apparently on and off the track inseparable, because they are wheel to wheel right now. Always nice to be able to have a fierce competition, but know that your competition is going to race you clean, and that's exactly what we're seeing right now in that battle for second between Lee and O'Neill. As we check back in with the Yamaha Racing live drone, Addie Harris, center of your screen, continuing to try to work her way through some lap traffic, closing in on a checkered flag and closing in on a 1-1 to close out the season.
Yeah, Addie had a great year there at GNCC this year. It was her first year in the pro class and finished 6th overall for the year in the championship. And that's some tough competition, and it just gets tougher and tougher. But it's a true testament to her dedication to the sport that she's out there doing it at a high level. As a matter of fact, the highest level that we have in our country in cross-country racing.
Yeah, and like we talked about, Addie continuing to grow throughout the year as well. Let's take a look at this. Looks like Carly Lee has made the pass back on Kayla O'Neill. Just saw in that shot. So this is going to come down to the wire. It is far from over, Jay. Carly Lee and Kayla O'Neill wheel to wheel going at it still.
That is amazing, and it's going to be a battle right to the wire. You know that Kayla's not going to give up. You know, she's a champion for a reason, and she's going to find one line that's going to work for her, and she's going to give it everything she's got to make sure she gets back by Lee. And, of course, she'll have a heck of a time afterwards doing a little bench racing about it.
Oh, absolutely, yeah, no doubt about it. And that's what's so cool, having friends that you race with. It's arguably just as much fun to talk about the battle after the race as it is to be in the middle of it, in the middle of the moto. Isn't that right, Jay?
It sure is, man. And the thing is, too, Zach, is that I'm an accelerated age. You know, I could ride the Masters class, and I have. And the thing is when you see your buddies now at our age, we talk about when we were like 14 and 15 years old. Oh, remember that time in Waterboro, Maine, and everything like that. So, you know, the bench racing goes on for years and years, and it always seems that we were definitely faster than we really were.
Well, and that's what we talked about at each and every one of these rounds, the memories that are being made. This is the glory days. This is what you're going to look back on and remember when, and so exciting to be able to be a part of that. And now with the coverage on Racer TV as well, you can log on to YouTube and say, well, hold on a second, I don't think that's how that went. Let's pull up the coverage. Oh, look at this, chaos.
Lee with trouble.
Carly Lee, she was trying that line off of the tire. She'd been using it all race long. Oh, and O'Neill goes down as well in the same spot.
Unbelievable. There's a true JDay warrior helping the riders in that section. That's Mike Sassana. And Mike has helped so many people over the years with repairing their motorcycles. And he's such a great sweep rider. He definitely affords mention here. One of those warriors that's here every weekend for many, many years. As a matter of fact, he might even be a full-timer of the 13-year program, I'm not sure, but a great effort for him to help the girls out and get them back on track. But a tough break for Kayla O'Neill. It looked like she was going to be able to come through and score that second position, but no doing. That FMF stream section is the equalizer.
Without a doubt, yeah, two opposite sides of that big tractor tire, and wound up putting both of those athletes on the ground. Saw a little bit of steam coming off of the Yamaha of O'Neill, but looks like the machine's okay as she gets back off and rolling. But that gap opened back up between herself and Carly Lee, so we'll see whether or not Kayla can track that gap down over this course of a lap on the Moto track. She made up some time on the Moto track last lap as well, so wound up getting right back to the rear wheel right as they exited the Moto track. So we'll see what O'Neill has left in the tank. Meanwhile, we check back in at the front of the field, and it's Addie Harris on the 525 KTM back machine leading the way. Just about done with the Moto track portion of this final lap, taking her time, picking her way through lap traffic, and Jay won't be long before she's going to be riding this thing across the Yamaha finish for a 1-1 sweep.
And we'll be there to visit with her and get her insight as to this track and this moto.
So here we go, Addie Harris hopping and skipping her way through some of the lap traffic. See father of Isla Castell there giving her the old leave it wide open hand signal. I don't care what language you speak, that hand signal is absolutely universal.
That's
nice
right.
little line switch here for Addie Harris, going way wide, cutting back underneath, doing a good job of not following the lap traffic in front of her. Does not want to allow another rider to get tangled up with her and bring her down after such a solid run, just a little bit away from a checkered flag. Coming out here for this Women's Pro Moto number 2.
Yeah, that is an important thing on that last lap, Zach, to protect that lead. And the worst part is you're worried about who's coming from behind that's in your class, but also all those elements coming from the side, and of course being in front of you as well. You got to worry about slower traffic and not hitting them. So there's a lot of management that goes along in this race scheme, and especially on that final lap.
So on screen, Addie Harris sitting on a first Moto win and executed this Moto 2 to perfection, about second off of the start. Quickly moved into that number 1 ride and has put the power to the ground ever since. We're waiting to see if we can catch that battle for second place between Carly Lee and Kayla O'Neill. They have traded positions more than a few times and have also found themselves on the ground a couple of times that we've seen as well. So we'll see whether or not there were any other mishaps for either one of those riders, because they were not far apart. That could be a big shakeout. Like we said, both of those riders there. We see Carly Lee on your screen. Her and Kayla O'Neill, very close friends off the track as well, but when the helmet goes on, it is all business. These are professional athletes, and they are acting as such. Wheel-to-wheel battle, all clean racing. But here we are, Jay, the Yamaha finish line, the white flag out, the checkered flag locked and loaded, and looks like that might have been it. Addie
That's
Harris
it.
makes her way across the line and brings out the checkered flag, a 1-1 sweep for the 525 of Addie Harris here in your women's pro class. We'll wait and see. Looks like it's going to be Carly Lee crossing the line in the number 2 spot, with Kayla O'Neill rounding out your top 3 in your women's pro, but we'll wait till they officially cross the line. But no doubt about it, when it comes to the win, the 1-1 makes the math easy. Addie Harris going to get the job done in your women's pro class.
And Zach, I did notice on that last lap that Isla Castell, a ZRT rider, moved into the lead of that women's amateur class.
So how about that? Yeah, Isla Castell, one of our younger riders as well, making some moves late in the race and picking up that number 1 spot. We'll see if she can bring it all the way to the checkered flag as we cue up our race replay. It was Carly Lee leading them into turn number 1. Factory Connection replay showing these awesome line choices between Lee and Harris, both big classes here. Oh man, and some big crashes here as well in the FMF Extreme section. We saw some wild get-offs in this one, but what a great battle it was. Kayla O'Neill charging hard, working her way up inside that top 2. They're wheel-to-wheel back and forth. And it looks like Carly Lee wheel-to-wheel with Kayla O'Neill. They went back and forth. But it looks like it was going to be Lee that would wind up getting the best of them and crossing the line in the number 2 spot. There you see O'Neill had made the pass happen back in the woods, but meanwhile up front all by herself, Addie Harris staying calm, cool, and collected. Look at this. Some switch-ups for Lee. She winds up going down, quickly glances back, tries to pick the thing back up. Right as she gets back going, Kayla O'Neill goes down in the exact same spot. But Addie Harris picks her way through the lap traffic. Like we said, technically sound all the way to the checkered flag and brings things home for a second moto win and a 1-1 sweep here in your women's pro class. So there you see, hanging out. Beetlejuice made it to the finish line as well. Good to see. Looks like in our Vet C class, Ravosa, Caliantis, and Benoit going to be your top 3. Addie Harris, Carly Lee, and Kayla O'Neill, your top 3 in the women's pro. And with that, we're going to send things to a commercial break. When we come back, we'll have more second moto action right here from JDay live on Racer TV.
right with Luxon MX, the ultimate destination for high-performance motocross parts. From our state-of-the-art triple clamps to our lightweight, vibration-absorbing handlebar mounts, every Luxon MX product is meticulously engineered with cutting-edge technology, thorough testing, and always crafted from high-end materials. It's our passion to create components that provide unparalleled comfort, control, and confidence on the track. Luxon MX, engineered for performance, proven by professionals, and available to you.
JDay on Racer TV is brought to you by Fox Racing. Honor yesterday, conquer today, invent tomorrow. Yamaha, revs your heart. FMF, feel the power. Well, hello everyone, and welcome back to the JDay Offroad 2025 season finale here in Southwick, Massachusetts. The Factory Connection Southwick 2 here live on Racer TV. Zach Heron and Jay McGrath bringing you all the racing action as we just wrapped up our Women's Pro, Women Amateur, Super Senior, Vet C, and Senior C classes, as well as our Masters and Vintage classes as well. Getting ready to drop the flag on our Pro-Am 125s as well as some of our B classes as well. Going to bring the level up just a little bit as we check in here at the Fox starting line. 2 moto format here for JDay, 30 minutes each. And we've had some great battles in our first motos, and they are setting up quite a battle here in these second motos as well. Lots of championship positions still on the lines. Maybe not just the titles, but some top 3 overall, some top 5s, even some top 10s still yet to be decided. So very excited to see how things shake up in our final few motos of the afternoon and our final few motos of the 2025 season. So the fans hanging out here trackside. Everybody talking to their favorite riders. There you see the number 1 of Brandon Gregoire and the 444 of Justin Coquinos, both on those Yamaha back machines. We saw them do battle in our Pro-Am 125 as well as in our Pro class. And man, that has been a ton of fun to watch. There you see the 432, the 101, and the 199. Guys trying to stay warm sitting there on the line. A little bit brisk this afternoon up in Southwick, Massachusetts. But nonetheless, the racing action is still red hot out on the course. There we see the number 600 machine. Everybody excited to have the JDay Racing action shown right here on Racer TV. Look at that, slapping the number plate, waving hi to everybody back at home. Got mom, dad, and grandma watching probably. And if you are there on site, if you got family wasn't able to make it to the course, make sure you're telling them to log on to Racer TV. Go on YouTube, type in Racer TV or racertv.com, and they can watch all of the racing action from home. So make sure if you've got any of your friends and family that want to watch your race, you can let them know that now you can. You can see it live from home on Racer TV. The riders hanging out, having a good time, trying to stay warm, stay loose before they get ready to go out for 30 minutes of battle. There you see the 360 of Ryan Amatio. Had a really solid ride earlier today as well. Amatio settling into his own here in the big bikes, both on the GNCC side of things as well as the JDay side. See the bikes getting warmed up, the smoke clearing here in the Fox starting area. Mechanics starting to clear out of the way. Last little bits of preparation, shaking out the goggles. So many different warm-up strategies for these riders. Some staying very calm, cool, still. Others beating the chest, getting fired up. And here we go, 1 minute. The Fingers up in the air, gonna unroll that Fox flag and get ready to go racing it. Here from Southwick, Massachusetts, the Wick. Got some wicked fast riders here this weekend. We've already seen most of them in action, and they just have to do it one more time. Let's get down to the nitty-gritty. See those guys getting prepared. 30-second card up in the air. And it will be our Pro-Am 125 class. Headed off first, Brandon Gregoire leading the points in that. And here we go. See Coquinos there with the red boots. Gregoire just on the other side of him. And we are off and rolling. Looks like it could be a hole shot for the number 1. Got a great jump off the line. And I do believe it is the number 1 of Brandon Gregoire grabbing the early race lead. We'll see as they head into the F&F Extreme section. There it is. The Moose Racing gear gives it away. The Ampro Yamaha of Brandon Gregoire in the number 1 spot. Looks like that might be Coquinos in 2. Maybe not, actually. Looks like that might have been a 5:33. I saw a Moncio back there as well inside the top 5 as our Pro-Am class a little bit better suited to make their way through this F&F Extreme section. A couple riders still having some trouble. As now we flash back to our Open B class. Daniel Gold and Corey Stolarski, 1 and 2 in the points there in this class. Off and rolling, big class heading into turn number 1. Didn't quite make out the bike first out of that corner. Ooh, get a little nose heavy there over that third log. Some of these logs you can see just there in the middle. It's actually an elevated log, so not just sitting on the ground, a little bit taller than normal, and certainly giving some of these riders some difficulties. The F&F Extreme section living up to the name. And now drop back to our 250B class. There we go, off and rolling. 250B headed into turn number 1. And once again, one rider going down there. The 18 picking that machine back up. There we see the 52 Kawasaki. Chaos here in the F&F Extreme section. Our FPV drone, doing a great job of catching all of the action, as it is a minefield out here in the F&F Extreme section. Our 200B class, last but not least, getting ready to take off. Maybe not, that one rider. Looks like all by their lonesome. Open B Electric headed off on that one. That rider probably got a good chance of making the podium there in that one. Now we get ready for 200B. My apologies. 200B, actually very packed class. Saw some great racing in that first moto as well. Here we go, heading into turn number 1, 200B. So things looking solid right now. Everybody through that first turn clean. Here we go, heading into the F&F Extreme section. Lap number 1. Everybody kind of starts to spread out. Let's see. So far, so good. Let's wait for it. Saves it. Oh, there it is. I thought we might actually have had a whole class get through there. A couple of riders going down. I'd say that was pretty good. I think I only saw like 3 people fall. I'd say that's a good showing there for the opening lap of the FMF Extreme section. And it seems like it's only getting more extreme as the day goes on. Like we talked about, the approach to some of those logs really getting whooped out now. Things having, you're almost having to be even more technically sound headed into these than you were there in those first motos. So a lot of these riders maybe in for a little bit of a surprise here. Not sure how much of the course they've been able to spectate between Moto 1 and Moto 2, but certainly not going to look the same since many of them have been out on track last. Now there we see your leader, Brandon Gregoire, on that Ampro Yamaha 125, looking solid as he checks in for 1 lap. Little rub of the tree there almost, it looked like. Gregoire up and over the front end of that bike, absolutely flying on this 125. And Jay, we've talked about the riding style associated with something like a 125 compared to a 450. Gregoire seems like he maybe adapts that style a little bit differently depending on the bike. Maybe a bit more aggressive up over the front end of this 125, where maybe a little further on the back and letting the bike do the work there for that big 450. So Gregoire making his way through this FMF Extreme section. Fox FPV drone. And yeah, some of our riders really comparing the 2-stroke to the 4-stroke. A lot of them actually preferring the 2-stroke. And we see that a fair amount in off-road, it seems like. The 2-stroke's still very competitive, and got to wonder whether or not it has to do with maybe the throttle response, the way you have to ride the machine. As you see Amatio in a wheel-to-wheel battle through this extreme section, actually line being taken away multiple times by the 363. So Amatio, curious to see what he's got to say about that. The 363 of Taylor Beckwith riding beyond a wide bike, trying to keep Amatio behind him. KTM rider going to regroup. Let's see what happens as they head out into the Moto track. Beckwith and Amatio going at it.
Zach, if you've ever ridden a small bike, which I'm not sure if you have or not, but it's momentum that is the most important thing. And of course, on a hard pack track, it's a little easier than it is on a sand track. So when you see these guys using those way outside lines, it's because the sand robs the power from the very small engine that they're running, and they got to keep the momentum. They got to keep it almost like a slingshot. You see Mamancio go through here now, and he runs all the way to the edge of the track as he exits it so he can keep the gas on.
Absolutely, just like you were saying there, Jay, the momentum, the name of the game. Ryan Amatio, a name we're familiar with here in GNCC. Just a few years ago, it was Ryan Amatio and Canyon Richards going at it for the YXC1 Super Mini Senior title, and we saw that exact same thing, those Super Minis in some of those deeper rounds that we had, the momentum a big part of it. And Amatio jumping up to the big bike. We actually saw him get on the podium with us, I believe, at our last round or maybe second to last round with one of our top amateur performances, and really talked about the struggles that he's had jumping up to the big bike, adjusting to things, and not only to the bike itself, but the level of competition and the way these athletes ride as well. We talk about jumping up to the big toys, even Addie Harris jumping up to that women's pro class. She talked about how big of a step it was. Jay, it's not just the speed, but it's the intensity and the intelligence that these riders have in their craft that make them so difficult to pass and to beat.
Well, you talk about the intensity, Zach, and it's something that I was talking with a couple of riders with yesterday about. And in these small bike classes, the 125 engine, which is a 2-stroke engine, is so close that when you make one little mistake, you could lose 1 or 2 or even 3 positions. And of course, in a class like this, you've got at least a handful of riders that can win this race, because it is so critical when you make that mistake and you lose all that power, and it's so hard to get it back, to get that momentum back.
Watching right now, Justin Coquinos on your screen. The black beard, the red boots, headed back into the woods, trying to chase down the number 1 of Brandon Gregoire. Now, obviously, Coquinos, a rider that gives pretty much 100% anytime he's out on track. But, Jay, I've got to wonder, maybe Coquinos going to leave a little extra fuel in the tank, knowing how much he's got to perform in this second Pro Moto. Got to wonder how much he's going to hang things out here in this last 125 Pro-Am Moto. He's 27 points back headed into this final round. Maybe already thinking a bit more big picture and thinking about that final Pro Moto coming up in just a little bit.
Well, one thing that I've known Justin as long as I've known him, which is many years now, is he's a very intelligent racer. He's the type of guy that when you encounter, you kind of wouldn't probably think that he was a motocross racer or an off-road racer. You know, he's very intelligent, he's very cerebral, and I think that you saw the interview that we did with him, he's just so. So I'll guarantee you, my friend, that he is definitely thinking about that second Open Pro Moto, as we call it, which is something that he has a chance for the championship. Right now, unless Gregoire DNFs, which is did not finish, and loses all the points that he has, there's a minute chance that Coquinos could gain this title. And I know that he knows that it's a long shot at best. So he is definitely thinking about that Moto 2, which is coming up at 3:20 today. And that's where he is only 2 points adrift of Gregoire, and he definitely has a shot at that title.
Without a doubt. Yeah, Coquinos certainly not giving up or rolling over here in this 125 class, but just probably not as likely to take those really unnecessary risks to try to gain a few spots here and there. Very aware of the overall picture as we check in here at the Yamaha finish line. Ryan Amancio still putting a ton of pressure on Taylor Beckwith here in your 125 Pro-Am class. They're on the backside of the podium. We take a look. It is Gregoire, Coquinos, looks like Boulette, Beckwith, and Amancio.
Gregoire just having some trouble in the extreme section right now, Zach.
Yeah, I was looking at that. We flapped to him right as he was adjusting. Did he go down early, or was he just adjusting that line?
No, I think that he definitely either did not maybe go off or maybe just stalled the bike, and there may have been a clutch lever situation. However, he may have gone down before we caught him, so that may be the reason for the clutch lever adjustment. However, he's still secure in his lead.
Yeah, I was just about to say, still a fair gap over Justin Coquinos, so a really, really strong opening lap or two there for Brandon Gregoire, putting the distance between himself and Coquinos to where could actually even afford a little bit of a mistake. Meanwhile, there is the 432 of Braden Nolette, really not far behind Coquinos at all, exiting that F&F Extreme section, sitting in a podium spot. Wouldn't be surprised to see Nolette maybe smells a little blood in the water, see if he could track down Coquinos for that number 2 spot.
I think he's got a shot at it. Nolette has been a tough competitor all his career, and he's one of those guys that never gives up. And when he sees that little bit of flash ahead of Coquinos, he's definitely got some incentive coming.
Well, and we talk about the, smelling the blood in the water. The little bit of motivation as right there puts a move on a little bit of lap traffic, actually moves that rider off course. But Nolette seems like riding with maybe a little bit more intensity, and at least today really seems fired up on that beta, putting in some good rides so far today. And so many of these riders, even if they're not able to meet their overall goal, whether that be a title, whether that be a top 3 or a top 5, it's so important to try to end the season on a high note for that mentality headed into the off-season as well, Jay, because these riders, yes, they're obviously very physically impressive, but the mental side just as crucial for these athletes. Some positive momentum heading into the off-season to do big things coming into 2026.
Yeah, and it also means ride potential as far as who they're going to ride for next year. If they get a good finish at the end of the year, that lasts in the person's mind that's making those decisions. And if you make that good impression later at the end of the season, then that helps you get a ride for the next season. And I just wanted to say that I was really excited. I know that a lot of people are not for change. I think change is good. I think it's good for our sport. And it's nice to see the Beta brand coming alive as they have. I know they're not the only ones that are making a a dive into this whole deal, and there's a bunch of new bikes out there as well, but it's nice to see new blood out there, and it's nice to see Braden Nolette doing well on his Beta motorcycle.
Yeah, absolutely. So impressive to see what Beta USA has done over the last couple of years. Not a name unknown in the off-road world, but really kind of coming back and with a vengeance. In fact, I've seen Josh Strang actually getting some XC1 Pro podiums in GNCC, Jack Walker and the entire Beta crew doing a great job there over in GNCC, and clearly showing that they are more than capable here in the JDay series as well. As take a look at this, Jay, though. Ryan Amancio starting to creep forward, and he is now starting to put some pressure on the back of the Beta, wanting to get into that number 3 spot.
Yeah, Ryan Amancio, a great talent. Just a young fella out there. I think he's like 16 years old now. And one of the talents that's up and coming, not only here in New England, but on the national end of things. And as you said, you've seen him out there at the GNCC level for many years now. You couldn't find a nicer kid. Great family as well. His dad was a successful racer. And, they're from Brazil originally. That's their country of origin. As we have a lot of great Brazilian riders here at the JDay Off-Road. There is a strong contingent of them here. They're like family, and it's always a great time to encounter them. And they have such a love for life, and they have a love for this sport. And Ryan Amancio is definitely their main man.
So continuing to watch on screen as we check in. Looks like up to 514 making their way by. That might have been Gregoire we just saw. Blazing fast by our camera here. Checking in, looks like your 200B class, it's Clark leading the way out front on that one, on the number 82 machine. And then, of course, that Open B electric class out there as well. White leading the way in that one on the Alta, I believe. Watching Justin Coquinos on your Fox FPV drone right now. You ever wondered what it feels like to be in a wheel-to-wheel battle with Justin Coquinos? Well, here it is. Doesn't get much more realistic than this. You can almost pull a tear off.
That is some great drone work, I'll tell you, man. Ian does such a great job with our drone work here, and it's so cool to see this aspect of it, because for many years I announced this series, and I always had to go off of the laptop and tell you what's going on there and try to catch the action as they went by. But to see this on these cameras that this crew has set up, and they did such a great job in the positioning of it, I just tell you, it's just a wonder to see it this way, and I really am excited to be involved in this weekend.
Yeah, absolutely. I couldn't agree more. I'm very honored to be a part of this and excited to see what this has for the future. AG Video, JDay, and Racer TV all coming together and kind of brainstorming over this, how they were going to approach it, what they could incorporate. And, man, I think it is just absolutely fantastic. And to be honest with you, Jay, I think it only gets better from here. Excited to see what the future looks like, to be able to bring not only one, but 2 different drone POVs as well. That has got to be some groundbreaking coverage technology here, to have the FPV. You're basically right on board. You're following along. I mean, I can't help but my heart rate start to go up a little bit when these FPV shots come in, because I feel like I'm back on the motorcycle myself. And then we have Gabe, our other drone operator, a little bit higher up in the sky, does a great job of giving us that overview. It does so much to show us the way these riders technically set up the track in advance. It's so fun to watch the way they crisscross back and forth, and just groundbreaking technology that has ultimately changed the way not only the viewers get to watch this, but one of the unique things that we've started to see on the GNCC series that I'm sure will start to transfer over to JDay as well, as our top pro athletes, they start to use these broadcasts as a study tool. They start to go back and watch and say, okay, what did I do wrong? What did this guy do differently? And they can go back and watch the footage in the archive on Racer TV, and they can look at it and say, oh, okay, this guy transferred over here. He moved to the inside here. So this is not only changing the game with the way viewers at home can enjoy the JDay series, but it also is changing the way the top athletes can use that coverage to study and improve their craft even more.
Well, I'll tell you, Zach, if the top athletes are using this as a tool, they are very smart riders. You know, in the very early days of video and stuff like that, a lot of people really weren't considering as a working tool, but it really is. because if you watch yourself ride, never mind watch your competition ride, you can learn so much from it. You know, like you need to do a certain thing in a corner or on a jump or something like that. So you study your own riding, but you also study those that are you're racing against. And as far as your comment, as it only gets better, well, I'll tell you, I see some great things for this crew because they've been so great to work with this weekend, and they're all in it for the sport. And that's the most important thing, you know. Monetary gains are great, but if you're here for the sport, and that's the most important thing, you know, that you're here to do and to promote the sport and to help the sport get better and to be healthy, then by God, that's what you should be doing. And this crew definitely does that. It's been a pleasure to work with all you guys.
No, absolutely. I couldn't agree more. Knowing all of these folks on personal levels, when I say it's passion, I mean it. There is no doubt about it. I have seen them in the pouring rain, the blazing heat, the blinding dust, and they're out there making sure that you at home can view the race, whether it be GNCC, Loretta Lynn's, talk about blazing heat. They're out there all day long. And then now jumping over to this JDay as well, our Moto Tassinari Pro A 125 class. Moto Tassinari, our title sponsor here for this 125 Pro A class. Very cool to have them on board, longtime sponsor here with JDay, and jumping up on board as the title sponsor of this Pro Am 125.
Yeah, the Moto Tassinari crew is something that's very dear to me, and I hate to brag or anything like that, but I'm the one that brought them to this series. Both Scott and Steve are good friends of mine. We were kids racing together, and they made a great thing as far as their company goes, and that is, of course, at the intake aspect of the motorcycle. So it's the B-Force is their product that they push the most. And the thing that's really nice about it is they have a New England connection. These guys are from the Lebanon, New Hampshire area, and that's where they have their business as well. And both of them were pretty darn good riders as well. And Steve, one hell of a mechanic and an engineering mind. And it's great to have the Moto Tassinari crew involved in the JDay Off-Road Series.
Absolutely. Now, I'll give you a little more modern lingo here, Jay. That's not called bragging. That's called a flex now. Okay, so you were flexing there, letting everybody know. But no, awesome stuff. And like you said, that is so often how things happen in top series, not just JDay, but any of our top racing series. It is a personal connection, somebody that knows somebody that has a company they think would be interested in getting involved, and the next thing you know, a partnership is built, and a beautiful relationship is built and fostered for years to come. So no, that's definitely very, very cool, and very unique opportunity. Is take a look at this white flag coming out, one lap left to go for the big number one of Brandon Gregoire here in this Moto Tassinari Pro A 125 class.
It's nice to see Brandon win these championships. He's tried so long to do this and finally got it all together. But what it proves, Zach, is that you have to pay your dues. And that's what Brandon did for quite some time. You know, and it's the perseverance that you take as your attitude to continue with this, because it's tough to get beat. But if you find the way to win, then that is the most important thing, and that's what separates champions from just great riders.
Without a doubt. I think the interview that we had from Brandon after that first Open Pro Moto win just speaks a lot about the mindset, the mentality, and the work ethic that has come along with it as well. These guys, we often talk about how easy they make this stuff look. I mean, we look at right now, Brandon Gregoire through that FMF Extreme section, he makes it look so simple, but we know after seeing so many riders go through that section today how technically difficult that is, how much work has to be put into your craft to be able not only to get through that section, but to be able to run 30 minutes for two different classes, so 60 minutes at a time. He's going to have 2 hours on this course by the time the day is all said and done. That's a ton of time, that's a ton of effort, and a ton of wear and tear on the body as well. So these guys put in a ton of work, and I love to see them talking about the pride that they have in themselves, how much work goes into it, and that goes for Gregoire, that goes for Coquinos, any of these athletes at the top level. Nobody gets to this without putting in the work.
Zach, I don't know if you saw it or not, but when Gregoire came out of the extreme section, he looked over his shoulder. which is, as we know, the cardinal rule not to do in racing. But there are, not oftentimes, but there are a few times in your career or things like that where you need to do it. And he did it wisely because he knew he had some time. He just wanted to make sure. But as we were talking about Coquinos conserving some energy for that next moto that's at 320 today that will decide that championship between the two, of 2 points between them, Gregoire did the same. He's looking to make sure that he's got that cushion. So on that last lap, he can cruise a little bit. He can take it a little bit easy. He can't just take the lap off, but he can definitely cruise a little bit and conserve some of that energy that he's going to need in an hour's time.
Yeah, absolutely. That's actually funny that you bring that up. That's something I've talked about multiple times in the GNCC series. The off-road world, maybe a little different approach as far as the looking back, as far as how much that's allowed. I think we see that much more commonly in the off-road racing world. And as we saw, Brandon Gregoire did it, but then Justin Coquinos actually just did the exact same thing as well when he exited that same section. So those guys may be taking a little bit of stock, finding out exactly how far they've got, looking right now at the 360 of Ryan Amancio. And so these guys, Amancio not obviously in that open pro battle, but when you have Coquinos, when you have Gregoire, yeah, these guys are about to put 100% of what they've got out on track for that final moto. And if they can save just a little extra energy here in this last little bit of the 125 class, that could be the difference between walking away a champion and walking away just short of the overall goal.
It is, my friend. And there's some tough competition no matter where you go at this JDay level. You know, the pro classes bring a lot of talent. They bring a lot of competition. But it also is done in many different classes as well. I was just noticing that Sportsman class that is on the track right now with this moto, that is a stacked class. Jeremy Wallstrom, who is Kayla O'Neill's boyfriend, is leading that class. He's a former pro rider here. Jack Zarcy, who's in the top 2 or 3, another pro rider from here, and the list goes on. So that Sportsman is just guys that don't race that often. They just race once in a while. But there's still some good riders out there. And I think that Coquinos just might have gone down. Is that Coquinos right there on the ground?
No, that is Ryan Amancio down. So how about that? Amancio down. It looks like he is stuck underneath the machine.
Yeah, he corkscrewed right into the ground.
Yeah, and he had third place locked down. So a big shakeup late in this race for Ryan Amancio. As there is Brandon Gregoire, no doubt about it. You want to talk about cruising. That is very clear body language that Gregoire not pushing the pace. There we see Justin Coquinos. So not a ton of time between the number 1 and the 444, but Gregoire doing a great job of managing that race so far. I'm sure the second he gets any kind of glance that he's got company, he's going to pick things back up. I believe I just saw Braden Nolette go by, who is going to inherit that third place spot from Ryan Amancio. So things not going the way of the 360 here late in this second moto. Hopefully able to get back up and get out from under that KTM machine.
That was a tough crash. And he's had a tough season this year. You know, moving up to the big bikes at a young age like that and taking on the pro riders that you've idolized for so many years, it's not easy. I was in that position myself. I was a 15-year-old in the expert class with stars in my eyes. And, you know, you've got to get over that hump. You just got to realize that that guy puts his pants on one leg at a time just like you do. And you're both racers out there, and just do your thing and, you know, hone your craft. And that's what Amancio is trying to do the last couple of seasons, but it also comes with those tough breaks. And if he perseveres, that'll be the true test.
There you go, flexing on us again, Jay. 15 years old, making that pro debut. I love to hear it. And that's what's so valuable about having you here, bringing that coverage with us. Not only your experience with the JDay series as a broadcaster and as a fan of this series, but your experience as a racer. And talk about experience, you probably know how good that feels right there as well. Brandon Gregoire brings out the checkered flag and grabs the win in your Moto Tassinari Pro 125 class. Looking like Justin Coquinos is going to cross the line in the number 2 spot. And these riders are going to try to take a quick break, grab a drink of water, and won't be long. They'll be headed right back towards the line for that final Open Pro Moto of the day. But right now, it looks like your Moto Testinari Pro A 125 class is going to go to Brandon Gregoire, Justin Kokinos, and looks like Braden Nolette going to round out your top 3. So
just so you know, Zach, we had tried to do an interview with these guys after that first moto in the 125 Pro class, but they had declined because they've got to get back to the pit and get ready for that moto that's coming up. And we do appreciate that and respect it very much. So we won't get a chance to talk to either of them until the end of the day, but I'll guarantee you we'll get a good interview at that time.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Completely understand those guys. Recovery, an absolutely crucial thing. We've actually seen that in several different races. Some of the Motocross of Nations competitors even having to decline and head back to the truck and try to get ready for their next race as well. So we talk about how much these guys put into the race. This is what it's all about. We saw Gregoire and Kokinos both try to check up just a little bit late in the moto, maybe save a bit of energy, but man, how about it? Taking a look at your Redline Oils race recap. Brandon Gregoire able to execute the start fantastically, and from there, that Ampro Yamaha was just singing its way around this Southwick course. Taking a look now, Braden Nolette battling it out with Ryan Amancio. It looked like by the time it was said and done, Amancio had made the pass happen and had secured third place. Look at this, Amancio was all over the rear wheel, peeking to the inside, the outside. Kokinos, a little bit in no man's land there in the second place spot, not close enough to put in a move on Gregoire, but not under any immediate pressure there for that number 2 position. And there you see him just carefully picking his way through, probably starting to try to pick out some lines as well that he wants to use for that last Open Pro Moto. But right now, Kokinos hopping his way through. We saw Amancio had taken over that number 3 spot, was carving his way through some lap traffic before ultimately going down. But at the end, it would be Brandon Gregoire, Justin Kokinos, and Braden Nolette, your top 3. Your B200 classes, Clark, Edmonds, and Sundquist, your top 3. Taking a look now at your Open B Electric. White gets the job done there on the Altus machine. Moving over to our, looks like it should be our Sportsman class. Looks like Wallstrom actually grabbing the win in that one with Zaris and Jackson. And then an Atkins 4 and 5 to round out the top 5 there. Gregoire, Kokinos, Nolette, Beckwith, and Hangos, your top 5. Amancio going to cross the line in 6th after that late race crash. Open B going to be Dendero, Willis, Gargulinski, Pizionia, and Nowak, your top 5. And then we head over to that 250B class, and it is Circosta, Bella, Baroli, Conti, and Salsa, your top 5 in 250B. So, great racing there. And we're going to get ready to send things to a commercial break as we get ready to reset the line and get back to more second moto action here from the 2025 JDay Off-Road season finale live on Racer TV. We'll be right back.
Redline Oil, formulated to win, proven by me.
Formulated to win, proven by me.
Proven by me. Formulated to win, proven by me.
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 Formulated to win, proven by me.
Some of us have an unextinguishable fire burning inside us. It ignites us to compete. It inspires us. It drives us. We are a performance-driven manufacturer, built for racers, by racers. We are focused on racing fuel, plain and simple. We want to go fast. We want to win. And we want the same for you. We are Fuel Factory. We show up. We do the work. We help the best become even better. Testing limits and redefining achievement. All to cement our name in history.
JDay on Racer TV is brought to you by Fox Racing. Honor yesterday, conquer today, invent tomorrow. Yamaha, revs your heart. FMF, feel the power. Hello everyone and welcome back to Racer TV Live, bringing you the 2025 JDay Off-Road Season Finale, the Factory Connection Southwick 2 Grand Prix. Here at beautiful Southwick, Massachusetts, one of the most famous motocross tracks, I think, on the pro motocross circuit. And as if that wasn't exciting enough, we added some off-road to it, an FMF extreme section, and we've got a beautiful day of JDay Racing just wrapping up our Moto Testing Area Pro-Am 125 class, along with some of our B classes as well. Getting ready to drop the flag, I should say, on our A senior class, our schoolboy class. I believe it'll be Vet B, Vet Senior as well. And of course, before we get to that, we've got our electric class off and rolling. Oh, one rider wrong class. He's like, oops, that's embarrassing. I'm gonna try to turn back around real quick. Nobody saw that. It's okay, happens to the best of us. now going to get ready to take off in that A senior class. Here we see our open electric class. Like we said, JDay, whether you love him or hate him, JDay embracing the e-bike technology. And here we go with senior A off and rolling. That rider was able to get back on the line. And they are taking off as looks like Schoolboy going to be coming up after that. Colton McQuarrie, your points leader in that, wrapping up the title and jumping up to our 200A class. We saw Luke Trask getting the whole shot in that class a little bit earlier. Meanwhile, it's the 479 right now leading. That's Daryl Sear headed into the FMF Extreme section. The riders making their way through. There is the number 1 of Andy Matthew, your first Moto winner. Decent bit back. That's probably mid-pack or so there through that class, maybe in the 8th or 9th place spot. So Matthew got a little bit of work to do because he wants to move his way back towards the front. Dropping back now to our Schoolboy class, getting ready to take off. Headed into turn number 1. You see the fans all hanging out there, cheering on their favorite rider. Looking like everybody makes it through clean. You see who comes out first, headed into that FMF Extreme section. Let's see here. 11 or so. Couldn't quite make up the number. I see the 13 with Trask. I see Trevor Harris back there at 2.3. Looks like Beecham was having some problems actually there in the early parts of that extreme section. Several of our Super Mini riders jumping up to the 125 as well, doing Super Mini and Schoolboy, as now we set our sights on the Vet B class. As they get ready to rock, here we go, flags up, and the flags down, we're off and rolling. Drag race headed into turn number 1. Great setup here for this first turn. Guys funneling their way between the trees, but it gets through clean on that one as well. Looked like it was potentially a number 1 leading in. Looks like that might be, I can't quite tell the number. I think it was a Suzuki. There is the number 1. You see the sun starting to cast some shadows here as well. We'll see whether or not that starts to play a part in things, especially with some of these deeper ruts developing as well. Could play some tricks. Oh, one rider getting a very quick zoomed over in there. Like we said, that small little double. You want to talk about going over the bars in a hurry. When that thing, they say it's not the fall, it's the sudden stop. Well, you suddenly stop very quickly there on that double. If you come up short on that, we've seen that more than a few times here today as the FMF Extreme section continues to live up to the name. Off the Fox start we go. This should be our senior B class headed off, and into the Extreme section they go.
Zach, I'd like to take a minute and touch on that FMF Extreme section and talk about the company FMF. Donnie Emler, known him a long time, and he's been so good for the sport. And I'll tell you, they've been affiliated with JDay for many, many years. Not from the very beginning, but pretty darn close. And both John Day, the original owner, and Ethan Broach, now the owner, have said how easy that company is to work with and how much they are behind the sport. So, like, these guys will come to FMF with an idea, and of course it's usually yes and no problem, and that's a great idea. And not only does Donnie Sr. have a big part of it, but Donnie Jr. as well. And that company, FMF, has been such a supporter of our sport in many different aspects, and just want to bring to the general public's knowledge just how great they are and how behind the scenes they are, and how willing they are to do such a great job to help all of us here in the motorsport world of motorcycling. You know, I just want to take my hat off to the FMF people for all their support, not only here at JDay, but in many, many different series throughout the world.
Absolutely, I could not agree more. FMF, a huge supporter of motorcycling in general, whether it be motocross, a big part of the GNCC series, and then here in JDay, of course, as well. Look at that, one of the riders breaking out the headlights there, Jay. I talked about those shadows. He said, I'm not worried about it. I got the headlight turned on. I am good to go. So these guys, we are seeing, this is a beautiful example of just how much this course has changed. The sun's starting to peak down a little bit behind. Going to open things up, and really shows just how chewed up this downhill has gotten. But like you said, FMF, longtime supporter of these series, and yet another company where the foundation and the whole creation behind it is passion and love for the sport. And that's the case with just about each and every one of these companies. It started by, a family or a small group that grew up riding and racing, that fell in love with it, found a way to improve upon it, and has wound up creating a company from it. So big thank you to everybody involved there at FMF and all of the amazing sponsors on board throughout the 2025 JDay Off-Road season. As first lap in the books, there goes our electric rider in and out. And now we check back in. Look at that, Matthew already up to the number 1 ride. He was probably 8th or so coming out of that FMF Extreme section, and has already worked his way into that number 1 spot.
Yeah, he is a smooth customer. I'll tell you, just watch the way Andy rides. I know that it's not the speed of Gregoire and those guys anymore, but it used to be. At one time it was. But now just the precision with which he rides, and just to watch the way he flows around the track. And this track gets rougher and rougher by the second, never mind the minute.
Watching right now, the number 1 peeking his way through, up on those pegs, doing a great job of trying to absorb those bumps. Like you said, Jay, a great camera shot right there showing not only the deep kind of thick sand ruts that we've come to know in those whooped out sand rollers, but some square edge bumps as well in some of these harder pack spots. Might sound a little hard to believe for some folks at home that haven't been on site. Southwick hard packed, what are you talking about? But there are some spots here around this course where you're going to get those hard packed square edge bumps as well, just like you said.
Yeah, that's getting tough out in the woods, man. Unbelievable. This is a guy on the 141 that we had an interview with earlier. It's Clint Angwin on a Moto Tassinari Husqvarna, and always a better second moto rider. And as you can see, I believe he's in second spot right now, just ahead of Will Hopkins. And there's Ryan Bliven on the 200, looking good out there today.
Yeah, Bliven doing a great job, actually speeding his way through that extreme section, staying very low, and looks like the suspension set up very well for those aggressive inclines and stuff there off of those rollers. That's another thing that I guess we should talk about, Jay, with the way JDay is set up. Little moto, little off-road. You've got these extreme, almost hard enduro sections as well. Bike setup got to be something maybe a little more challenging for these riders. And you know as well as I do the difference in rounds as well, the conditions versus a Southwick versus a Unadilla versus some of these other stops for the JDay series. Bike setup, absolutely crucial. As look at this, the Yamaha rider, full whiskey throttle, and winds up stepping off the back of the machine. That definitely could have been a lot worse, but bike setup absolutely crucial for success here in the JDay.
Yes, I believe you're right on that, and that guy on the Yamaha could have had his setup a little bit better. But you know what it is it's, you were alluding to the different terrain that we have and things like that. But you know, there's certain courses on our series that have some sand, some hard pack and stuff like that. So to get the setting right is so difficult. You know, like some places it's good on that lap, and some places it's not so good. And of course, in the first moto, it's smoother, and the 111 has a little trouble over the handlebar club there. But, you know, the second moto is always rougher, so then you've got to do some adjusting then. And of course, the biggest thing that a lot of people don't understand is the setting of the sag of the rear suspension. This is so important, and so many people don't do it. This is the basis for your settings. So you got to have that sag correct, and then you got to go from there with your settings. And of course, if you need any help with that, we got a great sponsor here at JDay Off-Road that's been involved with us for many years. It's called Factory Connections. They are the best suspension period, and they are fully endorsed by me. I've been using them since day one.
Yeah, I think if you've been around motorcycles for any amount of time, you've certainly heard of Factory Connection and what they are capable of doing. A long time proven top suspension company, and So great to have them on board with us here at JDay. And as we look at Andy Matthew right now, looking like he has got that number 1 machine set up just right. Looking like another rider. We talked about maybe showing a little extra patience here in these second motos. Matthew definitely not riding over the head right now. He's in the spot that he needs to be, Jay, and looks like he's just trying to let this race come to him.
Yes, he's a very intelligent rider, always has been, even when he was a top pro rider. And he knows that this Southwick track can be, just come right up and grab you, especially like going through those trees. If you carry any real speed through there, there's those little edgy bumps that'll kick you sideways, and before you know it, you're up against the bark, and it's not a good thing. But when you were saying something about factory connection and, the history of it all, and you guys had me talk about the history of JDay, well, the history of New England is something that's really important that we haven't really touched on today. And Factory Connection, of course, was born in New England. It was born in Vermont. Mike McAndrews, a California guy, moved to Vermont and started the company. He used to be a factory Kawasaki rep and or mechanic with Kawasaki, and then he sold it to Rick Zielfelder, who's a New Hampshire boy, and it still sits in Barrington, New Hampshire as the world headquarters. But New England has a huge history over the years. Of course, we're District 1 in AMA. This is where it all started. The Indian motorcycle was made right down the road from here. We had the first ISDT here. We have the first factory rider ever in motocross in the United States is right here from New England, Bruce McGuire. He was a Bull Taco factory rider, so a lot of firsts. And then, of course, down the line, we've got a bunch of national champions. Of course, Jimmy Ellis, the first Supercross champion. John Dowd and Doug Henry are great champions as well. And got a lot of great riders to come out of here. And we're awful proud of all of them.
Absolutely. And so cool to see the next generation of top Northeastern riders showing what they're capable of right here at JDay as well. That was Grant Meacham and Trevor Harris locked into a battle. Now, we saw these two a little bit earlier in our Super Mini class, and now they're going back at it here in the schoolboy class, jumping up to the 125s. There goes the number 1 of Andy Matthew, putting another lap in the books. But that battle for the schoolboy class, looks like that's for the final podium spot as well. It's Priest, Fingler, and looks like it is Meacham in that number 3 spot right now, with Harris trying to chase him down. Praxidis, Ford, and Martell, your top 3 in the Vet B class. But right now, watching none other than the 53 on the jersey, number 1 on the bike, Andy Matthew, here out of your senior A class. As we check in with the FMF Extreme section, a couple of riders getting some help there.
Zach, it's awful nice to see that those young fellas are adapting to the big bike really quickly. And they're really happy to be on it. And one of the biggest things and the reasons for it is that when you look at the size of the wheels on the motorcycles, these motorcycles you see now have a 21-inch front wheel and an 18 or a 19-inch rear wheel, whereas the smaller bikes that Trevor and Grant have been riding for a long time, even on the big wheel version, there's only 19 in the front and 16 in the rear. So when you have these bigger wheels, they just go through these obstacles so much easier, and it makes it easier on the rider to concentrate on what he's doing.
Yeah, absolutely. And as a rider that went from an 85 to a 125, sometimes it suits riders just a little bit better. Still on that 2-stroke, so a very familiar riding style, but at the same time, that bigger wheelbase, like you said, for some riders, really crucial for them, able to set up just a little bit better, and ultimately sets their riding style up a little bit better as well.
And that's what it's all about, the style of the riding, because that's what gets you there. You got to be able to distribute the weight where you need it, whether it be under braking or under acceleration, and moving around on the bike. And really, it's something that hasn't been taught that much over the last few years, but I think guys are coming back to it, that they have a little bit more style on the bike and they're a little less robotic. Because really, you have to adapt to so many things, as we've said all day long. There's so many split decisions that you need to make, but you also need to let your body flow through it. And you can't really be so tense on the motorcycle. You have to adapt to those conditions as well.
Absolutely. And So many of these riders adapting, some maybe even a little better than others, some really suiting the big bike style a bit more than the mini bike, where others struggling a bit more on the 125, as we see Meacham having some issues late in the FMF Extreme section, whereas Trevor Harris actually able to use that bigger wheel size to his advantage. You see the frustration from Meacham right there on his face. So tough to watch your competition start riding away.
It's so true. And that was a great move by Trevor. He realized that that section wasn't working for him, and he moved over and he did that thing. And I think his sister may have showed him that line. But Trevor's looking really good on that, and I think it moved him up into third position in that class.
Yeah, taking a look, that is the number 13 of Luke Trask making his way through as well. We saw Trask with a great start early in Moto 1 before, I believe, going down in this exact section. So just goes to show Harris really starting to get comfortable on that KTM 125. And yeah, just like you said, that was almost a headstand for that rider on the log. Look, he's shaking the helmet off and everything. But I think Addie Harris might be giving some pointers there for Trevor, as he is really starting to come into his own late here in the 2025 season, not only here in JDay, but in GNCC as well.
Yeah, and it's not easy to be overshadowed by another sibling, never mind that it's a girl.
Oh, absolutely, yeah, and there's no doubt about it. They have some friendly competition for sure, and I'm sure it's the same thing with Jigs and Ruby's Fustini, but nonetheless, you can't argue with the proof, and Addie Harris and Ruby Fustini both have shown what they are capable of, and I think that stigma is starting to break as well. These ladies certainly showing what they're capable of. We've seen top athletes starting to use more females as coaches and as advisors as well for their riding, so it just goes to show male, female, anybody really capable of being knowledgeable and experienced here in this sport.
Yeah, and I think that a lot of it has to do with those two families that you just named, the Fustini family and the Harris family. It's good parenting, and it's like, hey, everybody should be able to succeed, whether you're a boy or a girl, it doesn't matter. Let's be like in their corner. Let's, tell them that they did a good job. Let's help them succeed. So I see that a lot with those two families, some good parenting. And, it doesn't take a lot these days. It just takes the devotion to your children and, even on the outside, like our devotion to other people's children, because we really need to help them out with that stuff. If you see somebody that's having some trouble, help them out. Try to guide them. Try to tell them that this is a different way and they can succeed as well.
Yeah, absolutely. There's so many ways to find success here in racing, and yeah, you bring up such a great point. It's a community, and oftentimes we see the community doing a great job of coming together and helping those riders out if they are struggling more. Perfect example, that FMF Extreme section. We've seen countless people step over the fence, help, whether they're just holding the bike while somebody gets back up or whether they're physically helping a rider up and over those obstacles. Just goes to show, especially in the off-road community, it is just that, a community bound together. They understand how difficult it is, and they try to do anything they can to help that. So hanging here at the Yamaha finish line, watching and waiting.
Yeah, we still got a couple laps left to go, I believe, on this one. It seems like it's dragging out a little bit, but it's not. It's still the same 30-minute moto that it always was. But we're always in that anticipation mode for that final pro moto, whether it's the first round of the year or today, which is the final round of the year. So everybody's just waiting for that last round to come around, that last pro race. There's only 2 points separating Brandon Gregoire and Justin Coquinos. They're not the only riders on the track, but they're definitely the ones we're going to be concentrating on. Now the thing is we've got Fustini, who had a great moto, and then we got at least 2 or 3 other guys that are capable of winning as well. So that's going to make that second moto even more exciting, and everybody's just kind of chomping at the bit. You can see them walking around here and just waiting. They're like, when are they coming out? We want to see those guys. We want to see how this is going to finalize and finish up, and who's going to be the champion in 2025.
Man, speaking of seeing, Jay, how about the way the sun is casting across this track and really projecting some shadows in some of the entrances and exits of the wooded section as we're watching Andy Matthew having a little bit of trouble, putting on a little smoke show for us here. That was a veteran move right there, Jay. He realized he was in a tight spot, immediately got off the bike and walked that thing over, taking just a couple extra seconds to make sure he stays off the ground, keeping it clean. That was a veteran move right there from the number one.
That was awesome, Zach. I'll tell you, I saw that as you were talking, and I saw his predicament, and then he was just so calm. You know, it's just, this doesn't bother me. This hasn't gotten me down. I'll just make a little adjustment. We'll back it up a little bit and just go forward. And just shows to show what a cool customer Andy Matthew really is. And as far as the shadows go, those are really difficult. You can see right on the screen now in those whoops. It's almost like you don't even know the whoops are there. The track looks like it's smooth, but the whoops are like 3 feet tall. And then the other bad part about it with the sun setting is when they're riding into the sun and it's blinding. And you don't even know where you are, and you don't even know what section of the track you're on sometimes.
Yeah, it's almost which is worse, right? Being in some of those shadows versus being in the blinding sunlight. But all part of what goes along with a full day of racing. You've got to adjust to the track conditions, got to adjust to the lighting conditions as well. We talked about goggle selection, whether it be muddy conditions, dusty conditions. Well, the lens choice is a big part of this as well. So many of our goggle manufacturers coming out with different lenses specifically for conditions like this, where they are maybe not necessarily considered a tinted lens, but they are made to help dampen that intensity of the sun a little bit, while also allowing the riders to have a bit more clear field of vision in those darker sections as well, while your eyes are trying to adjust.
Yeah, it is difficult. And I'll tell you, one of the things that you were kind of touching on is that gradient lens that some of the goggle manufacturers are making now. And that is so helpful when it comes to wood racing, because we go into that dark section and the lens will adjust, and then you come out into the sun and it adjusts again. I mean, it's not a drastic thing, but it's definitely noticeable, and I've had a lot of luck with that, because we have a lot of that when we're out trail riding here in New England, you know, and you get those different, and sometimes it happens quickly. It could be even, you know, just a few seconds in the dark, and then you're back out in the light again. So vision has always been a big thing as far as motorcycle racing goes, and of course, we don't have to battle the dust today, which is a really nice thing. The track has been beautiful, and Keith Johnson and his boys have done a great job to prep it.
Yeah, I was going to say, hearing of the rain leading into this weekend and making the decision to hold off on practice yesterday has turned into an amazing racetrack. Is it deep in some sections? Yes, absolutely, but that's what we've come to expect from Southwick, and that's what we know and love about Southwick. But man, what an amazing race course we've had to close out the season. Oh, your leader doing a great job of threading the needle around that lap rider, having some difficulty, but this is what it's all about. And yeah, to your point there, Jay, that was one of the first things I noticed when I moved into the off-road racing space is most of your top pro riders are running a lighter lens. Very rarely are you seeing those full dark reflective tinted lenses that you see some of the top pro motocross athletes wearing. A lot more of that gradient yellow, orange type lenses that help a little bit with the sun, but also help just as much so in some of these darker sections. You think about how bright it was just one camera shot ago. Now the number one, deep into the woods, the sun barely able to peek through the branches. He's got to be able to adjust on the fly while also trying to maintain the speed.
It's difficult. And, you know, the thing is that all day long that changes. You know, so in the morning you have some really, really bright conditions. And now, as you said, those shadows are so difficult. And then, of course, you get that added sunlight with a little burst of it. And it makes it even more so. And here we got a really good battle going on for second spot between Will Hopkins and Clint Angwin. And these two are very familiar with racing with each other for many years.
Yeah, absolutely. And your early race leader, Sear, back there in the fourth place spot. Schoolboy, it is still Priest, Fingler 1 and 2. It looks like Meacham, according to time and scoring, has regained that number 3 spot. We saw Trevor Harris make a pass through the extreme section. That actually might have been after the finish, so maybe see that change up. Praxidis, Martel, and Coffin 1, 2, and 3 out of your vet B class. So the 113 still leading the way in that one. Cardoso, your leader in senior B, with Skurzat and Malloy 2 and 3. And then, of course, Langen still out front there in your Open Pro Am electric class.
It looks like we're close to a white flag. I believe in this moto we're at the 26-minute mark. So it looks like Andy Matthew on the next time around will get that white flag.
So next time around, 1 lap to go for your leader. Number 1 of Andy Matthew trying to bring things home, and there it is right on cue, 1 lap left. And he's going to make his way through, head back into that FMF Extreme section for the final time. So you had to make a quick little adjustment on that last lap. Didn't end up going down, actually barely cost him a bit of time, but had to step off the machine for a second, maneuver that machine around. So we'll see if he can end things out on the day for the FMF Extreme section on 2 wheels. Andy's certainly more than capable. Great job from that Kawasaki rider right there as well. A couple of fast lines through there.
That battle that I was talking about, Zach, between Hopkins and Angwin is really heating up now. Late in this race, they're running into some lap traffic, and Clint Angwin has closed the gap, and Andy Matthew is down now, and those guys are closing in on him.
Man,
so this could be exciting right down to the wire.
Yeah, absolutely. For some reason, this FMF Extreme section late in the race really giving trouble to Andy Matthew. Got to wonder if maybe a little bit of fatigue starting to set in late in the day, late in the moto track. Absolutely brutal. But like you said, that battle for second with Hopkins and Angwin, they are charging. We see it time and time again. A 2-rider battle usually does one of 2 things. It slows both of the riders down, or it causes both of them to pick up speed. Next thing they know, they're in a 3-rider battle with the rider in front of them. So if Matthews isn't careful, he might be having some company here on this final lap.
It seems like it's still a pretty good spread between him and they. But, as you said, it seems like it's pushing him forward for sure. And if Andy keeps making mistakes like he does in the FMF Extreme section, that could be really tight right to the end.
Yeah, I think that's the biggest key right now for the number 1 is just limit those mistakes. He doesn't need to ride over his head. I think he's shown that he has the pace. And at this point, on that last lap, didn't really see any sections give him a ton of trouble besides the FMF Extreme section. So he's clear of that. Maintain that lead and a decent gap to go along with it. So we're going to just try to put down this final lap here on the Southwick Moto track. And he will only be a couple minutes away from a checkered flag here in your A senior class. Schoolboy out there as well. Bodie Priest leading the way. The battle for the final podium spot between Meacham and Harris rages on. As we pick up here with our Yamaha live drone, continuing to watch Andy Matthew make his way through, taking some of those wide outside lines as well. This is where we really start to see those vet riders peeking far to the insides, to the outsides, trying to find a little bit of smooth real estate. Something the vet riders always known for, trying to find any smooth spots that are left. And I don't know how much luck they're going to have here, Jay. Not a whole lot of smooth spots on the drone shot there that I could see. How about you?
No, there's definitely not too much smoothness out there anymore, my friend. They've pretty much used it all up. The only places any smooth territory is on the places where they're not landing off the jumps. You know, they're flying over that stuff. That's about the only smooth that I see out there now. And it's going to take its toll. As you said earlier, as far as Andy Matthew goes, that's definitely fatigue involved. You know, and it's not just the body, but it's the mind as well. You know, because you go around this track so many times, and you're trying to find the right line, and it gets rougher and rougher, and you've got to dodge some lap riders and things like that. And so not only fatigue of the body, but fatigue of the mind late in this moto.
Yeah, no question about it. The mental fatigue just as much a side of it. We talked about the FPV drone and how much of a point of view that gives you as far as the rapid decision making that these riders have to do lap after lap, whether it be line selection, whether it be avoiding other racers themselves. So much goes into the decision-making process, and that becomes extremely taxing after a very short amount of time. So right now, Andy doing a great job of keeping the body healthy, keeping the mind sharp, and he is on his way to a checkered flag. Going to head down the hill one more time. He's like this center line pretty much all day long. He's still up on the peg, so might be a little tired, but certainly not just full on fatigue right now. Andy's still looking pretty technically sound, still standing, charging into these corners, and closing in on what will be a checkered flag.
Well, one important point you brought up just a moment ago, Zach, is that he's still on the pegs. And that is so important to this sport. It's such a rough time out there that you've got to stay on the pegs. You sit down and the bike just beats the heck out of you. You stand up, you can take that shock just a little bit better.
Absolutely. We heard several of our athletes talking about the off-bike training as well as the endurance side of this sport, how crucial it is to be able to take that beating for that entire 30 minutes with the same intensity. And Andy Matthew doing a great job right now. Will Hopkins, and then, of course, angling back there on the 141, still holding strong as well. Really been fun to see that top 3 battle. And then same thing with Bodie Priest. Fingler in that number 2 spot. He's been kind of quiet, but then Trevor Harris passes back Grant Meacham for that number 3 position. Your Vet B, Praxidis in the number 1 ride, Martell and Coffin, 2 and 3. And Cardoso, Skurzat, and Malloy still 1, 2, and 3 in your senior B class as they make their way across the Yamaha finish. White flag out, 1 lap left to go.
Zach, if the camera crew could pick up on that battle between Hopkins and Angwin, it's going to be a good one, and I'll tell you why. Both of them are very determined racers. Both of them were very successful racers at one time, and both of them are do-or-die kind of guys. So keep an eye on Angwin on the Moto Tassinari Husqvarna. He's going to make a move, I'll guarantee. Right now, we're going to head over and talk to Andy Matthew.
I love it. Andy Matthew does it. He brings out the checkered flag and gets the job done. We'll hang here at the finish line, see if we can catch that battle that Jay was just talking about there for the second place spot. It's going to come down to the wire. But no doubt about it, as far as the top spot, Andy Matthew gets the job done after an incredible performance in both Moto 1 and Moto number 2. And Jay McGrath trying to head over there and see if he can grab a word with them as well. As the checkered flag waves for your senior A, your schoolboy, vet B, and senior B class. And as checkered flag flies, you know what that means, folks. We are getting close to the final race of the day, the final race of the 2025 season. Let's get ready to send things down to Jay McGrath standing by with your winner.
Thank you, Zach. I appreciate it. And we're down here with some guys that have been racing motorcycles for an awful long time. Andy Matthew, that was a great moto. Tell us about it, will you?
Yeah, it was a fun moto. Not a great start again, but just took my time, worked my way through. But, man, that extreme section got me a couple times. I fell on the last lap on that big log, and it was a little nerve-wracking through there.
Yeah, Zach and I were watching you, and we were commenting on that, and we were talking about the fatigue. And it's not just the fatigue of the body, but the fatigue of the mind as well.
Absolutely, yeah. It's a long moto, and just try to make it make as few mistakes as possible, and we made a few that time, but it's all right.
You still came out number 1, buddy, and it's awful glad for you. Is that another championship this year for you in this class?
Yes, yeah, it is. Yeah.
Congratulations. Andy Matthew. Let's talk to Will Hopkins right over here. Will Hopkins, second in that moto. Tell me about that last lap or two with that battle with Clint.
Yeah, me and Clint were going back and forth. We were trading paint, and it was gnarly. We were rubbing. Rubbing's racing, you know, so we were definitely banging bars.
That's probably not the first time you've done that with him, is it?
I actually think it might be because we've been on different age group classes, so it might be the first time we've battled, yeah.
Did you have any real incidents out there that you want to share with the crowd?
I might have went off the track once or twice, but, you know, we kept it on 2 wheels. That was the most important thing, so was getting a little tired, but, you know, I wanted the second spot.
Great job, buddy. Will Hopkins, second place today, and we'll bring it over here to Clint Angwin. Clint, tell us about the effort you gave on that last one, because I told my buddy Zach that you were going to give it everything you got.
Oh, we gave it all she had. I felt a little bad a couple times because we were just, man, it was a battle. It was a dogfight the whole way.
At such a age?
Yes, yeah, it's just as fun at this age.
Buddy, happy for you guys. Let's hear it for Clint Angwin in third.
Great stuff there from our top three, and great job down there, Jay McGrath, catching the scoop from all of our riders after the moto. And, awesome to see how excited everybody is here as we take a look at our Factory Connection replay. All of our starts getting through clean, man. Huge turnout, some chaos in the FMF Extreme section as we've come to know and love here. And taking a look through our Senior A, Schoolboy, Vet B, Senior B, all out there on course. Lots of different line selections, so many different riders trying to just end the season on a high note. We've got riders battling for championships, battling for top threes overalls, and then some riders just trying to close the season out on a high note, finish that season with a solid ride. And sometimes it's not the result, it's the feeling that you got after you ride, the performance that you feel like you were able to put in. And so great to hear from our top athletes there after the race as well, putting on a show for us and certainly making it fun to watch. Even hearing from your winner, they're having some trouble in that extreme section himself, talking about how brutal this course has gotten over the course of the day today. We talk about how much things change from first thing this morning to the final race of the afternoon. It's certainly a lot, especially in a place like Southwick, where the sands are ever changing, both on the track and in the woods as well. But Andy Matthew up to the challenge, even still late in the race, maneuvering that bike around, picking up the front end, just dancing around with absolute control. And he was able to bring things in for a win. Like we said, that battle there, Hopkins in the mix, hanging on to it. Daryl Sear up inside the top five as well after a great start. So some very solid runs inside the top five. There you see some of the problems for your leader through that extreme section. That was just about the only struggle that we saw on the final lap. He got through that with the lead and a decent little gap still, and was able to ride that home for a checkered flag and a second moto win in your Senior A class. Let's take a look at your Red Bull Top 10. Langan going to grab the win out of your Open Pro-Am. Matthew, Hopkins, and Angwin, your top three out of Senior A, with Langenbach and Sear, your top five. We head over to Schoolboy 12-17. It's Priest and Fingler 1-2, with Meacham grabbing that third place spot, Trevor Harris fourth, and Trask going to round out your top five. Then we move over to our Vet B class. Should be Praxidus. Yep, they're in the number one spot. Martell in the number two position. Arujo, Ford, and Arsenal, your top five in the Vet B class. Senior B, it's Cardoso, Skurzat, Malloy, Cote, and Ribeiro, your top five in Senior B. Oh, well, ladies and gentlemen, I know what you are thinking. It's the moment we've all been waiting for. I'm so glad to be able to be a part of this broadcast, even remotely. I wish I could be there in person, but one thing's for sure, whether you're here at home or whether you're there in person, this next moto, our final moto of the day, is going to be one you don't want to miss. 2 points, folks, separating Justin Coquinos and Brandon Gregoire. They took it all the way down to the wire in our Moto 1, and they're about to do the same thing in Moto 2. Let's get a pre-race report with our man, JJ from JDay.
I'm here with Brandon Gregoire. He's the reigning champion here at JDay Offroad. Brandon, a lot of pressure on you here. Tell me your thoughts before this moto.
Win or lose, I'm a badass dude. I'm a good person. I've worked really hard, so might as well go do what I know how to do on a dirt bike, right?
You go get him, buddy. Good luck.
Man, I love the mentality there from Gregoire. So confident. And it's also really cool to see the big picture mentality from Brandon as well. So many of these athletes, we feel it's life or death if they don't go out there and win. Brandon, very confident in himself as a person, and clearly shows that he knows what he's capable of on a motorcycle as well. Jay, who you got?
Zach, I'm here with Justin Kokinos, who is also in competition for this championship. 2 points between you, buddy. Tell me your thoughts just before this is going to go off.
Just get off the line, let this thing start, and just ride smart. You know, hammer the moto track and just stay smooth everywhere else.
We wish you the best, buddy. Go get them.
Justin Kokinos already locked in. You can see it in the eyes. He knows what he's got to do. And can't forget about the kid, Jigs Fustini, as well, really getting up in the mix, kind of playing spoiler a little bit inside this championship battle. He said in that post-race interview from Moto 1, hey, I got nothing but respect for Brandon and Justin. These guys are battling for a title, but at the same time, I'm out here battling for race wins as well. I've got my own career to think about, and he was able to show what he could do there in a Moto number 1. So impressive to see him working his way through, even up inside or up into that number 1 spot at some points throughout the race. So very excited to see what's in store as we sit here on the Fox starting line. As I said, if you're at home on Racer TV, you should have already popped the popcorn. You've got yourself a cold drink and you are glued to the screen. If you're there on site in Southwick, you better have your spot picked out on the fence, because it all comes down to this, ladies and gentlemen. The entire 2025 season, it can boil down to this moto. 2 points separating Brandon Gregoire and Justin Kokinos for the overall pro championship. Man, you want to talk about pressure. This is what it all comes down to. These guys, absolute pros down to the definition. Very different stories coming into this final race. 6 wins for Gregoire, only 3 wins for Kokinos, but 10 podiums to Brandon's 8. Consistency versus speed. How is it going to shape out? 1 moto left, 2 points, and only 1 can be champion. The final preparations, the last adjustments, and now it's time to go pro racing here at JDay. Here we go, off and rolling. Let's see. Looks like that was a great jump from Brandon Gregoire, and it is. He's going to grab the early race lead and lead them into turn number 1. Did not see where Kokinos was headed out of that first turn. Not him in the number 2 or 3 spot. Where is Justin Kokinos? Believe that's him, about the 5th or 6th place spot. He's in that black FXR gear. There is Jigs Fustini on the 511 machine. Looks like that might be a Moncio there on the 360 as well. And Fustini actually going down in the extreme section. So how about that? A little shakeup there for the 511 as we get ready to send things back to the Fox starting line. Going to have our 258 class coming up after that. Like we said, plenty of racing all out on the line. Our Pro 250A, Vet A, 200A, and Open A as well. As 250A and Vet A take off here from the Fox starting line, we jump on board the FPV drone, make you feel like you're in the first turn battle yourself. Making their way into the extreme section, looking like the 761 going to lead them into the extreme section. Everybody getting through fairly clean so far. And we still got 1 more line to go there on the Fox starting line before we get ready to flash forward to the front, see how things are shaking out. A couple of riders there on that tail end, that little double. Been getting people all day long, and here it is, folks, the final line. The 200 and Open A classes getting ready to get kicked off, and we are racing here for the final moto of the 2025 JDay Off-Road season. How is it going to shake out? You couldn't build it up any better than this, the last moto of the year, and still so much undecided. Great job there from Colton McQuarrie quickly maneuvering around that downed rider. He was your first Moto winner in his first ever race in that 200A class, and did a great job of keeping it on two wheels. That could have quickly set his Moto off poorly if he would have come together with that downed rider. They make their way into the FMF Extreme section and get ready for 30 minutes of battle to close out the season. Here we go, your Yamaha Racing Live drone, and it's hanging on to the Ampro Yamaha #1 of Brandon Gregoire, making his way through, and he is out front. Look at this though, folks. That is Justin Coquinos in the #2 ride. He talked about hammering that Moto track, Jay, and he's doing just that right now.
I'll tell you, buddy, I was impressed by the intensity of both of those riders on that interview that we had on the starting line. It was amazing how dedicated and determined and so much concentration going into this for those riders, and both of them have their attitudes, you know, as far as it's different in their approach, but also very intense on that starting line, and it shows because they're right after it, right off the beginning here. You know, Coquinos kind of got a decent start. Gregoire got a great start, and Gregoire leads now over Coquinos, but they're out there, and they've set the pace. And I think it's going to be an amazing race between the two of them. Neither is going to give up, and it's going to go right down to the wire. Those 2 points are going to mean something at the end of the day.
Oh, no doubt about it, and almost a polar opposite of how we saw the start there for Moto #1, where Gregoire didn't get the great start. Now he grabs the whole shot. Coquinos, backside of the top 10, already working his way up to the #2 ride. So how about that?
Just it's amazing the confidence that Gregoire has and the way that he exhibits it, whereas Coquinos has the confidence as well, but he's a little more reserved. Brandon has to tell himself that I am the guy, I need to do this, and those are the things that separate these guys. You know, I know that Justin is giving it everything that Brandon's given it, but it's amazing to see the different attitudes between the two riders, you know.
Absolutely loving this Fox FPV drone. Got me sitting here wiping the imaginary goggles here, and back at home feel like I need to pull a tear off. Doesn't get more in the race than this as we continue to try to hang on to the rear wheel of Brandon Gregoire as he gets ready to put a lap in the books. And did we just stick the drone in a tree? We might have. I'm not sure.
I think we might have. Ian's over here getting it all together. He's like, what happened there? But, you know, the nice part about being here, you know, and sitting in the chair and you at home is that we don't get the sand in our gear. You know, that's the real bad part about riding at Southwick. You have that sand just on you for days afterwards, no matter how many showers you take.
Yeah, that is definitely the nice thing. You can sit at home in full gear if you'd like. You can wear the helmet, wear the goggles, pull the tear-offs even if you'd like. And, Mom, you don't have to worry about the laundry afterwards. So if you're not quite ready to come to JDay in real life, you can just sit here and watch it FPV from our drone there. Ian doing a great job as we continue to watch this FMF Extreme section. How is this going to shake things out? Looked like Gregoire maybe having some issues in it on lap #1 as we're watching him pick his way through here on lap 2. And
Coquinos has definitely picked up the pace.
Yes.
And he definitely has closed the gap, buddy. He's on him. And he's going to try to make a break. If he can, he's going to try to get him quick, and he's going to try to break him. And that's the way you do it with very confident and focused guys, is you got to do it early. And you got to make him think about it. But you can't do it too early, because then he can form his comeback and come right back at you. And that's even more of a defeat than what it would already be.
Absolutely. Well, and that's the thing that we've got to think about here, Jay. Strategy going to be crucial in this. We saw a couple of passes up towards the front in Moto #1, but how is it going to play out? Just like you said, you make that pass too early. You give Brandon the opportunity to start learning your lines and planning an opportunity to make the pass back. And meanwhile, if Coquinos can just get within a few bike lengths and start to kind of stalk behind the #1, bide his time and pick out a spot to make that pass happen, he could strike on the final lap and make it happen when it matters most.
Exactly, because the only time you need to lead is that final checkered flag.
Exactly, and these riders so mature in the way they approach these races as well. They don't get caught up in the hype of being out front off the first lap. Sure, if they get a great start, yes, they're going to try to run away with the lead, but they don't panic. They're calm, cool, collected, and on top of that, they're confident. We heard that from both of them. The focus, they're locked in. They've put in a full year's work. They had to, there's a lot of effort that had to get them to this position to even have a chance at the title. They know that. They believe in their program. And now we're getting to see two of the best do what they do best right here to close out an amazing season of racing.
You know what's amazing to me is that we think of a 30-minute moto, and as you said, you have some time to regroup. You have a little time to do this and that. But Ben Kelly is a good buddy of mine, and Ben has ridden a bunch of JDay off-road stuff. He's even been a JDay off-road champion, but he always found that it was difficult to come back here because 30 minutes to him is nothing. Because at the GNCC level, you guys run like a 3-hour race. So this is something that Ben used to tell me all the time. I've got way more time when I'm racing on the national level. These 30-minute sprint races are very difficult.
Well, that's such a good point that you bring up. Even in GNCC, we talk about the intensity. These riders, whoa, hang on to it. Coquino's getting both feet off the pegs. They're doing a great job of saving that. That could have been pretty much the championship tossed away. But to your point there, Jay, the 30-minute mark is such an interesting time period because it's long enough that you can't just full-on sprint for the entire 30 minutes, but it is a short enough duration to where the intensity is really, really high. I'm talking 85-90% of max speed for almost the entire time. GNCC, we oftentimes see that first hour, things kind of being shuffled out. The riders maybe taking a little bit more time. That's actually changed a little bit throughout this season with Grant Davis raising that level of intensity on lap number 1. But that's an interesting point that you bring up, and one of the key differences in the longer 3-hour race that we see in GNCC compared to the full pro moto that we see here at JDay.
Yeah, I'll tell you, buddy, that point that you made about Grant Davis, what an amazing rider he is, what an amazing young man, and he has really done some things to shake up that GNCC series this year, winning off of that second line, if you would, the XC2 class. Just an amazing year for him.
Yeah, and just like you said, so many of our JDay graduates or veterans, as you would. Josh Toth, the first rider to grab an overall win from the XC2 class last year, and Grant Davis quickly doing the same thing. And man, it just goes to show, I feel like it's almost breathed a little bit of new life into the entire off-road community. The way these riders are approaching the races has started to change a little bit, and it's certainly been a ton of fun to be a part of the coverage of that as we continue to eat roost off of the rear tire of Justin Coquinos. This is what it looks like if you're trying to find a way around the 444. You see him bobbing and weaving his way around the trees, in and out of the sunlight, and just in front of him, that red Moose jersey is the number 1 of Brandon Gregoire, the Ampro Yamaha rider, not sneaking away. I tell you what I'm seeing right now, Jay, it doesn't look like Coquinos is making up time in the woods, but he's not losing any time either. He's gaining a lot of time on that motocross track, though.
He is one heck of a motocross rider, there's no doubt about it, but he has learned his lessons in the woods. And he did a really fine job of closing that gap in the last half a lap. And Brandon Gregoire is down, my friend, and Coquinos is your new leader.
How about that? Gregoire going down, and Coquinos actually getting tangled up with him. So a small mistake from the number 1. Coquinos going to be able to capitalize on it. I'm not sure if Coquinos technically went down, but had to kind of stop and adjust his line. But he inherits the number 1 spot with it. Let's see what he's able to do. Coquinos, yes, he's got to try to pick up the speed, get a little distance between himself and the number 1, but he can't override this bike, Jay. He can't get excited and try to force things right now. He's got to stay smart, stay smooth, and do what he's been doing this whole moto. It has seemed like Coquinos has had the pace to get this done. Now can he hang on for the rest of this 30-minute race?
Yes, I know that you're saying, and I agree with your point, but did you see exactly what he did? And it's just the exact opposite of what we thought he should do. He did. He went hard. I thought that this extreme section was going to be a problem for him, but by the time he got to the extreme section, he slowed it back down, got his head back together, and said to himself just what you and I are thinking. That I've got to be calm. I can't override this bike. I can't win this race on this lap. I got to win this race at the checkered flag at the end of the moto, not now.
Really excited to see what this lap looks like on this Southwick motocross track as Coquinos talked about how hard he's going to try to hammer the motocross track. Really feels like that is his opportunity to open that gap up. Coquino's launching off some of these singles. Southwick, a more unique motocross track where some of these jumps, they don't have very distinguished landings. You kind of launch them, and where you land is where you land. And Coquino's actually jumping some of these rollers, launching over the 14 to 15 ruts underneath, landing in some almost smooth-looking real estate. So Coquino's really getting creative on this motocross track, and that has allowed him to close up to the number 1 spot and eventually overtake it. As now it looks like we're holding in on that battle for the 3rd place position as well. Fustini, Cooper Jones, Nolette, and Abbott all right there as well, 3, 4, 5, and 6.
What a great battle, buddy. I talked to Jones before the moto, and he had himself a really tough start in that first one, but he came through to finish 5th, so that was a great result for him, and he's just learning the Southwick track. He's not a local boy. He's not too far down the road, but still, he doesn't know this track as well, but he looks like he's coming to his own in this second moto.
Yeah, starting to look a lot more comfortable for sure. And we were actually able to catch up with the 220 KTM rider of Cooper Jones earlier this weekend.
All right, and we're here with Cooper Jones, who's a rider from Pennsylvania. And Cooper has ridden a few JDays already, concentrated mostly on the GNCC series. Cooper, welcome to Southwick, and tell us about your season this year.
Yeah, I've had a kind of a rough season with injuries, just dumb stuff that's happened. I broke my thumb at the beginning of the year, and then the last JDay I did, I won the first pro moto and then crashed the second one and broke my hand. So it's kind of just been a rough season, but I came to Southwick to try to come back and win.
Well, that sounds good, and it's definitely a goal to have. There's going to be some great riders out there. Are you concentrating on some other series as well this year?
Yeah, I raced the GNCC series in the 250A class and the US Sprint Enduros in the Pro 2 class. But yeah, I had a good year in them. Won some races, got some top amateurs. So yeah, it's been a good year.
That's good, buddy. And is it something that you come from the background of off-road, or do you have some motocross in your history as well?
No, just mainly off-road, really. I grew up racing moto just like locally, but never anything crazy.
And when did you get on this off-road kick?
I was probably 3 when I did my first off-road kick, and my dad just, every weekend my dad's taking me racing. My dad and my mom, they've been with me all the way, so yeah.
Family history there, dad an ex-racer?
Yeah, dad used to race, my grandpa used to race, uncle, my mom even used to race some, so yeah.
It's in the family for sure, buddy. How about some people that are helping you out this year?
Yeah, so the whole Flat Rock, FMF Landers KTM team, they've helped me out the past 2 years so much. And KTM, Moose, my parents do so much for me. Just, yeah, everybody.
What does the future hold for you, my friend?
I signed another contract with KTM for next year in the 250A class. So, yeah, 250A again and then Pro 2 at Sprints. So, yeah.
We wish you the best, Cooper Jones. Good luck.
Thank you.
Great.
Zach, did you see that move by the 75 of Jake Abbott? He had a twofer on that one. That was awesome.
A little BOGO action there. And Jake Abbott, name we really didn't mention much in that first moto. He's sitting 8th place in your points, but man, what a move. Yeah, it's like he's found an extra gear here late in the moto. And that's another point that I want to bring up, Jake. Some of these riders actually prefer it late in the day when the track is at the most brutal. That's when they feel like their riding really starts to shine the most, as we just caught a glimpse of him before we flashed here to the Yamaha finish line as Justin Coquinos puts another lap in the books.
Yeah, I'll tell you that second moto is definitely the hardest, but it also separates the really good riders from the not so good riders. It really is where the best riders shine. And when you can say to someone that you're a good second moto rider, that means a lot in our sport. And it means a lot to the people that are watching as well. You know, it's just, it's the hardest conditions. It's the hardest way to go. And when you're able to win or be successful in the moto, it is a source of pride.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, so many riders really taking a ton of pride in being strong late in these races when the track is at the roughest. We see the same thing in GNCC. Look at this. Was that Coquino's having some issues Wow, so just goes to show the FMF Extreme section doesn't care what class you're in, doesn't care how skilled you are, it will claim you as a victim. So we have seen now both Gregoire and Coquinos having problems at that Extreme section, but you want to talk about putting blood in the water. Brandon Gregoire saw the problems for Coquinos, and now he's got him in sight. Let's see what the number one's able to do. Can he lock in to the pace of the 444 here on this moto track?
And the mindset of a racer, always give yourself that little extra boost. It gives you that fresh of breath air, or a breath of fresh air, I should say. I always say it backwards. It's just my way of doing things. But it does. It says, I've got hope. I've got a little bit more I can give. And I know that this moto is not over until it's over, and I'm going to give it one last shot, baby.
Oh, absolutely. These riders are going to give 100%. No giving up until we pass the checkered flag. I don't care what position they're in. And look at this. Gregoire doing a great job right now of latching onto the back of Justin Coquino. So that mistake could prove crucial for the way this overall championship shapes up. If Coquinos can hang on to it, keep it mistake-free, could that be the difference and grab the title? Or could Gregoire capitalize on that mistake, being able to keep Coquinos in sight and maybe make a late race pass? It's certainly going to be interesting to see. One thing that I like that I'm seeing from the number one right now, Jay, is he's not following the lines of Coquinos. If he goes outside, Gregoire goes inside, and vice versa. Now, some of those lines actually look like they're not quite working as well for Gregoire, so maybe he ought to take some notes as far as these moto lines that Coquinos is taking it. But as the age-old saying says, you can't pass somebody that you're right behind.
That's true, buddy. And, you know, you're right. He should take note of the lines and maybe change up a couple of them. But the one thing that I think that Brandon is thinking about, especially in the woods, is that if Justin were to go down, and we saw it early in the moto when Gregoire went down and Coquinos came into him, that could make a problem for him, because when he tries to go past, then, of course, he's in the line, he hits the rider, he goes down himself. So I think it's because he doesn't want to get tangled with him that he's not following those lines succinctly. However, you're right. On the moto track, Justin has it, and Brandon should definitely look at those lines.
And for the folks watching at home, maybe a little more unfamiliar with the points breakdown, as it sits right now, Justin Coquinos came in 2 points behind. This is a two-moto format with the second moto deciding the overall. So if Justin Coquinos was to finish as they are right now, him in first and Brandon Gregoire in second, he would win the overall title by 1 point over Brandon Gregoire. So this is what it comes down to. Take the whole season, put it aside. It comes down to this final moto. The guy who gets the win gets the overall for the day, and the rider that gets the overall for the day is going to get the overall Open Pro Championship. I mean, talk about building the excitement up, Jay. You couldn't make it better than this.
And now we got lap riders involved, Zach. That's going to shake things up right there, because now you start to use them as strategy. You know, it's almost like in a pool game. You know, you're hitting those balls and trying to defend something and things like this, and you know, you try to use them and you try to squirt by 3 of them so that the other guy has to endure that, you know. So this is going to be a good one, and Jigsy Fustino really looking good out there on the 511.
No doubt about that. Fustini not quite as up in the fight as we saw him there in Moto 1, but still having a fantastic race to close out his rookie season here in the pro class. We jump on board with our Fox FPV drone, and there it is. Going to see if we can slice and dice it up with your current race leader, the 444 of Justin Coquinos. And Gregoire going to do a great job of staying calm right now. I was going to say I was a little concerned. It seemed like he had lost some time. We saw several lap riders in between Coquinos and Gregoire, but if you remember back to that first moto, Jay, there were times where we thought Gregoire wasn't even going to be inside the top 2. He looked to almost have given the 1 and 2 spot to Fustini and Coquinos, but then all of a sudden that last lap came out and it was like the white flag was like a bull seeing red. All of a sudden it was a brand new rider, and that last lap he rode, I think, faster than we had seen at any point in that first moto. So things may not look perfect right now for the number one, but I have certainly learned to not count this guy out until that final lap is complete.
That is for sure. He is determined. He has a strategy. And he's going to make it work for him.
Here we
and
go.
Right now, he sits about 5 seconds behind.
So a fair amount of time between the two of them. 5 seconds may not sound like a ton, but in moto and off-road racing, it certainly can be here in about 5.5 to 6 seconds on timing and scoring. So Coquino's doing a great job of recovering from that mistake. And man, this is, I mean, you can't build it up any better than this. 2025 season, it comes down to this. We briefly touched on it before the flag drop. Very different approaches coming into this final race, or very different results, I should say, between the two riders. You take a look at Justin Coquinos. He only has 3 wins in 2025, but he's got 10 podiums. Meanwhile, Brandon has twice the number of wins, but only has 8 podiums. So we talked about, hey, yes, you win on your good days, but you win championships on your bad days. Got to think maybe those couple of races where Brandon found himself off the podium, that's what allowed the opportunity for Coquinos to stay in this title fight, taking it down to the last race of the season, the last moto, and the guy who comes out on top the most is us, the viewers on Racer TV, the fans along this Southwick course, because this is certainly as entertaining as off-road racing gets.
Zach, it's apparent that Coquinos has found some new lines. And I've been watching him in the last 3 laps, and there's certain places where, because he knows this track so well, that he has found these lines where he's carving it up and drifting either to the right or the left to get into a smoother section. And there are a few places where there is some smooth ground, but of course, the result of that is you come into some very big bumps after that smooth ground. But he's taking the chance on them, and he's making it work, but he's also involved in some lap traffic shenanigans right now.
Yeah, I give Coquinos credit. He is threading the needle between lap riders at a very high rate of speed. And, yeah, one of the things most well known about Southwick, or most synonymous with Southwick, is the local talent and how skilled they are. Oftentimes we see local privateer riders that are relatively unknown in the motocross world qualifying well inside the top 10 and up inside the top 5 and top 3 even before, because of what you just said there, Jay, the familiarity with this Southwick track and the way it develops throughout the day. There's these local lines, as we like to say, that only the people with a ton of experience on the track really know about, and right now Coquino's using that knowledge to his advantage and continuing to open that gap up over the number 1 right now.
And he is. He has really opened that gap on the last lap, and it's kind of putting that nail in the coffin. There's only a couple laps left to go here, and Gregoire is going to have to move, and he's going to have to get determined here if he's going to catch him, because Justin is riding on rails now. He's found a couple of great lines out there, and Gregoire's down. That's going to put a real damper on this championship for him.
Oh, man, Gregoire's got to get back up and going in a hurry. Gets that Ampro fired back up. I was going to say, things aren't quite done yet. Gregoire, if he's going to flip that switch like he did in Moto 1, he's going to have to do it right here, right now, if he wants to chop back into that lead. If you're in the Coquinos camp, I'd probably be letting him know what's going on, letting him know how that gap is affecting. That way we don't see Justin overriding the machine as well. But this is what championship battles do. We saw the same thing in our GNCC season finale. Grant Davis, after such a long and strong title fight, battling some injuries and making some small mistakes, and wound up finding himself going down as well. So, like I said, it's far from over. Anything can happen. We could see Coquinos do the exact same thing here on the next lap, but Gregoire still looks to be okay. He's healthy, he's on the bike, and he's charging forward. But for the moment, Jay, just like you said, things starting to look better and better for the 444.
Yeah, there's only about 20 to 25 seconds between the two riders now. Gregoire did not spend too much time on the soil sample, and he was up quickly. But that's going to be a tough gap because they're running about the same lap time, Zach. And this is a really tight battle, and I don't think that Coquinos is going to let up at all. And I'll tell you that the signboard for him, the signal board, is going to be to put the hammer down and put the nail in the coffin. And that's what he looks like he's doing right now, because he is on the throttle.
Yeah, Coquino's trying to finish this thing early now. Did just get some interesting information from our producer. Up until he went down, Brandon Gregoire did start to cut into that lead. He had actually chopped about 3 seconds off of Coquinos' lead. So there is a little bit of glimmer of hope in the Gregoire camp. He can run the speed of Coquinos and even a little bit faster, but how much time did he lose in that crash? How big did that open the gap up to? And how much is he going to be able to hang it out in these final few laps to try to make up the difference?
That's going to be the determining factor. And I'll tell you, I've been saying it all day. He's ultra focused, and he's also a very determined rider. And there is the white flag warning, my friend. White flag fever. Hopefully Gregoire gets it, but I'll tell you, Coquinos looks very secure in his lead.
Here we go, folks. The final lap of racing for the 2025 JDay Off-Road season, and is still so much undecided as Justin Coquinos trying to get the job done and trying to put his name in the books as an Open Pro JDay champ here in 2025. So much effort has come into this. Coquinos, arguably an underdog. Gregoire, the reigning champ coming into this season. Half the number of wins, but consistency on the podium has paid off throughout the whole season. Can it take him to a checkered flag? Just got word, 16 seconds, the gap between Justin Coquinos and Brandon Gregoire. Can Brandon have the lap of his life? Jay, I hate to say it, but I think he's going to need a mistake from the 444 if he needs a chance.
I'm with you, my friend. 16 seconds is a lot. However, I said that he was about 20 to 25 behind, so at least picked up 5 or more on one lap. But 16 is a long way to go for one lap's time.
Certainly a long number for sure. We saw the long look back from Coquinos there after the extreme section. He wants to know exactly where Gregoire is at. Meanwhile, no look back whatsoever for the number one. He doesn't care who's behind him. The only rider he's concerned about is the 444 of Justin Coquinos. Brandon Gregoire going to have the lap of his life if he wants to be able to back up this Open Pro title.
Zach, he's given it everything he's got, and that's the fastest that I've ever seen anybody go through that extreme section today. That last time that Gregoire went through it, he just ripped through it like it was just a small section.
Well, and you got to think a little bit earlier here in these second motos, Jay, who was able to save a little bit of energy in that 125 class, who kept a little bit of extra fuel in the reserves. You're going to have to leave it all out, 100% on the track right now if you want to be a champion for Brandon Gregoire. Got to wonder if that could be the difference, as we'll continue to monitor the gap, see if we can find out whether or not this gap is shrinking. 16 seconds to play with has the 444 of Justin Coquinos.
I think it's shrinking, but I just don't think it's going to be enough, my friend. It's been a great battle all year long, and sometimes the guard changes. You know, Coquinos has been working at this championship for a while. He rode small bikes for a long time just to have the competition and to try to improve and run those momentum-type lines, and he had some success with it. But now he has dedicated himself. He's moved to the Yamaha brand this year with Plastow Power Sports help, and he is looking like he is your 2025 champion.
Here we go, getting down to the nitty-gritty. Still just about half a lap or so to go as Justin Coquinos, roughly 16 seconds last time we got the split. Looks to be shrinking just a little bit, but Gregoire riding wide open, whereas Coquinos has the luxury of being able to manage that time gap, doesn't need to override the machine, as they are closing in on the final checkered flag of the 2025 season. And that right there is concerning, Jay. The the rolling of that downhill double for Gregoire, you got to wonder whether or not demoralization starting to set in. How hard is Gregoire going to charge all the way to this finish?
You know, I think he's probably going to preserve himself. It looks like he's kind of, taken the defeat in stride. It seems like he knows that his fate has been, pretty much told. It looks like Coquinos is the guy. However, I think that he's staying in it just in case there's a mistake made. But I think as far as letting it all hang out on this lap to try to make up those 15 or 16 seconds, or maybe it's a little less, I don't think that Brandon is in it for that. You know, I think he realizes that Justin is out there and he's gone. And you don't want to hurt yourself. You know, I mean, there's still plenty of racing left in his lifetime. Brandon's a young man, so is Justin. So sometimes it's better just to concede and come home safe and healthy. But
Well,
Jigs
take a look at
Fustini
this.
is
Jigs
right on his rear
Fustini,
fender.
yeah, right there behind him as well. So things could go from bad to worse for the number one of Gregoire. The 5'11" is able to put himself in front of the number one. That will seal the fate of the championship. No doubt about it. You know Gregoire would at least like to cross the line in the number 2 spot. Unique vocabulary that Brandon used after Moto 1, talking about the riders trying to break him throughout the season. Jay, you got to wonder whether or not they've been able to do just that here in the closing stages of this final lap.
Well, I don't know how many have, but I know that one has for sure. He has the 444 on his number plate, and he's out of the southeastern Massachusetts area. Justin Coquinos is looking mighty fine. Only a few turns left, and that championship is going to be his.
All right, Jay going to head down towards the finish line, going to see if he can grab a word with our champ and our top finishers, Justin Coquinos. He can almost taste the champagne celebration, but he's staying locked in. We saw the focus there on the starting line. The whole season, he's put in the time, he's stayed consistent, put in the work. And here it is, ladies and gentlemen. Justin Coquinos going to cross the line and going to do it. Your 2025 Open Pro JDay champion, Justin Coquinos, gets the job done. Looks like Jigs Fustini going to cross the line in the number 2 ride, and Brandon Gregoire going to cross the line in the number 3 spot. What a race, what a way to finish the 2025 season, and there it is, props being given between the reigning champ of Gregoire and the new champ of Justin Coquinos. What a way to close out the 2025 season. So I hear Jay conversing with our camera operator, going to try to work their way through the sea of fans all hanging out there to celebrate after the finish line. Everybody wanting to give a hug and give props to the 444 of Justin Coquinos. What an incredible ride, and what a way to close out the 2025 season. Jay going to work his way there. Big shout out to Jigs Fustini, charging hard all the way to the finish, making that pass for the second place spot. And, of course, a tremendous effort from Brandon Gregoire. Can't say enough. Took it all the way down to the final race of the season. And what a fantastic job that was from the number 1 as well. Showing great sportsmanship, even in defeat afterwards, giving props to the 444 of Justin Coquinos. So we're going to see if we can get a word with him. He's shaking hands and kissing babies, and that's not a baby, that's JJ from JDay, standing by with our new champ, Justin Coquinos.
All right, we're here with Justin Coquinos. Justin, congratulations, buddy. Tell us what it means to you.
It was, I mean, I'm cramping heavy. That was about all I had right there, and damn, it was a long season, and I'm just pumped I got it done.
That was a great job out, buddy. It looked like you had some really good lines out there on the motocross track. Something that you came up with really creative. Tell me about that.
I mean, that 125 class, I was just kind of searching, and it paid off. I had some good lines out there, and my suspension was working unbelievable. We went my full national setup for suspension, so it's stiff out there, and I mean, I couldn't have done it without factory connection with them, and so yeah, unbelievable. I caught. He actually was trying to go out in front. And because I knew that he was kind of done, and yeah, it worked. Forced him into a mistake.
That's the way you do it, buddy. That's some great racing on your part. Very smart, as I said about you all day. You've been a smart guy all your life, and you did a great job today. There's a lot of people that have helped you along the way. Tell me about that.
Oh my God. My mom, my dad, my sister, all year. Plastow, they stepped this year. FXR 60, I'm drawing blank here. He does. I'm forgetting a bunch of people. Everyone. I mean, couldn't have done it without a lot of people this year. It was a good year.
Congratulations, Justin Coke, 2025 JDay Off-Road Champion. How's that sound, buddy? Darn right. Great job.
I absolutely love it. There it is. Revving the YZ machine. That is what it's all about. There's the smile. I was like, come on, Justin, you just did it. But that's what we talk about when we say depleted. When I say these guys give 100%, they can barely form sentences. They can barely think straight after the race. It is so impressive to watch how much these guys are able to give race after race. And that is the difference between close and a champion. A fantastic job to Justin Coquinos, Jigs Fustini, Brandon Gregoire, your top three. Abbott and Beckwith going to round out your top five out of your Open Pro class. We move over to our 250A class, and looks like that should be, we'll see here. Shout out to Weiss there in the 8th place spot there in Moto 2. Cooper Jones looking like he's going to go 5-7 for the day.
Zach, I'm going to cut in on a great. How did your time just went in for the kill?
Yeah, it was crazy. I want to do better. I'm pumped that I did. I just I didn't have a good first. I went down. I just never. I was right behind. I just caught up to him, and then a lapper kind of helped the pass, which was just, it feels unreal. And he deserves it. He's been working hard all season. Thank you.
Great stuff there from Jigs Fustini. A very impressive way to close out the 2025 season, and very excited to see what's in store for that young man as well. Look at that. Throwing it up on the back wheel there. No problems with it. Love to see it, and love to see the excitement and respect that he has for his fellow competitors as well here in the Open Pro class. As we take a look here over the beautiful Southwick motocross facility, looking a whole lot different than it did first thing this morning. Brutally beat up after a couple thousand maybe bikes making their way across it. Lines from one side all the way to the other. Man, what a fantastic way to close out the 2025 season. Let's give you our race recap and show you how things went down for the final moto of 2025. Brandon Gregoire started out strong like he needed to, oh so badly. He got out front early, and we thought that could spell disaster for Coquinos. The red line race recap, though, would show as the race went on, things kept getting more and more wild. We had riders going every which way through the extreme section. We had a full season of great racing coming down to this in multiple different classes, not just our Open Pro class. But Brandon Gregoire would get out front early. Jigs Fustini had some issues in the extreme section there on lap number 1. Coquinos was sitting there in the number 2 ride. And the question was, could Justin Coquinos track down the number 1? And the answer was yes. He started to close in, and as you heard from him there in that post-race interview, started to apply the pressure to Gregoire. There you see Coquinos. Trust me, he was taking some risks as well, folks, leaving it all out there on the track. Problems for Gregoire. This is where Coquinos said he forced him into a mistake, applied the pressure, almost brought himself down in the process, but was able to make his way around. We saw Coquinos really put down a solid run and open that gap up, but Gregoire was able to close it back in. We thought, oh, wait, we are about to have a two-rider duel, mano-a-mano, and then headed through the extreme section. This is where we saw Coquinos have some issues. Actually got hung up on one of the logs, and that's what allowed Gregoire to close that gap back up. Coquinos, though, staying calm, cool, and collected, hitting his marks out on the moto track, and that played to be crucial as Brandon Gregoire would have some more issues and find himself going down, while Justin Coquinos kept the speed up, the pressure on, and brought it home for a 2025 JDay Off-Road Overall Championship. Jigs Fustini would make the pass for second place, and Brandon Gregoire rounding out your top three. Gaugion, Wentz, and St. Thomas with Moyer and Narbut, your top five in our Open A-Class. Petsy, Tavani, Shaw, Poliot, and Atkins, your top five in 250A. Our Vet A-Class going to be Keith Johnson grabbing the win. Grimes there in the number 2 spot. Allaire, Morton Jr., and Texiera, your top five in Vet A. And your 200 A-Class, Des Marias, Chaim Busaleri, and Colton McQuarrie. With Camden Krause actually rounding out your top five. Another one of our GNCC riders. And that is your Red Bull top 10 rundown for the rest of those classes. Well, folks, we got to reminisce a little bit, give you a full day replay as to how things have closed down for the 2025 season. So much excitement coming into this event, not only for the JDay fans, but for the AG Video crew, the Racer TV crew, the partnership between Racer TV and JDay. So exciting. I've known, and you guys have all known there in person, how exciting these JDay races have been, and so excited to be able to share it with the world here on RacerTV.com. We had high-flying racing action. We had plenty of extreme crashes here in the FMF Extreme section. We had bar banging. We had line selection swapping and changing. We had the track developing oh so much throughout the day. We had some moto crashes. We had some hard enduro style technical sections as well. Ethan and the entire JDay crew doing a great job of giving our riders a very raceable course as well. And man, did they race that course for sure, using every square inch inside to outside. So great to see how many different options these riders had to make passes, and what a way to close out an incredible season of racing right here for the 2025 JDay Off-Road season. Justin Coquinos staying calm, staying consistent throughout the year. Like he said, so much going into this effort, a full family effort behind him, not just the immediate family, but the sponsors, the team members involved. It truly takes a village for each one of these top riders. Brandon Gregoire staying confident, doing a great job there in that 125 class of staying strong. Coquinos using that time to pick up some lines that he was able to use here in this final Open Pro Moto, and those lines arguably would be the difference between walking away just short of the goal and walking away a champion. No worries about that little hang-up in the FMF Extreme section. He's probably already forgotten about it, because this is the only thing he was thinking about, that checkered flag and the celebration afterwards. Justin Coquinos bringing out the checkered flag, closing out the 2025 season, and officially becoming the JDay Open Pro champion here in 2025. Well, like we said, Racer TV, it's all racing all the time, and you best believe that we've still got more racing in store this year. Upcoming broadcast is the Thor Minios, getting kicked off November 23rd through the 29th. Daily broadcasts live right here on RacerTV.com from Gatorback Cycle Park. Got Supercross and Motocross. Going to be a full week of racing. Well, one thing's for sure is we have got to hand out some thank yous. A big shout out to everybody involved with this amazing live broadcast. Each one of our camera operators, Kirsten Rollison, Josh Teffner, John Carpenter, Adam Atkins, Craig Hoyt, and Kenito Held. Our FPV drone pilot, Ian Howes, our eyes in the sky, our high drone pilot, Gabe Scholl, our executive producer, Carrie Jo Russell, OPAG, our operations producer, Adam Gordon, our producer, Don Hampton, in my ear all day long, our director, Jack Renner, our engineer in charge, Jordan McFadden, as well as our second engineer, Corey Chamberlain, our graphics operator, Cameron Cotter, and our replay operator, Adam Arndt. For my co-announcer, Jay McGrath, I'm Zach Herron. For everybody at RacerTV.com, AG Video, and JDay, thank you for watching, and we'll see you next time here on Racer TV.